Hey, Don.
Yes, Jack.
How long before we're on the air?
About 8 seconds.
That long? Gee, I can't wait till I pull that first joke. Oh, brother, it'll kill him.
But, Jack, it's such an awful...
Don, never mind. There's the signal.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from the Army Air Force's pilot school at Stockton, California. And starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The end of a perfect day, that peace and contentment which comes with evening. But did you ever stop to think it may all depend on how you start the day? If you get through your morning's work in high, you're over the worst hurdle. And that's why breakfast is so important. You haven't had a thing to eat for 10 or 12 hours, so your breakfast should be a well-rounded, nourishing meal. Nutrition experts agree on that, and they also agree it should include a cereal with whole grain food values. Well, you can't do better than feature Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes. For both of these delicious cereals do provide whole grain nourishment. Iron, niacin, vitamin B1, plus protein. So crisp, crunchy Grape Nuts or delicate, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes make an ideal breakfast dish. Cram full of nourishment, cram full of flavor. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And for a really swell start, feature malty-rich Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes.
Oh, boy, I can't wait.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Army Air Force Pilot School at Stockton, California, we bring you...
Don, never mind the introduction. I want to get to that first joke.
And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, let's not keep him waiting. Let's get into that gag. Go ahead, Don. Ask me how I got up to Stockton.
Oh, Jack, that's such an...
Don, ask me how I got up to Stockton.
Okay. Say, Jack.
Yes, Don.
Jack, how did you get up to Stockton?
I came on foot. Now, wait a minute, fellas. That's not the joke yet. Wait a minute. That isn't it. No. Wait a minute. Now, go ahead, Don. Ask me why I came on foot.
Jack Benny, you ought to be ashamed of...
Don, ask me why I came on foot.
Oh, all right. Say, Jack.
Yes, Don.
Why did you come up to Stockton? Why did you come on foot?
Because I came through the San Walking Valley. Get it, fellas? Get it? Huh? San Walking on foot? Walking? It's a little subtle, you know, but it's, oh, really, but it's clever. Huh?
Jack, maybe I don't know much about comedy, but if that's a clever joke, I'll eat the buttons off your shirt.
I'm sorry, Don, but the laundry beat you to it. And don't tell me what's clever or funny, because... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hi, fellas. What are you sneering at Don for?
Oh, he tried to tell me that San Walking Valley gag isn't...
Jack, for heaven's sake, you didn't tell that one here, did you?
Why not? It's very funny.
If that joke is funny, I'll...
You're too late. The laundry beat you to it. Anyway, what's the matter with you and Don? That's the kind of stuff these guys love. They really laugh at a gag like that.
They wouldn't laugh at that gag if Colonel Higgs told it.
Oh, yeah? Well, Colonel Higgs told it to me. Now, let's forget it.
Okay.
Say, Mary, how do you like being up here at this Army airfield?
Oh, it's wonderful, Don. The pilots here are such a nice bunch of fellas.
Oh, they certainly are.
Yeah, I met one this morning. I said hello. He said, how do you do? I said, how are you? And he said, how about a kiss?
Mary, you mean he kissed you so fast?
Fast? Around here, they call him Wallflower.
wallflower. Mary, nobody could kiss a girl faster than that.
They couldn't, huh? When I was coming over here from the PX, a group of pilots passed me. They said hello. I said, how do you do? And they showed me.
Mary, stop making things up.
I'm not. Even the colonel warned me.
The colonel warned you?
Yeah. He said if I see any guy around here with puckered lips and he isn't carrying a bugle, watch out.
Well, that explains it. This morning, the whole camp looked like Tommy Dorsey's brass section. Anyway, Mary, we're up here to entertain the boys, so let... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, what are you so excited about?
I just asked a pilot how high they fly around here, so he took me up to show me.
Really?
Yeah, we went up to 10,000 feet, and then 20,000 feet, and then we went up to 30,000 feet, and from then on I had to take his word for it.
Take his word for it?
Yeah, I dropped my tape measure.
Well, that's logical. Well, now that you're here, Dennis, how about a song?
Okay, but first, Mr. Benny, ask me how I came up to Stockton.
What?
Ask me how I came up to Stockton.
Dennis, I'm not...
Jack, you did it. Give him a chance.
Oh, okay. All right, Dennis. How did you come up to Stockton?
By bus.
Well, that I don't get at all.
I haven't finished it yet. Now ask me why I came up by bus.
Dennis, I haven't got time.
Jack.
Oh, all right, Dennis. Why did you come by bus?
Because if I came on foot, I'd have to tell that lousy joke.
That's not a lousy joke, and go ahead and sing.
Okay.
I never met a kid like that. No sense of humor at all. I've never...
I used to be bewildered. My outlook on life wasn't clear. Then all at once a mist seemed to It was heavenly sweet to have planned that we'd meet. Never dreamed in my wildest dream that I'd fall quite so wholeheartedly. Now I know love is all that is cracked up to be.
That was Now I Know, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis. You sang that beautifully.
What's your opinion against all my fans?
No use waiting. I'll have to have a talk with that kid. Huh?
Say, Jack, when you talk to him, be sure to tell him about grape nuts and grape nuts flakes.
Don, Dennis knows all about grape nuts and grape nuts flakes.
He does not.
He does, too.
I do not.
Dennis, what has Mr. Wilson been yelling about for the past 2 years?
More money.
Look, Dennis, Mr. Wilson's been talking about those malty, rich, sweet as a nut grape nuts and grape nuts flakes.
That's right, Dennis. Mr. Benny's right.
You're just siding in with them because you want more money.
Well, now I've heard everything.
No, Dennis, I don't want more money.
What?
No, I didn't mean that.
It's too late, Don. Jack's got witnesses.
Mary, I don't need witnesses. Don's perfectly happy with his salary. Aren't you, Don? And now, fellas, tonight we have a surprise for you. For our feature attraction, we are...
Here I am, Jackson. Hiya, fellas.
Well, hello, Phil. Well, where were you, Phil?
I was outside. Am I too late to save this show?
What do you mean, save the show?
Well, I was sitting out in the car and I heard the first part of it, that sand walking valley joke. Oh, hubba, hubba, hubba. Oh, hubba.
Hubba? Say,
Yeah.
Listen, what's the matter with that joke?
Listen, Jackson, they write funnier stuff than that on tombstones.
Oh, stop, will you?
Look, if you want to make these guys laugh, give them some real humor.
Oh, fine.
I mean, that sharp stuff. Now, get a load of this. Say, fellas, did you hear about the flying cadet that went to the burlesque show?
Phil, please.
He wanted to see how they could take off on such a short runway. Oh, Harris, you're so lovely and you're not even trying.
Hey, that wasn't bad. No kidding, Phil. Did you make that up yourself?
Sure, Jackson. Anytime you want that Mark Twain twist, come and see me. I got it.
Well, that one was all right. Say, that reminds me, Phil, I've been looking for you ever since we got into Stockton Thursday. Where are you living?
I got a table at Mattioni's.
Mattioni's?
Yeah, Jack, that's the place in town where all the boys go dancing.
Where the boys go dancing? Oh.
I saw girls there, too.
Well, naturally, the boys aren't going to dance without girls.
Of course not, Dennis. Mr. Benny's right.
Oh, you're just trying to get more money.
Dennis, when you don't know what you're talking about, be quiet. Phil, what is this Mattioni's you mentioned?
Well, it's the
I was there last night, Jack. One of the pilots took me.
Oh, what kind of a place is it?
Well, I don't know just how to describe it, but getting in is basic training, dancing is blind flying, and when you leave, you're washed out.
You nearly washed out that joke there. Say, I must go there sometime.
Me too.
Huh? What?
Remember me? I'm Herman Peabody, insurance salesman.
Oh, yes, you belong to the carpool with my gang. Herman, how'd you get up to Stockton?
Oh, no, you don't.
What?
You're not going to force me into that joke.
I didn't mean that, but you're an insurance salesman. You only belong to the carpool with my gang. I mean, when they started out for Stockton, why didn't you get out of the car?
Oh, I couldn't do that.
You got a lot of nerve taking advantage of Herman like this. I want you to give him back his car and apologize to him.
Okay. I'm sorry, Herman. Dennis, give him his car keys.
Here you are, Mr. Peabody.
And here, Herman, here are your gas coupons.
There you are, Herman.
This is awful.
What's the matter now? You got your gas coupons, you got your keys, and you've got your car.
I don't know how to drive.
Well, now I'm all confused. Herman, if you don't know how to... Answer that, will you, Mary?
Okay. Hello?
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester.
is it, Rochester?
Will you tell Mr. Benny I'm in Stockton? I just got in.
You just got in? What made the train so late?
I didn't come by train. I was on Highway 99 freelancing.
You mean you hitchhiked?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Well, instead of a train ticket, Mr. Benny gave me a road map. And a short talk on the generosity of the American motorist.
You mean to say that's all Mr. Benny gave you?
No, he also gave me a white glove for night operations.
Well, that's the worst.
Who is it, Mary?
Rochester. He just made Stockton the hard way.
Oh, let me talk to him. Hello, Rochester.
Hello, boss. I made pretty good time, and you were right.
I was right about what?
That if you lie down in the middle of the highway, 9 out of 10 cars will stop.
Oh, that? Why, sure.
But when the 10th car comes along, it pays to be nimble.
Oh, well, look, Rochester, where are you now?
I'm in your room at the hotel.
Good. Be sure and hang up all my clothes so the wrinkles will get out of them.
Okay. Do you want me to press your pearl gray suit?
I left that in Beverly Hills. My pearl gray suit isn't here.
Oh, yes, it is. I didn't come up here in my underwear.
Rochester, why did you wear my suit up here?
Well, mine's at the cleaners, and the man wouldn't give them to me on account of my unpaid balance, which is overdue from 42.
You mean he won't let you have your suit because you owe him some money?
That's what he said. That's what the man said. He said that.
Well, Rochester, get everything straightened up there at the hotel, and I'll see you after the broadcast.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. I'd like to go someplace just once and have everything go right. I've never seen... That was a quick fade played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Very good, too, Phil. Very good. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just before I left Hollywood, I was at the Brown Derby having breakfast with Bob Hope. And as it started to get dark outside, Bob said to me...
As it started to get dark outside, I thought you were having breakfast.
We were, but until that guy picks up a check. Really. Oh, brother. Well, anyway, when I told Hope we were going to play the Army Airfield at Stockton, he told me to be sure and say hello to his brother, Sergeant George Hope, who is stationed here. I told him I would, and not only that, I've asked him to come up here and say hello. And here he is, Bob Hope's brother, Sergeant George Hope.
Hello, everybody.
Well, George, it's nice to have you here with us. And incidentally, when I saw your brother Bob, he had to hurry away on a tour. Your brother sure plays a lot of camps, doesn't he?
Yeah, in fact, I enlisted in the Army so I'd get to see him.
Well, tell me, George, are there just you and Bob in the family?
Oh, no, there's 7 brothers, Jack. There's Bob, Jack, Ivor, Fred, Sid, Jim, and me.
7 boys, huh? Not even one sister?
Oh, sure, one.
What's her name?
Poor Miriam.
Oh, come, George. Poor Miriam isn't your sister. She's the gal who can't get a date.
Yeah, she's a female sad sack.
That's what I thought. Well, George, when I see Bob again, I'll tell him that I saw you and you're looking fine.
Thanks, Jack, and tell him I miss him a lot. You know, I don't even get to hear Bob's program.
You don't?
No, I haven't got a radio.
What? You mean to say you never get a chance to hear Bob Hope's program, your own brother?
No.
Well, that's a shame. I'll tell you what, George. You sit right down here and we'll put on one of his programs especially for you.
You will?
Yes, sir. Hey, kids, come here. We're going to put on a Bob Hope program. Now, I'm going to be Bob. Mary, you'll be Francis Langford.
Okay.
Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, you'll be Professor Colonna.
Professor Colonna? Gee, I wish you told me that this morning.
Why?
I would have raised a mustache.
Don't be silly. Now, it so happens that we have no girl to play the part of Vera Vague. So, Phil...
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. I ain't going to play the part of no dame here.
Why not? Gee, and Charlie's aunt, I play the part of a woman.
Yeah, but you got the shape for it.
you got the curls. Never mind, Phil. You're going to be Vera Vague, and that settles it. All right, Don, introduce the program. Well, here we go, George. Are you excited?
I sure am.
Take it, Don.
For the armed forces at the Stockton Army Air Force Pilot School, we bring you the Pepso-Nut Show, starring Bob Benny.
Oh, thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Stockton Airfield Benny, telling you all to use Pepso-Nut because it's got what it takes, and after you brush your teeth, you can eat those flakes. Or, this is Bob Air Force Benny telling all you aviators that Pepso-Nuts will give your face that gleam, and then when you smile, all the Stockton babes will come in on the beam. Or, I thought I had another one. Yes, sir, Stockton Airfield. The boys here love this camp. What other camp is there where a soldier can get leave, wash up, get a shave and a haircut, shine and a manicure, then go into Stockton, spend a lovely evening standing on a street corner howling at the moon? Thank you, fellow howlers. And here comes Francis Livingstone. Here's Francis.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, Francis. How do you like it here in Stockton?
Fine, Bob. I like it much better than Hollywood, but that's because of the men here. They're different.
Wait a minute, Francis. What do you mean the men are different?
Well, all the men in Hollywood are wolves.
Now, wait a minute. I resent that. After all, I'm a Hollywood man. I don't look like a wolf, do I?
No, you look more like a gopher with an inferiority complex.
Hey, Bob Hope's show's going as good as ours, isn't it? And now Francis Langford will sing I Couldn't Sleep a Wink Last Night.
I couldn't sleep a wink last night because...
Thank you, Francis Langford. Well, Sergeant Hope, how do you like it so far?
Well,
You ain't heard nothing yet, George, because here comes Professor Colonna. Hello, Professor.
Greetings, Gate. Did you gain weight?
Tell me, Colonna, are you enjoying yourself here at camp?
Ah, yes, but I really came to visit my brother. And now, much to my surprise, I found that my brother was washed out.
Your brother was washed out? What was wrong? Too little IQ?
No, too much B.O.
Look, Colonna, I've got a secret for you. There's no place on this program for a jackass.
Egad, don't tell me you're quitting.
Never mind that, Brush Mush. Suppose you sing a song for us.
Ah, yes. Music, please. Mandalay. Rough road, wasn't it? And the dawn comes up like thunder. Pardon me. Out of a China cross the
Well, that's very good, Colonel. Colonna. And now I've got a job for you. Remember the big surprise we planned for the soldiers here?
The big surprise we planned for the soldiers here? Ah, yes, we're supposed to act out a play.
Colonna, you fool. That was supposed to be a secret. You let the cat out of the bag.
Sir, you're speaking of the woman I love.
Well, look, Colonna, we need a leading lady for our play, and I want you to go out and find one.
Ah, yes. Goodbye now. I'll be back soon with a female goon.
Hey, George. George, how do you like it now?
Well,
Atta boy, and pretty soon we're going to have...
You, Mr. Hope!
Why, it's Vera Vague! Vera Vague!
Mr. Hope, it's me in the flesh.
Well, it's a shame they gave you such a sloppy fitting. You look like an Antica from Manteca.
Oh, you dear, dear boy. Bless your little heart. Yes. You must have come over sometime, and I'll open up a gas jet.
Now you're cooking. Say, I wonder what's taking Colonna so long. Hello?
Hello, Hope.
Speaking.
Hello, speaking. Put Hope on.
This is Hope. What's up, Professor?
Great news, Hope. I found a leading lady for your play. I found her here in New York.
Now, wait a minute. New York is 3,000 miles away, and you left here only 2 minutes ago. How did you get there so fast?
Took the Stockton bus.
Oh, so you took the Stockton bus. Did you get a seat?
Huh?
Did you get a seat on the bus?
Naive little character, isn't he?
Well, Kelowna, what's the name of the leading lady?
Some kid called Cleopatra.
Kelowna, Cleopatra's been dead for thousands of years. If you've got Cleopatra with you, she's only a mummy.
You mean she's not alive?
Of course not.
Get off my lap, honey. You're a little too late.
Kelowna, she won't do. Find another girl and call me again. You know, Francis, someday that professor is Hello, Bob Hope speaking.
Who?
Bob Hope.
Who?
Bob Hope.
Now, Mr. Billy, why don't we be satisfied with what we've got and just do the best we can?
Never mind. Imagine phoning right before the finale. Thanks for the memories. We've had a lot of fun. We're sorry that it's done. But now our show is over and we really have to run. So thank you so much.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes, Herman.
Can I call on you tomorrow morning? I have something very interesting.
I'm sorry, Herman, but I'm tied up tomorrow morning.
Oh. How about tomorrow afternoon?
Well, I have a date for tomorrow afternoon.
Oh. How about tomorrow night?
Now, Herman, the fact is that I just can't afford to buy any more insurance.
Buy it? Why, a couple of weeks ago you told me to eat grape nuts.
Yes, Herman, but...
Well, I've done so much better that I wanted to give you an insurance policy.
Oh, well, Herman, that's very kind of you, and I'm glad that my advice worked out so well. And, friends, it's true. Eat a good breakfast and you'll do a better job. And crisp, malty-rich grape nuts make a top-notch breakfast treat. For grape nuts bring you all-around whole-grain nourishment. You get iron, niacin, extra vitamin B1, plus proteins as well. So eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And for distinctive flavor, texture, and nourishment, feature tempting grape nuts.
Well, fellas, we've had a wonderful day here. I want to thank Colonel Higgs, Lieutenant Parnell, Lieutenant Harris, and Sergeant George Hope. Next Sunday night, we'll be broadcasting from Vancouver, British Columbia, for the opening of Canada's 6th War Loan Drive.
Oh, Jack, Bob Hope must have heard the show. Here's a wire from him.
Oh, well, read it to me.
You don't read this kind of a wire. Just twist it around your neck.
Oh, good night, everybody. Good night.
For all you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, a rebroadcast of The Jack Benny Show with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Jack Benny's special guest singer, and Don Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, radio is one of the world's greatest mediums of entertainment. All week long, you are entertained by your radio. On Monday, you hear...
The Cavalcade of America.
On Tuesday...
It's Bob Hope.
Wednesday...
Eddie Cantor.
On Thursday...
You hear Bing Crosby.
Friday...
Amos and Andy.
On Saturday...
It's Truth or Consequences.
And on Sunday, you wait for none other than Jack Benny.
Who?
On Sunday, you listen to Jack Benny.
Look, fat boy, this is a free country. When Sunday comes around, you listen to what you like, and I'll listen to what I like.
Oh, yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't want your teeth kicked in, you better listen to Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, fellas, it certainly is great being here at Campadale. Yes, sir, it's really...
Hey, Mr. Benny, can I go now?
Certainly you can go. We don't force anybody to listen to this program. If you want to hear it, we're happy. If you don't want to hear it, it's up to you. Don, untie him. Go ahead.
Okay.
There you are. You can go now.
Take the anchor off my foot, too.
Oh, get out of here.
Who was that guy, Jack?
I don't know. He told me he was a talking horse, so I thought it'd be a novelty on the program. Anyway, Don, now that he's gone, these boys have waited long enough to be entertained. So let's start out with that joke I wrote.
Oh, you mean the one about the soldier on leave?
Yeah, this'll kill him. I mean, it's made to order for these guys, you know? Oh, really, they'll love it. Okay, here goes. Say, Don, what's the difference between a soldier on leave and a flea on a cat's stomach?
I don't know, Jack. What is the difference between a soldier on leave and a flea on a cat's stomach?
One's on furlough and the other's on low fur. Oh, Benny, if you were any sharper, you'd cut yourself. Great gag, isn't it, Don?
It certainly is, Jack.
Yeah, it's a shame to tell that clever stuff so early in the program. But we might as well start off with a bang. It helps the... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas. Say, Jack.
What?
As I walked in, I saw a fella come out of here, and he looked like he lost an argument with a Sherman tank.
Oh, that was some wise guy, a Mr. Fitch or somebody. He interrupted the start of the program. So Don beat him up.
Don beat him up?
Yeah. I thought I'd never get to tell that gag about the furlough and the low fur.
Jack, did you tell that joke here?
Yes, why?
Don beat up the wrong guy.
What are you talking about? When I pulled that gag, these boys screamed at it.
I know, Jack, but when they pull their hair out at the same time, that's not good.
Well, maybe you're right. Anyway, if you want to know something, I was tricked into telling that furlough joke. I didn't even write it.
Then where'd you get it?
I have a lend-lease agreement with Fred Allen. Imagine him sending me a lousy gag like that after the gem I sent him.
Jim?
Yeah, listen to this, Don. Here's the one I sent Allen. Allen says to Jimmy Wallington...
Say, Jimmy, why does a corporal have such a tough time in the Army?
And Jimmy says, I don't know, Fred. Then Allen says...
A corporal has such a tough time in the Army, because he already has 2 stripes against him.
Listen to the audience razzing Allen. It serves him right.
Jack, let me get this straight. You told Alan's joke here on the West Coast, and Alan is going to tell your joke on the East Coast?
Yeah, what about it?
I'd hate to be in Kansas City, trapped in the middle.
Mary, if you don't appreciate good comedy, then there's no use of... Come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Here I am again.
Look, we untied you, so you... Say, what are you doing in that uniform?
I just enlisted in the Army.
You did?
Yeah, if you're a civilian, I want to be on the other side. Goodbye.
What a smart. I bet he won't last in the Army 2 hours.
Well, I hope he isn't the guy that's going to drive us back in that Jeep tonight.
Now, are we going back in one of those things?
Yeah, why?
Well, that's the way they brought me here. I was sitting in the back seat, and every time we hit a bump, oh, brother.
What do you mean? What do you mean, oh, brother?
Don, for years, the slogan was, the Army travels on its stomach. And then somebody invented the Jeep. Well, if we're going back in the Jeep, I better have Rochester bring my overcoat. I'll call my hotel. He must be in my room packing, I think.
Hello, Hotel Benton.
Operator, this is Jack Benny. Give me my room.
Very well. Shall I wrap it up or will you in here?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I used to be a waitress at the Brass Duck.
Oh, well, get me my room. It's 425.
Yes, sir. I liked working at the Brass Duck, but I got fired for dancing with a customer.
That's too bad. Now, will you please get me my
We
room?
were jitterbugging, and boy, can he jitterbug.
Miss, all I want is my room. Now, will you please get it for me? It's
Bad enough I got fired, but the boss accused me of stealing.
Look, miss.
Was it my fault if my foot got stuck in a cuspidor?
Now, wait a minute. I don't care anything about your job at the Brass Duck. All I want
Hey, you sound like the guy I dance with. What did you do with my lipstick?
Now, hold on a minute. You've got the wrong party.
Oh, well, then I'm sorry I bothered you. Goodbye.
Miss, hello. How do you like that? She hung up. Oh, well, I'll call later. That was Dark Eyes, played by the orchestra. And now, fellas...
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. Don't give me no brush off. Tell them who's orchestra.
What?
Well, let me have a little billing. Tell these soldiers here's whose band that is.
Phil, I don't have to tell them. When they see 18 men wearing overalls, no shoes, and fatigued faces, they know whose band it is, believe me.
Well, I don't care about the band. I'm talking about me. You didn't give me no introduction.
Introduction?
Yeah, me, Phil Harris, the kid with $1 million personality.
Huh?
And 175 pounds of glamour.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't introduce you, Phil.
No wonder I got an inferiority complex.
Inferiority complex? You're about as shy as a hand grenade. And not only that...
Oh, Jack, why don't you leave Phil alone? It isn't his fault that he's better looking than you are.
Who said he was better looking than I am?
I did.
You did? Phil, do you mean to say that you go around telling people you're better looking than me?
No, I don't make no personal issue out of it. I just say I'm better looking than anybody.
Well, now I've heard everything. You know, Phil, you amaze me. You're the only fella I ever met that always talks about himself. Just once in a while, Phil. Once in a while. It's nice to talk about the other fella. Get the idea?
Yeah, I think I do, Jackson, and I think you're right. Come on, let's try it. Now, I meet you on the street and you greet me.
Okay. Good morning, Phil.
Good morning, Jackson. Did you have a good breakfast this morning?
Yes, Phil, I had a wonderful breakfast this morning.
Well, I'm still better looking than you are.
Well, there's no use explaining anything to you.
Say, Jack.
What?
Forget about Phil. If we're going back in that Jeep, you better try and get Rochester again.
Oh, yes. I want him to bring my overcoat. Mary, you get the number. I don't want to get in another fight with that telephone operator.
Okay.
Drives me nuts anyway. Silly Jane.
Hotel Benton.
Will you get me room 425, please?
Yes, ma'am, and you can tell Mr. Benny he's a coward.
Here, Jack. She's ringing your room.
Okay, I'll take it.
Hello? Hello, temporary headquarters of Mr. Benny. Star of stage, screen, radio, and television, whether it's listening or looking, he's open for booking.
Rochester, this is Mr. Benny.
Hello, boy.
Now, Rochester, they're taking us back in a Jeep, and I don't want to catch cold. So will you bring my...
But, boss, I saw you put it on when you left this morning.
My coat?
Oh, I thought you wanted your hair.
I wanted my coat. It'll be cold.
Then you better take your hair, too. It's got earmuffs.
Only when I part it in the middle. Now, bring my coat. I'll bring my coat over here right away.
But, boss, I got a date. Besides, you promised me I could have this Sunday off.
Sunday off, Sunday off. Look at these soldiers here. They work every day in the week.
Yeah, but look at the dough they're getting.
They're not getting much more than you are. But if you want our household run on a military basis, it's all right with me.
It's part military now.
Rochester, you're just making that up.
Not the military part. Remember when we were home and you locked me in the guardhouse for 10 days?
Yes? What are you laughing at?
If you didn't have to come in there every morning to wash up, I'd have never got out.
Never mind that and bring my overcoat here right away.
Okay, General. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, that Rochester. Tell you, if he wasn't a private, I'd demote him. And now, in keeping with the spirit of the day, the boys have selected one soldier to represent them on our program. And he's going to sing a song for us. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Private First Class Luther Balliet of the 276th Infantry. What's the number going to be, Luther?
I'm going to sing It's a Lovely Way to Spend an Evening.
Not in Corvallis. It'll go right ahead. Anyway, go right ahead. To spend an evening sung by Private First Class Luther Balliet. And very good, Luther. It was a great pleasure having you with us.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
And I want to tell you something, Luther. You're in a great outfit and a great branch of the service. The good old infantry. If I was a year or two younger, the infantry is the branch of the service I'd like to be in. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah? Tell them what happened when they let you go marching yesterday.
Well...
Go on, Jack. Tell Luther.
Oh, Mary, he's not interested.
Well, then I'll tell him.
Mary, will you please...
Listen, Luther, Jack wanted to show how rugged he was, so he asked the sergeant if he could march with the soldiers.
Mary, now will you please?
We all went along because we wanted to see how Jack could take it. We were out with for about a half an hour.
This is the life. Nothing like a good hike.
Yeah, we must have gone about 6 miles, and I don't even feel tired. How about you, Jack?
Oh, I feel fine, except that my shoes are beginning to bother me.
Really?
Yeah. I wonder where I left them.
Why, Jack, I didn't even notice you weren't wearing shoes. When did you take them off?
When the sergeant fell and sent out an SOS.
I didn't take my shoes off. They just dropped behind. Here they come now. Halt. Here. Help me out with them, Rochester.
Okay.
Hey, you. Benny.
Yes, sir?
Why don't you keep up with the company? This is the third time we've had to come back for you.
Well, I'm sorry, but I got a little tired.
Well, it's your own fault. You shouldn't have tried to march with these young men.
Wait a minute. Are you insinuating that I'm old?
That's what he said. That's what the man said. He said that.
Rochester, stop helping him.
All right, let's get going. The red hats!
Oh, brother. How long is this going to go on?
All right, man. All out. Rest period.
Thank heaven it's about time. Come on, Mary. Let's find a soft spot to sit down.
Okay.
Here's the place. Ah. Oh, boy, this feels good.
All right, everybody. Up on your feet, man.
What?
All right. Hats!
Hats. Forward hats. What's that? Hey, wait a minute. Give me a chance to get my breath, will you?
I'll run ahead and stop them.
Oh, let them go. We can find our way back to camp.
Oh, Jack, let's not turn back. This is fun.
Fun?
Certainly, Jack. We ought to keep hiking a little more. Walking is good for the figure.
It is not good for the figure.
It is, too.
Oh, yeah? Well, there are 10 million soldiers in the American Army who go out on 20-mile hikes every week, and not one of them looks like Lana Turner. Figure. Now, let's get back, will you? Come on, follow me, will you, fellas?
We should have stuck with the soldiers, Jack. Now we're lost.
Yeah, I wonder where that trail is. We're either in the jungle or in the middle of Corvallis here. Let's try this direction. That ought to take us somewhere.
Roll 'em out, brother. You're faded.
Rochester! Rochester, get up. That's a rattlesnake. Rochester, I told you that's a rattlesnake.
So what? His money's as good as anybody.
Stop acting so silly. It'll be dark soon, and we won't be...
Oh, look, Jack. There's a soldier over there in that clearing.
Oh, yeah. Hey, soldier! Soldier!
Yes, sir?
How do we get to Camp Adair?
Just take that trail to the left.
Thanks. Come on, gang.
Hey, everybody, come over here and take a look at this sign.
Sign? What does it say?
I don't know, but I think it's in English.
Here it is. It says infiltration course. What does that mean?
Huh?
What does that mean, Jack?
I don't know. I guess it's Army talk for shortcut. Let's go through it. Follow me, kid. Follow me.
Yeah, are we being shot at?
I don't know, boss. Let's lie down till we talk it over.
I wonder who... Down, everybody, down! Flat on your stomach! Wilson, lie down!
I am lying down!
Well, then stand up. You make less of a target that way. Hey, this must be the course where they train the soldiers with live ammunition. Rochester, stand up and see where they're firing from.
I ain't that curious.
Those soldiers don't know we're here. I'll stand up and let them see me.
They saw you. I better stand up and let them see me.
They see you, Mary. Hey, look, they're waving at us. Hey, there go the soldiers we started out with. They're on their way back to camp. Come on, let's join them. Come on, gang. Follow me.
The Jack Benny Show is rebroadcast especially for you soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen of the United Nations. Now we turn the remainder of the program over to the Benny Bandmaster, Phil Harris. Music, Phil.
G.I. Jive, man alive. It starts with the bugler blowing reveille over your bed when you arrive. Jack, that's the G.I. Jive. Roodly-toot, jump in your suit, make a salute. Boot, then you wash and dress, more or less. You go get your breakfast in a beautiful little cafe they call the Mess. Jack, when you convalesce, out of your seat, into the street, make with the feet, reet. Now, if you're a PFC, your duty is to salute L-I-E-U-T. But if you brush the L-I-E-U-T, the MP makes you gapey on the cutie. This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called Fluid Drive. Jack, after you revive, chunk all your junk back in your trunk. Fall on your bunk. A clunk. G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called Fluid Drive. Jack, if you survive, chunk all your junk back in your trunk, fall on your bunk, clunk. Soon you're counting Jeeps, but before you count to 5, you'll be right back digging that G.I. Jive.
the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. You know, when you stay at a hotel and leave word to be called in the morning, and the operator says, 7:30, time to get up. Well, 10 to 1, you just yawn and feel sort of grumpy. But if that operator said, 7:30, time for a delicious Grape Nuts breakfast, well, I bet you'd jump out of bed with a grin. Yes, sir, crisp, crunchy Grape Nuts or toasty brown Grape Nuts flakes make a mighty cheerful start for any morning. For both Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts flakes have a malty, rich, sweet as a nut flavor that sure hits the old spot. And both bring you important whole grain nourishment. Iron, niacin, vitamin B1, plus protein. The kind of nourishment nutrition experts say you need as a part of your adequate breakfast every day. So eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And for good cheer and good nourishment, feature malty-rich Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes, two swell breakfast treats. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny's troupe has been away for 5 weeks touring service camps throughout the Pacific Northwest. Jack arrived home late last night and went straight to bed. It's now morning, and Rochester is entering his bedroom to awaken him.
Come on, Bertie. You'll have to get off of Mr. Benny's head. I gotta wake him up now. Wait a minute, Bertie. Take your worm with you. It's 9 o'clock, boss. Boss, it's 9 o'clock. I better not stand in front of him. He'll open his eyes, look at me, think it's dark, and go back to sleep again. Boss, wake up. Man, when he gets into the arms of Morpheus, old Mort sure holds on. Oh, he's dreaming he's playing the violin again. How can a man torture himself like that? No use, I gotta get him up. Guess I'll have to resort to the old standby.
Huh? Where, what? Who's? Huh?
It's just me, boss. I had to do that to wake you up.
Oh.
You know, Rochester, when I get in the arms of Morpheus, old Morph sure holds on.
Say, I'm pretty sharp this morning, eh? Hey, Rog?
Yeah. You not only talk in your sleep, you hearing it.
What?
Nothing. Say it's after 9 o'clock and your gang will be here pretty soon for rehearsal.
Yeah. Stand back, Rochester. I want to do my exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bend down and touch the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up again and down some more. 1, 2, 3. Rochester, pick up my toupee. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you pick up my toupee?
1, 2, 3, 4. Caught it before it hit the floor.
1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Tomorrow I'll do a little more. 1.
Gee, boss, you're doing your exercise much better these days. You touch the floor every time you bend.
Yeah. Now help me up off my knees. Thanks. Now, Rochester, I'll take my shower and you go down and make breakfast, will you? Ah, that's what I call a swell breakfast, Rochester.
I know, Mr. Benny, and I admire your loyalty to your sponsor, but don't you think that sometimes you go a little too far?
What do you mean?
Well, after all, boss, soft-boiled grape nuts.
Rochester, they're good any way you fix them. They're toasty brown, they're malty rich, they're sweet as a nut, they're a whole grain cereal, and they're a basic 7 food. And they're also...
Boss, stop reading off the box and talk to me.
Rochester, I'm merely trying to show you that you need a whole grain cereal every day, and you should eat them.
Oh, boss, I do. I do.
I'm glad. Glad because, Now answer the door, Rochester. You straighten up the kitchen.
If you wish, I'll answer the door and you can...
Never mind. We'll do it my way, today. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day.
Hiya, Jackson.
Well, Phil, hey, rehearsal isn't for an hour yet. What are you doing here so early?
Well, I just couldn't wait. I had to tell you.
Tell me what?
Well, you remember when we were in Victoria, Canada, and all the newspapers printed stories that me and Alice had another baby?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, it's true. It's true.
I know. Come on in the house.
And say, Jackson, my new baby is the cutest thing you ever laid eyes on.
Yeah? Does she look like you, Phil?
Yeah. Guy, she's beautiful.
Well, I can understand that, Phil. After all, you're such an Adonis.
Ain't I, though? But you know what surprises me most of all, Jackson?
What?
Little babies are so young.
Yeah, especially the young ones.
And my kid is so tiny.
Of course, all babies are tiny when they're first born.
How about Don Wilson?
Look, Phil, Wilson wasn't born. He was assembled at Lockheed. Speaking of the Flying Fortress, here he comes in for a landing. Wilson is the only guy I know that comes in on the beam and brings the beam with him. Hello, Don.
Hello, Jack. Am I in time for rehearsal?
Oh, sure. Mary isn't here yet. Say, fellas, while we're waiting, would you like a cup of coffee?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Oh, thanks, Jack. I'll have a cup.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Rochester, coffee for Mr. Wilson and Mr. Harris.
Okay. Sugar and cream, gentlemen?
Yes, thank you.
Sit right down here, fellas. Would you like some toast with your coffee?
No, thanks.
Sweet rolls or donuts?
No, thanks.
Oh, Rochester, turn on the radio. Would you like some music, fellas?
Oh, it doesn't make any difference.
Oh, yes, it does. With music, there's a 30% entertainment tax.
Rochester, that's not my fault. It's a government regulation. Now turn on the radio and let's have some music.
And as our Melody Express rambles southward and approaches New Orleans, our quartet, High, Low, Jack, and Shapiro, will entertain you with...
Way down yonder in New Orleans, in the land of dreamy scenes, there's a Garden of Eden, that's what I mean. Creole babies with flashing eyes, softly whisper with tender sighs. Stop, oh, won't you give your lady fair a little smile? Stop, you bet your life you'll linger there, where you'll hear the band from Dixie. Look at a way, way, way down yonder in New Orleans.
Hey, fellas, that's a pretty good quartet.
Yeah, I wonder what program that is.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you wake up in the morning, do you feel tired, worn out, dull, listless, and logy? You do? Well, don't expect any sympathy from me. I'm a louse. But you can get sympathy from my sponsor, the makers of Sympathy Soothing Syrup. Remember, folks, sympathy spelled backwards is yatapapus. So, folks, if you can't remember sympathy, just think of yatapamus. YHTAPMYS.
Yip-yip-yip-tapamus, 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 drives your blues away.
Turn off the radio, Rochester. You tap 'em, miss. I'll have to try some of that. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, fellas.
Hiya, Mary. How are you?
Mary, how'd you get in the house?
The door was open. Am I late for rehearsal?
No, we've got plenty of time.
I overslept.
Rochester, get Miss Livingston a cup of coffee.
Yes, sir.
No cream, no sugar, no radio.
Okay.
Say, Mary, how do you feel after our long trip?
Oh, fine, Don. And say, fellas, I must tell you something. I had the wildest dream last night.
What was it, Mary?
Well, I dreamt we were all flying back from Seattle, and Jack was the pilot.
Me?
Yeah. And right in the middle of the trip, when we were 15,000 feet in the air, you stopped the plane, turned to me, and said, Mary, either kiss me or get out and walk.
Really?
Yeah. And if it wasn't a dream, I'd have broken my neck.
What a silly dream. Me, a pilot, trying to force you to kiss me.
And that's not all. When I stepped out of the plane, I kept falling. And just as I was about to hit the ground, another plane came along, and I dropped right into it.
Gee.
And guess who the pilot was?
Who?
You again.
Me?
So I jumped out and fell right into a wagon load of fish.
Hey. Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah. You look so funny lying there with your mouth wide open.
I bet you're making up the whole thing.
I am not.
Come on, Jackson, let's get started with our rehearsal. We're going to be late for the broadcast.
Okay, wait till I get the script.
Oh, say, Jack, before we start, I want to call home. My trunk is supposed to arrive today, and I forgot to tell Butterfly about it.
Okay.
Operator. Oh, operator, get me Crestview 67071.
Oh, no, you don't.
What? You heard me. Now, look here, operator, will you please...
Oh, I forgot, Mary. Give me the phone. Hello, operator.
Yes?
This is JB. OK, one local. Put it through.
Yes, Mr. Benny, and welcome home.
Thank you. Here you are, Mary. She's getting your number.
Okay.
Hello, Jerome?
Butterfly, this is Miss Livingston.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was hoping it was my boyfriend, Jerome. You know, the soldier.
Yes, I know. Now, Butterfly, a man's going to deliver my trunk, and I want you to pay for it because I had it sent COD.
How do you pronounce that name?
Butterfly, COD is not a name. It means cash on delivery. Like OPA means Office of Price Administration. And FBI means Federal Bureau of Investigation.
My goodness. You have to go through all that just to get a trunk?
No, Butterfly. I was just giving an example of what certain groups of letters mean.
Well, Miss Livingston, the only letters I know are AWOL.
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You know what AWOL means.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, what does it mean?
Jerome is in town.
Oh. Now, Butterfly, let's forget about Jerome for a minute.
I guess I'll have to forget about him. He came in town last week and went out with another girl.
Oh, that's too bad.
I wouldn't mind if she was half as pretty as I am.
Oh.
But I'm not half as pretty as she is.
Well, don't worry, Butterfly. Jerome will come back to you.
Do you really think so?
Well, certainly. Maybe Jerome isn't himself right now. You see, Butterfly, everybody has two sides, the good side and the bad side. And once in a while, the good side weakens a little and the bad side predominates. You know what I mean?
I think I do, Miss Livingston. When Jerome brings me a box of candy, it's his good side that brings it.
That's right.
But before I even get a chance to taste it, his bad side predominates the whole box.
Well, you see, Butterfly, Jerome has two sides.
Yes. Half wolf and half pig.
Well, something like that. Now, goodbye, Butterfly, and don't forget to pay for the trunk.
I won't. Goodbye, Miss Livingston.
Well, you know how to handle her. I certainly got to hand it to you, Mary, giving Butterfly all that hooey about the good side and the bad side.
Well, that's not hooey, Jack.
Mary's right, Jack. Everybody has two sides.
Don, you've got four sides, but that doesn't prove anything. Two sides.
Well, now, this is just what I mean, Jack. You know, everybody has a split personality. It's called schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia?
Yes, it's...
Is this like you tap a miss or something?
No, schizophrenia, it's that little man inside of all of us that subconsciously governs everything we do. So you see, Jack, everybody is really two persons.
Oh, I don't believe that stuff.
He's right, Jackson. Even you have a dull personality.
That's dual. Maybe you believe in that, Phil, but not me.
Well, certainly I believe in it. I got two sides to me, too.
Oh, fine.
There's one side to me that everybody knows. Harris, the show-off, the guy that loves himself, the guy that always wants to be in the limelight.
That side I know. Now, what's what's the other side?
Harris, the genius.
A fine genius. You're the only guy I know who sent flowers to Flat Top's funeral. Besides one girl in the Times. Now, let's cut out this silly talk about people having two sides and get started with our rehearsal.
Jack, it's not silly talk. Even you have two sides.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, generally, you're a nice fellow. But on the other hand, look at the way you treat Rochester. I never saw anybody get so much out of a butler for so little.
Mary, are you suggesting that I overwork Rochester and underpay him?
That's what she said. That's what the lady said. She said that.
Rochester, this doesn't concern you. Now, come on, kid. Let's cut out all this gab about two sides and get started with the rehearsal. First thing you know, we'll be late for the... Come in. Yes?
Remember me? I'm Herman Peabody, the insurance salesman.
Oh, hello, Herman. Well, Herman, we just started to rehearse our program for this afternoon. We're awfully busy, so maybe you better come back some other time, huh?
All right. Don't need any insurance, do you?
Not right now. We'll talk about it the next time you come around.
All right.
Now, fellas, at the start of the program, right after Don introduces me...
You know, you have a lot of funny experiences in the insurance business.
I don't doubt it, Herman. I don't doubt it. But right now...
Last week, a man wanted some life insurance, and by mistake, I sent him an automobile policy.
Well, then, instead of being here, Herman, why aren't you out rectifying the mistake?
It's too late. The man died.
Well, that's a fine how do you do.
How do you do?
I don't mean that. Look, Herman, I'm thinking of the man's wife. Now, her husband wanted some life insurance. You gave him a policy for an automobile. The company wouldn't pay off on a thing like that.
Oh, they wouldn't at first, but I fixed it.
What do you mean?
I told the company he died of a rusty transmission.
You mean to say the company paid off?
More than that. They offered to send his wife a new body, but she wouldn't take it.
Well, look, Herman, I told you I'm busy right now. Look, we got a rehearsal. Come back some other time, will you?
All right.
Oh, wait a minute. Come here, Herman. I want to ask you something.
Yeah?
You're a mild-mannered man, aren't you?
Yeah?
I mean, every day you do exactly the same things, don't you?
Uh-huh.
I mean, you never lose your temper, do you, Herman?
Oh, no.
There you are, Mary, and you too, Don. Your whole theory of dual personalities exploded. You can go now, Herman.
Would you like to hear about my other side?
What?
There's another side of me that's a mean, conniving, bloodthirsty monster.
Bloodthirsty monster?
Did you ever hear of Dracula?
Yes.
Kid stuff.
Now, look, Herman, you can go now. We have work to do.
Okay, I'm going outside and frighten people. Boo!
Don, pick him up and let's go on with the rehearsal. All this silly business about two sides.
Say, Jackson, it's getting pretty late.
Maybe we ought to go over to the studio.
Okay, let's do that. Come on, Mary. I'll drive you over. All this silly talk about split personalities and two sides. It's ridiculous.
All right, Jack. If you don't believe it, forget about it. Let's get to the studio.
Two sides.
Jack, unfold your arms and put it back on the wheel.
Don't worry, my other side is driving. He's careful, too, you know.
Don't be so sarcastic. Well, what are you stopping here for?
I'm going into the cigar store. I'll be right out. Split personality. Little man inside you. What bunk.
Well, sir, what can I do for you?
I'd like a cigar, please.
Yes, sir. What kind?
Oh, I don't know. I see you haven't got the kind I smoke. I just want something mild.
Well, here's a nice mild cigar for $0.25.
$0.25, eh?
And here's one a little stronger for 10 cents.
I see. Well, gee, I don't know which one to get. This one's $0.25, and that one's 10 cents, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know. I like the looks of that quarter one, and yet...
You know which cigar you're going to take, Jack Benny.
What?
You're going to take the 10-cent one. You always take the 10-cent one.
Yes, but the quarter cigar is milder, and it's much better for my throat.
A lot you care about your throat. Come on, take the 10-cent one and let's get going.
No, I won't take it. I want the quarter one, do you hear? I want that quarter cigar.
I know you want the quarter cigar. But remember, Jack Benny, if you buy the one for a dime, you save 15 cents.
15 cents, 15 cents, 15 cents, and that ain't hay. 15 cents, and that ain't hay. 15 cents.
Stop it! I don't care about the money. I don't care what I say. I want the mild one. Hey, mister, give me that quarter cigar.
Yes, sir.
Jackie boy, reflect a little. That cigar costs $0.25. 2 dimes and a nickel. 25 pennies. Think, man, think.
Okay. Hold it, clerk. Hold it, please.
Make up your mind, will you? Which cigar do you want?
Take it easy. I'm in conference. I don't know what to do. I want the quarter one, and yet...
You know what you're going to do, Jack Benny. You never smoked a quarter cigar in your life, did you? Did you?
Yes, I did.
Not a new one.
It was a new one. What about that time Phil Harris threw a birthday party for me? I smoked 3 of them right in a row.
Phil gave you those cigars.
He did not.
He did, too.
You're a miser, you're a miser, you're a miser, you're a miser. Bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer, bromo seltzer.
Stop!
You tap a miss, you tap a miss, you tap a miss, drives your blues away.
Get away from me! Get away from me! If you don't, I'll go crazy.
Will you please decide which cigar you want? There's another customer waiting.
Yes, I'd like to buy a pipe, please.
Well, I only have 2 kinds. Here's one that sells for $8, and this one's $15.
I'll take the $15 pipe.
Here you are. Thank you very much. And now what about you, Sporty?
What?
Have you made up your mind yet? You know I close at midnight.
Well, look. Clerk, give me just another minute. I'll decide.
25 or 10 cents, 25 or 10 cents, 25 or 10 cents, 25 or
Those
10
voices,
cents.
stop! Stop, I'll go mad, I tell you. Mad! Do you hear me? Mad!
He's not as good as Paul Lucas, not as good as Paul Lucas, not as good as Paul Lucas, not as good as Paul Lucas.
How does that get in there? Say, Clerk, I made up my mind. Give me that quarter cigar.
No, Jack. You want the 10-cent one.
The quarter one.
The 10-cent one.
The quarter one.
The 10-cent one.
All right. Give me the 10-cent one. I'll take it. I knew this would happen to me. I knew it. Hey, you know, Mary?
What?
I was just thinking. There might be something to that split personality thing after all. Maybe there is such a thing as a person having 2 sides.
Oh, you believe it now, eh? What happened in the cigar store?
Oh, nothing.
Say, Mr. Wilson, do you by chance solve mysteries?
Mysteries? Well, Herman, I might. What is it?
Well, it's my wife. She won't talk to me in the morning.
In the morning, you say?
Yeah, at breakfast, she just sits.
At breakfast, you say?
Yeah, she just sits.
Why, Herman, you should cheer her up with grape nuts.
Oh, did you say crispy, crunchy, malty rich grape nuts?
Yes, I mean, no, I was going to. And delicious grape nuts bring you all around whole grain.
Grape nuts bring you whole grain nourishment, the kind you need every day. Iron, niacin, extra vitamin B1. Did you say that?
Well, I was just coming to that. Grape nuts make a grand basic breakfast dish, and everybody should eat.
And everybody should eat a good breakfast, do a better job. Did you say that?
I was going to say it, Herman. And grape nuts are a swell thrifty.
They're thrifty buy in that big little 12-ounce package.
Now, listen, Herman, I want you to solve a mystery for me. If you know all about delicious, malty-rich grape nuts, why don't you see that your wife eats them for breakfast?
Why, she does, Mr. Wilson. That's just the trouble. She's so busy enjoying her grape nuts, she won't talk to me.
Oh, I see. Well, Herman, there's no mystery about that. Goodbye now.
Well, folks, this concludes another half hour, and we'll be with you next Sunday night at the same time. Say, Mary, what'd you think of the show?
Pretty good. I wish my mother'd heard it.
Why, doesn't she listen to our program?
Yeah, but she always tunes out early.
How early?
About November.
Oh, well, then maybe she missed it. I know. Good night, folks.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, friends, I have a little poem here for you tonight, and it goes something like this. A pert little welder named Susie found by 10 she felt washed out and woozy. Now, a good breakfast she takes with crisp grape nuts flakes. And at noon, she's still peppy, not snoozy. Well, you can all take a tip from Sue. Don't try to do a man-sized job on a canary-sized breakfast. After all, your vitality's low in the morning because you haven't had a thing to eat for 12 long hours. That's why doctors and dietitians say you need at least 1/4 of your entire day's nourishment at breakfast. And dietitians say it should include a cereal with whole grain food values. Well, that's the kind you get with Grape Nuts Flakes, because those tempting, toasty brown flakes are packed with energy-giving whole grain nourishment. Tomorrow, try a big bowl full of Grape Nuts Flakes. Pour on the milk, pile on the fruit. Man, what an elegant dish. So eat a good breakfast, do a better job. You'll sure enjoy those malty-rich Grape Nuts Flakes. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Don, hold up the introduction. Jack isn't here yet.
He isn't? Well, where is he?
Maybe he followed some babe down Vine Street and forgot to look up when he passed NBC.
Oh, now, don't be silly, Phil. Jack doesn't follow girls.
He doesn't, eh? How do you think he met me?
No kidding, Mary. Is that the way you met Jackson?
Yeah. If I didn't have to stop for that traffic light, I'd still be working at the May Company. But I'm not sorry. I'm making just as much working for Jack.
Well, gee, you're lucky. But where is Jackson anyway?
Oh, he'll show up in a minute. And fellas, wait till you see him. Oh, brother.
Why, what's the matter, Mary?
Well, Warner's called him up and told him they wanted to make a big feature picture called The Life of Jack Benny.
The Life of Jack Benny?
Yeah, and you know, fellas, since Jack found out about it, he's absolutely unbearable. I never saw such conceit in all my life.
Well, if that's the case, when Jackson gets here, I'm leaving.
Leaving? Why?
Well, if he's getting to be anything like me, there'll be no standing the guy.
You said it, Phil. Uh-oh, here he comes now.
Well, hello, everybody. Hello, Donald.
Hello, Jack.
Philip.
Hello.
How do you do, Miss Livingston?
Jack Benny, take off that monocle.
That's not a monocle. I broke my bifocals and managed to save one focal. Here, Donald, take my gloves and cane. Thank you. There.
Gloves and cane? Oh, boy, are you snooty.
Phil, the gloves are snooty. The cane is necessary.
Go ahead, have your little fun. But you'll all apologize when you know what's happened to me.
We know.
Yes, Jack. Mary told us that Warner Brothers were going to make a picture about your life.
Yes, sir. The same studio that made the life of Emile Zola, the life of Louis Pasteur, the life of Mark Twain, and now, the life of Jack Benny. Now cut that out. Smart aleck musician.
You know, Jackson, I can't understand. I can't understand any studio wanting to make a picture of your life.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I'm the guy. Color, glamour, excitement. That's what they should make. The life of Phil Harris.
The life of Phil Harris?
Why, sure.
Phil, the story of your life wouldn't pass the Hayes office if it was endorsed by Good Housekeeping. So don't be ridiculous.
All right. So what's so good housekeeping about your life? What makes your life so interesting?
Well, mine... Well, my life is the story of adventure, courage, The real true life of Jack Benny. Now stop with that. Enough's enough. Listen, Phil, you may not believe this, but my life has been one adventure after another. It started when I ran away from home to face the world all by myself.
How old were you?
32.
I was 27. I remember because I didn't want to leave until I finished high school. 32. Well, fellas, I have to leave you now. You see, they're making my life. Rochester's waiting in the car to take me to Warner Brothers.
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. We got a radio program to do.
Radio? Radio.
Yeah, radio. R-A-D, R-A-D.
Oh, brother, is he going to have trouble when television comes in? Anyway.
Television. T-E-L-U.
Never mind. Come on, Mary, you can go with me.
Okay.
Gee, Mary, just to think of it gives me a thrill. Imagine on the marquees of theaters all over the country, in big bright lights, the life of Jack Benny. Oh, shut up. Come on, Mary. Go. Take it easy, Rochester. Watch where you're going.
Oh, Jack, don't be so nervous.
I'm not nervous.
You must be, boss. You're telling me to take it easy and you're driving.
What? Wait a minute, Rochester. When we started out, you were driving. What happened?
Remember that big bump we hit back there?
Yes?
Well, when those people put us back in the car, they put us in wrong. Oh. Well, you, Rochester, you take the wheel now. And hurry up. I want to get to the studio. Say, Mary, I just thought of something. If they're going to make the story of my life, I shouldn't only be acting in it, I should direct it.
Jack.
And not only that, who knows my life better than I do? I should write it, too.
Well, if you do all that, you might as well produce it.
Yeah.
That'll look fine on the screen. The Life of Jack Benny, starring Jack Benny, directed by Jack Benny, written by Jack Benny, and produced by Jack Benny.
Gee, won't that look swell?
Well, and monotonous.
Oh, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with that. Gee, The Life of Jack Benny, starring Jack Benny, directed by Jack Benny, and produced by Jack Benny. What are you laughing at?
I'll lend you my girdle and you can be your own leading lady.
No, that'd be going too far. Gosh, imagine the story of my life. Rochester, let's put the top down so people can see me.
So people can see you. Oh, Jack.
That's nothing, Miss Livingston. This morning he wanted to ride down Hollywood Boulevard on a white horse like Lady Godiva.
Lady Godiva?
Yeah, but his toupee wasn't long enough.
Rochester, I was just going to do that to save gas. That's all.
I wonder how I'd look on a white horse.
Never mind. Now, Rochester, we have quite a ways to go yet, so turn on the radio. Might as well have some entertainment.
Okay.
So remember, folks, if you feel dull, listless, and logy, try Sympathy Soothing Syrup. Sympathy spelled backwards is Yatapamis. The Y-H-T-A-P-M-Y-S.
Get something else, Rochester.
Ladies and gentlemen, is your mattress lumpy? Do you feel like you've been sleeping uphill? If you do, discard your old mattress and get yourself a genuine Sleepmore. Sleepmore spelled backwards is Erompeel. E-R-O-M-P-E-E-L-S.
Oh, Rochester. Rochester, get something else.
Okay.
So remember, folks, eat a good breakfast and do a better job. And you can do that by eating malty rich, sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes. Grape nuts flakes spelled backwards is Sikal Stun Epard.
Scalp stun apart.
SEKALFSTUMEPARG.
Hey, now that's a clever commercial.
Television. TELU.
Shut it off, Rochester. Shut it off. Say, we're here at the studio. Stop right at the main gate.
Okay, boss.
Now, let's see. Where's Jerry Wall's office? He's in charge of production for my picture.
Maybe it's down this corridor.
Yeah, here are some offices. Let's see. Waterman, Silverman, Overman, Gentleman. Kern, Kirchhoff, Wall. Here it is.
Yes?
I'm Jack Benny. Mr. Wall is expecting me.
Mr. Wald is in conference. Would you mind waiting?
Not at all. Come on, Mary. Let's sit down over here.
Say, Jack.
Sweet
Jack.
Georgia Brown.
Jack.
What?
Look at that fella sitting on the other side of the room. Isn't that Danny Kaye?
Danny Kaye? Where?
Reading that newspaper.
Oh, yeah. And he used to be such a nice kid.
Used to be? What did he ever do to you?
What did he do to me? Did you see that Samuel Goldwyn picture he made, Up in Arms?
Yes, he was a big hit in it. He was sensational. What about it?
What about it? I'm having enough trouble with Paul Lucas.
Oh, Jack.
And now Danny Kaye. Get that nonchalant manner. Sitting there reading that newspaper. Look at that expression on his face. Loaded with confidence.
Jack, that's a picture of Wilkie on the back page.
Oh, Wilkie? Hasn't anybody told him yet? Anyway, that Danny Kaye burns me up.
You know, Jack, I can't understand it. Every time somebody makes a little progress, you get sore at him.
I do not.
You do, too. When Mickey Rooney put on long pants, you stopped talking to him.
I did not.
Why, you even bit Lassie.
Well, she bit me first. Anyway, this is different. I practically gave Danny Kaye his start. Well, I remember the day he came to me for advice, and I was fool enough.
Oh, Jack, Danny sees you and he's coming over.
Oh, well, I'll just have to hide my feelings.
Hello, Jack. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary.
How are you, Jack?
I'm fine. How's your mother, Danny?
She's fine.
And your father?
Oh, he's fine, too.
Well, the next time you see them, tell them they certainly have a louse for a son.
Jack!
Well?
Jack, what's the matter? What's happened? I thought we were friends.
Friends? A lot you know about friendship. I heard about that rumor you're spreading around that you're the new comedy sensation.
Oh, now, Jack, I didn't spread that rumor. And look, I'm sorry my picture was a big hit.
Oh, sure.
And if it'll make you feel any better, I'm sorry that I came to Hollywood.
I'll bet.
Oh, really, I am. I'm sorry Up in Arms was a success, and I'm sorry that I was funny in it.
Being sorry doesn't help. You made the picture, you were a hit, and the damage is done. It's too late to apologize.
Oh, Danny, don't pay any attention to him.
Mary, what's the matter with you?
Oh, he's jealous of any newcomer that's a big success.
Oh, God, Jack, I wouldn't hurt you for the world. I know how you love show business. I wouldn't do anything to take the bread and Nuco out of your mouth.
Go ahead, keep talking. I know what you're thinking, Bud.
No, Jack, you've got me all wrong. I've always been your fan. Why, I've followed your career for years.
Really? Well,
sure, Jack, and I could never hope to become as popular as you used to be.
Used to be?
I mean, used to was. Used to are. Was.
That's better.
Jack. Honestly, Jack, I think you're great. No kidding. And in fact, every time I pass a theater where your picture is playing, I go in to see it. Why, you know, I saw George Washington slept here 4 times.
So what? I saw it 20 times. I'm going again tonight. So there.
Well, can I go with you, Jack?
Don't give me any. What?
I could see your picture every night. I think you're the greatest comedian in the world.
You do?
Yeah. I think you're swell.
Oh. Well, then I'm sorry I acted the way I did, Danny. I think you're pretty swell, too.
No, but you're sweller than I am, Jack.
No, Danny, you're the swellest.
Oh, no, Jack, you're the swellest.
Well.
As soon as the swelling goes down, can I get a word in here?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. Danny and I were just complimenting each other. Oh, say, Danny, you know, Jerry Wall sent for me because Warner Brothers are going to make a picture of my life. And to show you how much I really like you, I'm going to ask them if they can't find something for you to do in my picture.
Oh, gee, that'd be wonderful, Jack.
Now, Danny, I know you can sing and dance, but can you act?
Can I act? You know I studied with Stanislavski.
Stanislavski?
Why, of course. His method is famous all over the world.
It is?
Of course it is. Let me give you a picture of one of his disciples. Who is the world's greatest actor? And how did I get that way? Who made me a genius, the greatest projector who ever wore a toupee? Who made me most miserable Hamlet, the deadest Romeo who died for his bride? Who made me most awful Dr. Jekyll, and then made me hide? Stanislavski of the Moscow Theater, Stanislavski, a director from the heart. I will never forget the day I first met the great master. He took me by the hand and beat my head against the wall. And in one word, he told me the secret of the great Stanislavski method. Suffer! That's all. Suffer! You must live before you give. Suffer! You must ache before you make. Suffer! You must think before you stink. Suffer! 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 Suffer!
Hello.
Suffer! And the audience suffers with you. Stanislavski, I will never forget the day they give me first part to play. I'm supposed to play part of sailor. But first I must suffer. What I'm going to do? I join Navy, become sailor. First day out, big storm. At first I was afraid I was going to die. Then I was afraid I wasn't going to die. But I suffered. I came back to Moscow, and in this part, I was wowed. Here is what the great critic George Jean Yasha Sasha Vladimir Nathan said. Господин Горяченко, зачем это ночь так была хорошо? Ты плес красивый большой, люди там тоже здравствуйте. Нет, если злая, знай, нет, брошь. Just like in America, 3.5 stars. So if you want career on stage, you mustn't dream of merely acting. Use the Stanislavski method of mental chiropractic. Be a tree, be a sled, be a purple spool of thread, be a storm, a piece of lace, a subway train, an empty space. Take it fast, take it slow. Hello, Mo. Hello, Joe. I just got back from a Woodlow show. Stanislavski. I will never forget the day Luella Parsons said I stink. I was playing part of stable boy. It was in Great Russian Tragedy. It was beautiful. Everybody died. I also played part in Great Russian Comedy. Everybody died. But they died happy. This makes it funny. But I will never forget the day of my greatest triumph. I was playing part of Antique Mahogany Bureau. So convincing in the third act, my drawers fell out. And who was the man who loosened my screws? Who pulled me all apart? Stanislavski of the Mosky.
Danny, that was great. I'll find room for that in my picture if I have to cut myself out of one scene.
Oh, thanks, Jack. I hope you can fix it.
Oh, Mr. Benny, Mr. Wall will see you now.
Thank you. Come on, Mary. You too, Danny. Hello, Mr. Wall.
Hello, Mr. Wall.
Hello, Mr. Wall.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, Danny. Hello, Mary. Sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go out and get a chair for myself.
Oh, excuse me, Mary. Take my chair.
Well, Jack, I'll bet you're pretty excited now that Warner Brothers are going to make the story of your life.
Yes, I'm quite thrilled.
We've got the whole thing laid out, Jack. We're going to make your entire life story from the day you were born to the day you died.
Died? How can that be?
When you start acting and the director says shoot, he won't be kidding.
Mary, don't be so funny. Anyway, that picture's going to be directed by me.
You? You're going to direct the picture?
I'm going to write it, too.
Oh, direct it and write it, huh?
Yes, sir.
Who's going to supervise it?
I am.
Who's going to produce it?
I am.
Who's going to finance it?
May I have the next dance with you, Miss Livingston?
Danny, please.
Now, look, Jack. We've been making pictures for a long time, and you're not going to tell us how to run our business.
Well...
Now, get this. We're going to make a picture called The Life of Jack Benny, and you're not going to direct it.
I'm not?
No. And you're not going to write it, supervise it, or produce it.
Well, Mr. Wall, I guess you're right. I should be satisfied just starring in it. I am going to star in it, ain't I?
Well, Jack, that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Mary, give me back the chair. What did you want to talk to me about, Mr. Wall?
Well, we feel that somebody else ought to play the part of Jack Benny.
Somebody else? For heaven's sake, what's the matter with me?
Well, you've been Jack Benny too long.
What?
We feel that we ought to inject some new blood.
New blood? Any blood'll help.
Mary, you keep out of this. Well, look, Mr. Wall, if you don't think I'm capable of playing myself in my own picture, who did you have in mind?
Danny Kaye?
Danny Kaye?
Yes, that's why I sent for him.
You sent for... Danny! Danny, don't just sit there. Say something.
Well, I've Bolsel, Mel, Malgale, Jobo, Jack, Mal.
Wait a minute. Wait a Now, Danny, Danny Kaye, you knew about this all the time.
No, I didn't, Jack. Really, I didn't. This is all a surprise to me.
Imagine even thinking of making the picture of my life without me being in it.
Jack, I didn't say you weren't going to be in it. I have something very important for you.
You have?
Yes. You're going to play the part of your father.
My father?
Yes. Danny Kaye will be your son. Oh, and I think Mary will be excellent in the part of Jack's childhood sweetheart.
So do I.
You keep out of this.
Yes, Father.
Don't bother me, you traitor.
All right, boys, now let's cut out this arguing. Now, here's a scene I want you to try, Danny. It's where you come in and ask your father for money to buy a violin. You read the father's part, Jack.
Okay. Why, I'll never know.
Stop mumbling. All right, go ahead, Danny. Now, remember, you're asking your father for money, and you're Jack Benny at the age of 9.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know about it.
Wait a minute. When I was 9 years old, I could talk. Now read it right.
Go ahead, Danny. Ask the old man again.
Okay. Dadichka. Could I please have $4 to buy a violin, Dadichka, please?
Just a minute. What's the idea of doing Russian?
Well, isn't Waukegan in Russia?
Oh, it's in Illinois. Jeepers.
Now, try it again, Danny, and remember, you're a little country boy.
Uh-huh, okay.
Hey, Paul. Hey, Paul, can I have $4 to kind of buy myself a fiddle and a place? Paul.
Now, stop it! Stop it! What do you think I was when I was a kid? A moron?
And besides, he outgrew it.
Yes, heavens to Betsy.
Danny, you better try it as a city boy.
A city boy? Okay. Hey, Baldy! Hey, Baldy, can I put the bite on you for 4 fox skins to buy a scratch box? Everybody in Brooklyn is playing them. I want to get one of the scratch boxes.
Now, cut that out! Now, look here, Mr. Wall. If this is the way you're going to do the story of my life, you can drop the whole thing.
All right, then. We won't make the picture.
Now, let's not be hasty, Mr. Wall. What's bothering you?
You're bothering me, and I'm sick of it. We're not going to make the life of Jack Benny.
Well, that's okay with me. Goodbye. Come on, Mary. Come on, Danny. Imagine pulling that stuff on us.
Oh, but, Jack, this was a great opportunity for me. I don't know when I'll ever get another chance like that.
Look, Danny, let me give you a little piece of advice. You're a very clever kid. You're very talented, and you've got a lot of charm. But take it easy. Climb the ladder of success slowly. One rung at a time.
Yes, Jack.
And when you do get to the top, don't let it go to your head. Don't ever be hammy.
I won't, Jack.
Come on, kid. Let's go see George Washington slept here. Come on, come on.
Mr. Wilson, can I ask you something?
Oh, you're the movie producer's secretary, huh? Well, no doubt you want to ask me about crisp, crunchy, malty, rich grape nuts.
Well, no, Mr. Wilson, that's not exactly it.
And I'll be glad to tell you anything you want to know about tempting, satisfying grape nuts.
But, Mr. Wilson, that's not exactly what I was going to ask you.
You people in the movies need to eat a good breakfast and do a better job. And delicious grape nuts bring you valuable whole grain nourishment. Is that what you want to know?
Well, no, Mr. Wilson, that's not exactly it. You
and
see,
besides being delicious and nourishing, grape nuts are plentiful, thrifty, and unrationed. There are 12 full ounces in that big little package. Up to 16 servings for only about a penny a serving. Was that what you wanted to know?
Well, that wasn't exactly it, Mr. Wilson.
Well, what in the world were you going to ask me about grape nuts?
I wasn't. I was going to ask you about grape nuts flakes.
Oh, well, I'll tell you all about that next week. Meanwhile, eat a good breakfast, do a better job, and feature delicious grape nuts or grape nuts flakes.
Good night, folks. Thank you, Danny Kaye, and thank you, Samuel Goldwyn. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny.
Friends, the black market in gasoline has undoubtedly made necessary some of the past cuts in coupon values. For there's no magic source of supply for black gas. There's just so much to go around for civilian use. And black gas comes out of honest people's gasoline tanks. If you buy gas without the proper coupons, you actually encourage robbery and counterfeiting. We have reached nearly the top productive capacity from our reserves. Yet our armed forces need more petroleum products than ever before. For we are facing the crucial hour of this war. Your part, and the part of every loyal American, is to do all you can to stamp out the black market and conserve precious gas. Don't apply for any more than you actually need. And never buy 1 gallon of gas without the proper coupon, an honest coupon issued by your ration board. It's one more blow for victory. One more way we can back up our fighting boys.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies, if I suddenly pointed at one of you and said, "You're neglecting your husband," I'll bet you'd be very indignant. But just think back a minute. Think back to breakfast time. Do you let that hard-working husband of yours dash down in the morning, snatch a gulp of coffee, and then sprint for the bus? Well, if he does, you are neglecting him. And he isn't going to thank you either when he gets that letdown feeling from lack of food round about 11. Now, lady, if your husband comes up with the old one that he hasn't time for breakfast, just have your answer already. Just feature at breakfast a big, tempting bowl of quick-to-fix Grape Nuts Flakes brimming with good, rich milk. Boy, how he's going to enjoy those Grape Nuts Flakes. Crisp, toasty brown with their distinctive, malty-rich flavor. And what swell nourishment they'll bring him, because Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole-grain cereal, cram full of whole-grain nourishment. And remember, nutritionists say a cereal with whole grain food values is a must for that adequate breakfast we should eat every day. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. Enjoy delicious Grape Nuts Flakes every morning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this being our last program of the season, I feel a tribute is in order.
Oh, Don, please.
It's been said that Jack Benny has brought more laughs to more people than any man who ever lived. And now we bring you the man who said it, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I must say that was one of the most unusual introductions I've ever heard.
Well, Jack, I'm glad you liked it.
I didn't say I like it. I said it was unusual. You started out, Don, very cleverly, but
what?
Well, it's the first time I ever heard a man talk himself into a raise and out of a job at the same time. Don, since you brought up the subject yourself, tell me, who is there in radio that gets more laughs than I do?
Well, there's Bob Hope, Fibber McGee and Molly, Red Skelton, Burns and Allen, Jimmy Durante, Abbott and Costello, Groucho Marx, and Eddie Cantor.
I mean besides them. Anyway, what makes you think that they get bigger laughs than I do?
Jack, they're all great comedians.
Well, what do you think I am, John's other wife? Huh?
You've certainly got the shape for it, Jackson.
Phil, don't let these tight slacks fool you, you know? Anyway, what are you butting in for? Don and I were talking about comedians who who try to get bigger laughs than I do.
And I didn't even mention Fred Allen.
Don, Fred Allen doesn't get as many laughs as the Bulliver watch time announcement. And he's supposed to be an ad-lib comedian.
Well, Fred is an ad-lib comedian.
Ad-lib comedian. If he ever went down to Allen's Alley, knocked on the doors, and nobody was home, he'd shoot himself. Some wit.
Well, I don't know. I'll never forget the laugh he got when he called you Flat Top's brother, False Top.
Now, that's the corniest thing I've ever heard. Anyway, Allen should talk. With those wrinkles on his face, he looks like a convertible with the top halfway down. With those... I like that one myself. You know? And with those bags under his eyes, he looks like a short butcher peeping over 2 pounds of liver. I don't pull another one unless I top it, brother. No. Now, look, this is our last program, so let's not clutter it up with a lot of junk. Come in. Yes?
Remember me? I'm Herman Peabody, the insurance salesman.
Oh, yes. Come on in, Herman, and say, what's that tape measure over your arm?
Oh, it's just a company regulation. When I sell a policy, I have to measure the customer.
Measure the customer?
Yep. With a shortage of help, why, we don't like to dig the hole any bigger than we have to.
I see. Now, look, Herman, this is my last program of the season, so...
That's why I came over. I wanted to say goodbye.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you, Herman.
You know, every time I listen to your program, you make me laugh.
Well, I'm glad I make you laugh, kid.
Yeah, you really give out, don't you, Herman?
Oh, yeah. Sometimes I get hysterical. Excuse me for being boisterous.
You're excused.
Well, maybe I ought to go now. I have to take my dump truck back to the insurance office.
Your dump truck?
Yeah, I drive that around to service our 48-cent policy.
Well, that's the cheapest policy I ever heard of, but what's the dump truck got to do with it?
Well, at that price, if you die, we don't give you any money, but we guarantee to cover you up.
Well, that policy sounds reasonable. Huh?
Reasonable? Dirt cheap.
Herman. Herman, now don't exert yourself there. We got a show to do, so would you please go over there and sit down?
Oh, certainly. Oh, by the way, where's Mary Livingston?
Mary? Oh, she couldn't come down today. She's got laryngitis.
Oh, I didn't know that, Jack. It's too bad she couldn't be here for the last program.
Yeah, but she's all right. She's home listening to it.
Well, that's one listener we're sure of.
I don't know. Mary's pretty particular, you know. I'll tell you what, Phil. Play a band number, and then we'll be able... Come in?
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I understand this is your last program until next fall.
That's right.
Well, I hope people miss you as much as they miss me.
Why? Who are you?
Just an old cuspidor.
Amazing how many people try to ruin a good show. Play, Phil, and do your bit, will you? Skies, played by Phil Harris and his Jam Session Orchestra. Jam meaning jelly, jelly meaning preserves, preserves meaning pickled, and you can take it from there. And now, folks.
Look, Jackson, it's bad enough that you keep panning my orchestra all year, but you don't have to do it on the last program, do you?
Well...
Phil's right, Jack. If Phil likes his orchestra, that's all that matters. He knows whether their music's good or not.
Or he does, eh? Listen, Don. Phil once followed a guy with squeaky shoes for 3 blocks trying to find out who made his arrangements. A lot he knows about music. He found these boys in a pool room.
In a pool room?
Yeah. You notice when they came in for rehearsal, he doesn't sit them in position. He just racks them up. Hey, I'm pretty good myself today, And now, folks...
Hey, wait a minute. Now, my boys don't play any pool any more than anybody else.
Any. Phil, all I know is you had to get rid of that violinist with the bald head because the clarinet player kept shooting him into the tuba. So don't try to...
Hey, my wife played the tuba.
What? What was that, Herman?
My wife played the tuba for 25 years.
Your wife? Well, that's an unusual instrument for a woman.
Uh-huh. Mr. Benny, did you ever kiss a tuba player?
No, No, I can't say that I have.
Well, if you ever do, you'll know what they mean by a slip of the lip can sink a ship.
All right, Herman, now go back to your chair and sit down.
Thank you.
Now, let's see, Let's see, where were we?
You were panning my orchestra, and you want to know something, Jackson?
What?
When you find out what I'm going to do this summer, you'll be glad that you're one of my colleges.
That's colleagues. Colleagues. Why, what are you going to do this summer, Phil?
Well, I'm taking over the Kay Kaiser program.
The Kay Kaiser program?
Sure, get a load of this. Evening, folks. How y'all? Come on, children, change your stance. The professor's here. Yes, dance. Yes, dance.
So you're going to ask the musical questions. Phil, that is something. Really, even I know more about music than you do.
Oh, yeah? Look, Jackson, I want to ask you a question.
Oh, Phil, don't bother.
No, come on. I want to prove a point. Now, tell me, who wrote Beethoven's Fifth Symphony?
Oh, Phil.
Come on, tell me now. Who wrote Beethoven's Fifth Symphony?
All right, Sherlock Holmes.
All right, so I gave you an easy one.
Phil, let me ask you something. When you take over the Kay Kaiser show and ask those musical questions, you're going to be so embarrassed.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I don't think you're being quite fair to Phil.
What do you mean, Don?
Well, you've been discussing classical music, and the only thing Phil has to know on Kay Kaiser's program is modern stuff. You know, the popular tunes.
But he doesn't even know that.
Oh, I'm sure he does. Now, look, Phil, I'm going to have the band play something, and you tell me the name of it.
Okay, Don.
Go ahead, boys.
Everybody?
Yes, Jack. Everybody knows that if you eat a good breakfast, yes. And everybody knows that grape nuts or grape nuts flakes covered with sugar and milk make a good breakfast.
Everybody knows that, huh?
Yes, everybody.
Don, I have a little shock for you. In 1936 in Chicago, I was walking along LaSalle Street at 8:30 in the morning. A panhandler came over to me and said, "Hey, buddy, I haven't had any breakfast. Could you spare a dime for a cup of coffee?" You hear that, Don? He didn't have his breakfast. He didn't ask for grape nuts or grape nuts flakes. He asked for a dime for a cup of coffee. You get that, Don? A cup of coffee.
Did you give him the dime?
That's beside the point. He just wanted a cup of coffee.
Well, Jack, all I can say is whether the man wanted a cup of coffee or a bowl of grape nuts is not the important thing. Now, there was a derelict. A man broken in body and spirit. A man who needed a helping hand. He asked for a dime, and you should have given it to him.
Don Wilson, I did more than that. I not only gave him a dime, I gave him a job. And this derelict, this outcast, was so grateful that he took that dime I gave him and saved it to this day as his good luck charm. Phil, show him the dime. Go ahead, Phil. Show it to him.
Here you are, Don.
Thanks, Phil, for proving my story. Now, let's have another band number. Benny the Philanthropist. That's me.
This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. It starts with the bugler blowing reveille over your bed when you arrive. Jack, that's the G.I. Jive. I roodly toot, jump in a suit, make a salute. Boo. Then you wash and dress, more or less. You go get your breakfast in that beautiful little cafe they call the Mess. Jack, when you convalesce, up out of your seat, on back to the street, make with the feet. Hurry. Now, if you're a PVT, then it's your duty. You must salute a L-I-E-U-T. But if you brush the L-I-E-U-T, the MP makes you KP, but on the cutie. This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a tank that features that little device called a fluid drive. Ooh, Jackson, if you still survive, then get all your junk right back in your trunk. Fall on your bunk. Claw. Soon you're counting Jeeps, but before you count to 5, you'll be on back digging old G.I. Jive.
G.I. Jive, played by the orchestra with a vocal refrain by Phil Harris, the panhandler. Phil, I'm glad you sang that. It was a nice touch for our last broadcast, and I'm sure you'll do a great job on the Kay Kaiser program this summer.
Well, thanks, Jackson, but don't look so happy. I'm going to be back with you in the fall.
I know. It's amazing what trouble a dime for a cup of coffee can get you into.
Yeah.
Say, Jack, what are you going to do this summer? Make that picture at Warner Brothers?
Which one?
Oh, you know, the story of your life.
Oh, no, Don. I canceled that. I had too much trouble.
Hey, Jackson, why is it that every time you make a picture, you always have trouble?
Because I insist on being in it. Anyway, I read the script, and it wasn't anything like my life. They had me leaving Waukegan, traveling all over the country, playing my violin on street corners. Then at the end of the picture, they had me on a freight train going back to Waukegan. Some idea.
What were they going to call the picture, Jack?
Well,
Lousy Comes Home. Oh, Lousy Comes Home. Oh, Harris, it's remarkable how you can keep up this pace week after week. You darling boy, you.
That's right. Keep ad-libbing. Just keep going. Keep riding going up into the Fitch bandwagon. Goes right in, for the next hour and a half. Phil, that wasn't the title at all. They were going to call it The Life of Jack Benny. And another thing, they wanted to get somebody else to play the part of me. I never heard of anything so ridiculous. I should play Jack Benny myself.
But, Jack, even if you did play the part yourself, they'd have to get somebody to play you when you were younger.
Well, yes.
How about C. Aubrey Smith?
What are you talking about, C. Aubrey Smith? They wanted Danny Kaye to play my whole life, and I wouldn't stand for anything. Come in?
Special delivery for Jack Benny.
I'll take it, Bud. Here's a tip for you.
Oh, boy, a nickel. Now my wife can have another baby.
Fresh guy.
Who's the letter from, Jack?
It's, Hey, fellas, it's from Dennis. Dennis Day.
No kidding.
Well, what do you know about that? It's from the naval station at Tucson, Arizona, where Dennis is in training.
Hey, what does the kid say, Jackson?
Yeah, read it to us, Jack.
Okay. It says, Mr. Jack Benny, care of the Grape Nuts program, Hollywood, California. Dear civilian. I have been stationed at Tucson, Arizona ever since I left your program, and the air here is much better. I like being in the Navy. Last night I had fish for dinner, and it was nice to meet someone who had been to sea. Down here, we all sleep in hammocks, and for the first 3 weeks, it was very uncomfortable. Then somebody told me that you're not supposed to lay the hammock on the floor. So I hung it up like they told me to, and I like it much better, except it seems funny to swing and sway without Sammy Kaye. Ha ha, isn't that a funny joke? I told it to my admiral, and he must have liked it because he told me to tell it to the Marines. I also told my admiral I used to work for you, and ooh, what he said. No other news. Give my best wishes to everybody, and give Mary a big kiss for me. You always seem to get more out of it than I do. Love to all. Yours truly, Dennis Day. P.S. Please excuse the ink, as I am all out of pencil. Good old Dennis. It's sure good to hear from him, wasn't it, fellas?
Yeah, I got a kick out of that.
Say, Jack, can you imagine me ever sleeping in a hammock?
Don, any bed you sleep in looks like a hammock. It won't make any sense. Anyway, I'm going to write to Dennis tomorrow and tell him all the news that's happened since he's been away, and I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want, Rochester?
I got some big news for you, boss. I'm going to get married.
Married?
Yeah, you know how long Cupid's been shooting those arrows at me?
Yes?
Well, last night he hit me with a secret weapon.
So you're going to get married, eh, Rochester? Well, tell me all about it. How did it happen?
Well, last night I went to a party, and there she was. I met her at 10:40, and at 10:45 the wedding was planned.
That's pretty fast, isn't it, Rochester? You only knew her 5 minutes.
Well, it's amazing what you can do when you meet someone if you don't waste time shaking hands.
Oh, I see. Well, Rochester, this must have been love at first sight. I never heard you talk this way before.
Oh, yes, boy. She's beautiful.
Really?
Yeah, did you ever see the statue of Venus de Milo?
Oh, sure.
In bronze?
Not exactly. You know, Rochester, I feel a little sad about this. You've been with me all these years, and now you're going to get a wife and set up housekeeping for yourself.
Oh, no, Mr. Benny, don't look at it that way.
What do you mean?
You ain't losing a butler, you're gaining a cook.
Well, right now, I sure could use one. Anyway, good luck, Rochester, and I hope you'll be very happy.
Thanks, boss. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, Rochester.
Yes?
Since this is our last program, I'm having a few friends drop in for a little celebration, and I want you to stay home and have some drinks ready.
Okay, boss. I want to try a new recipe I learned last night.
What's it like?
Well, first you take a 12-ounce glass and put it in a dash of bitters.
Uh-huh.
Then you add a jigger of gin. Then you add another jigger of gin.
Uh-huh.
And then you fill the glass up with gin.
Rochester, what kind of a drink is that?
Boss, did you ever hear of jet propulsion?
Yes?
Well, this opens the jet.
Oh, well, you better forget about that and serve something mild. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
If Rochester doesn't discover Mars, nobody will.
Say, Mr. Wilson, I want to ask you something.
Oh, so it's you again,
Yeah,
huh?
Mr. Wilson, if you were a sweet June girl graduate, what would you like for a graduation present? Some jewelry, maybe?
Look, I'm not a sweet June girl graduate.
Well, my daughter is, so put yourself in her place. Would you like some dainty lingerie?
No, really now. I want to talk about grape nuts.
Why, of course. That's the answer. Grape nuts.
Well, grape nuts are delicious and nourishing, but I hadn't thought of them as a graduation present.
Oh, I mean, I'll give my daughter some helpful advice.
You'll give her advice for a present?
Well, I might throw in an umbrella at the same time.
Oh, fine. Now, what's the advice?
Eat a good breakfast, do a better job, and feature Morley-Rich grape nuts. Good advice for a girl graduate.
And good advice for anybody, for we all need a good breakfast in the morning. And crisp, delicious grape nuts make a swell basic breakfast dish. Grape nuts bring you whole grain nourishment, the kind nutrition experts recommend as a daily must. And grape nuts taste so tempting. Malty, rich, and sweet as a nut. You'll enjoy every spoonful. So, friends, eat a good breakfast, do a better job, and make delicious, nourishing grape nuts your feature breakfast treat.
Well, folks, this winds up our last program of the season, but we'll all be with you again next fall. Meanwhile, Mary and I and our whole gang want to thank all you listeners for sharing this half hour with us throughout the season. I also want to thank our sponsor, General Foods, for a very pleasant association over these many years. And I know Dennis Day joins us in all those sentiments. Also, excuse me. Hello?
Hello, boss. I got some more news for you.
What is it now, Rochester?
The wedding is off. I ain't going to get married.
Why? What happened?
My girl's father said with what you're paying me, at least one of us would have to live with him.
What?
He intimated that financially I was hooked up with the wrong man.
Rochester, you mean he inferred that I don't pay you enough?
That's what he said. That's what the man said. He said that.
Well, don't worry about it. You'll find another girl. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Good night, everybody.
A word to the wise is sufficient, I feel, so all I need say is hot grape nuts wheat meal. Delicious, nutritious, it's rich, brown, and hot, so get grape nuts wheat meal. It hits the right spot. And what a bargain in quantity and quality. When you buy hot brown grape nuts wheat meal in the big new 30-ounce economy-size package, that's 30 full ounces of swell roasted wheat flavor, full-bodied texture, real whole wheat nourishment. Get hot grape nuts wheat meal tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles Earl C. Anthony Incorporated. Los Angeles Earl C. Anthony Incorporated. Los Angeles Earl C. Anthony Incorporated. Los Angeles Earl C. Anthony Incorporated.
The Jack Benny Program.
Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now we take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills. It's early morning. Jack is still asleep, and Rochester's in the kitchen preparing breakfast.
Hello, Mr. Benny's residence. Mr. Benny's residence, star of stage, screen, and radio. So whether you go out or stay home, he's got you trapped. Who? Oh, hello, Sam. I'm glad you called. Hurry right over. And return that suit I rented you. The boss is back. I know your week ain't up yet, but I'll give you your money pronto, pro rata, and providing I'm alive when you get here. That's right. And Sam, we should pass the word along to the rest of my clientele. Goodbye. Well, I guess I'm safe now. Uh-oh. I'll have to dig up some excuse about Mr. Benny's tuxedo. Doggone, when I rented out for Jerome, how did I know they was going to cremate him? Oh, well, I'd better prepare breakfast before the boss gets up. Coming! Oh, it's you, Mr. Milkman.
Good morning, Rochester. I see by this note you left you want me to start delivering milk again and stop leaving cream.
Yeah, Mr. Benny's back.
Oh. Say, Rochester, is it true that Mr. Benny is going on the air for a new sponsor?
Yes, sir. Well, look.
You tell Mr. Benny I'll be listening to him. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, by the way, there's a little matter of last month's bill. Here it is.
$28 for cream. Okay, I'll write you out a check for it.
Wait a minute. Is that a pair of dice you're taking out of your pocket?
Mr. Milkman, lay that bill down on the ground.
Oh, but Rochester, now look, I don't want
It's too late now. I'm wound up.
Oh, all right.
Here goes. There it is in black and white.
Doggone, I've been homogenized again.
Well, goodbye and bell up next month.
Oh, Rochester. Rochester. Rochester.
Oh, good morning, boss. Sit right down and have your breakfast.
Thanks. Gee, it's good to be home.
Good to have you home, boss. You'll never know how much I miss you.
Did you, Rochester?
Yeah. The 3 months you were away, this whole house was so lonesome. I'd go into the living room and see a big easy chair with no one in it, and I'd feel like crying.
Gee.
The trees outside were in bloom, but they looked barren to me.
Oh, Rochester.
The birds were singing, but I never could seem to hear them. The sun was shining, but I never saw it.
Really, Rochester?
Yeah. I never got up till 8 o'clock at night.
Now, cut out this nonsense and get me something to eat. What are we having for breakfast?
Huh?
I said, what are we having for breakfast?
If this was last season, I could mention it.
If this was last season, you'd have to mention it. Now, get me my breakfast.
Okay. Okay, I'll get you coffee.
You won't sleep till 8 o'clock at night anymore. Rochester, shut off the egg timer.
But I'm getting your coffee.
Shut off the egg timer.
Okay.
Rochester, answer the door.
You told me to shut off the egg timer.
Answer the door.
Okay.
Rochester, answer the phone.
You told me to answer the door.
Answer the phone.
Boss, I can't be in all those places at once. I ain't General Patton.
We'll talk about your rank later. You stop the egg timer and answer the door. I'll answer the phone. Or the door, rather. Da-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. Oh, boy, it's good to be home. Da-da-da-da-dum, da-dee.
Hello, Jack.
Mary! Gee, it's good to see you.
Gosh, Jack, you look wonderful. I got to give you a great big kiss.
Oh, Mary, not out here on the front porch.
Another one.
Mary, please, you're embarrassing me.
One more, Jack.
Mary, for heaven's sake, put me down. Please.
Oh, Jack, what are you ashamed of? I haven't seen you in 3 months, and that's a long time to go without a kiss.
Gee, Mary, you mean you haven't kissed anybody for 3 months?
Leave me out of it. I'm thinking about you.
Oh, thanks.
Gosh, Jack, it's good to see you. How was your trip?
Come on in. I'll tell you all about it. Mary, believe me, it was wonderful doing shows for the boys overseas. What a great job those kids are doing. And you know what? If I were 20 years younger, I'd be right out there with them.
You said that during the last war.
Well, I meant it then, too. I mean, Mary, stop mixing me up. I was in the last war. Remember, I was in the Navy?
Oh, Miss Livingston, hello. How are you?
Hello, Rochester.
Mr. Bentley, that telephone call was from your sponsor.
My sponsor?
You act like you're surprised you got one.
Well, I'm surprised he called. I wonder what it's about. Maybe he wants to... No, he wouldn't be giving me a bonus so soon. I wonder what it can be.
Well, maybe he wants to know who you're going to have for a singer. You still haven't got anyone to replace Dennis Day.
That's right, Mary. You know, confidentially, I've been considering Bing Crosby for my singer. You know, he's starting to get popular now.
Well, Jack, I don't want to disillusion you, but you're not going to get Crosby for $35 a week.
I wasn't thinking of $35.
You ain't going to get him for what you're thinking either.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, Jack, what are you talking about? You can't hire Crosby. He makes thousands of dollars a week.
Well, hey, maybe I could get his little son, Larry. He sings, too. Or for $5 more, maybe I could get the twins.
Why don't you wait another year? You might have more to choose from.
Oh, well, I'm not going to worry about it now. I'll find a singer. Come in!
Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Jack.
Filthy! Hiya, Mary.
Hello, boys.
Oh, Jack, that trip did you a lot of good. You look wonderful.
I feel good, Don. I really do. Although I lost about 10 pounds.
Well, I lost some weight, too, but on me it isn't noticeable.
Really, Don? How much did you lose?
84 pounds.
Don, you didn't lose it. You just misplaced it.
You know, Jackson, it's like old times having you back. I thought about you every day.
Oh, sure, Phil. I bet you didn't even know I was gone.
I did, too. You left on the day of Flat Top's funeral. You were gone all through Gravel Gertie, and you got back the day after the Brow paid his debt to society.
The Brow? Gravel Gertie? What are you talking about?
I bet you don't even know about the Summer Sisters being in that iron clamp.
The Summer Sisters?
How do you like that? The newspapers spend millions of dollars trying to educate people, and he don't even take advantage of it.
Phil, I've been away. I don't know what's going on around here. Say, Phil.
Why, Jack, Phil was on the Kay Kaiser program.
Well, that must have been nice.
For 13 weeks.
13 weeks? Now I know you're a jerk.
What do you mean?
If you couldn't answer the questions the first week, why did you keep going back? That I can't understand.
Look, Jackson, you got it all wrong. They hired me to ask the questions. I was the professor.
Professor?
Yes, professor. P-U-R-F-E-Z.
I know how to spell it.
O-R.
Remind me to listen in Wednesday night. I want to hear Phil ask those questions.
Jack, starting Wednesday night, Kay Kaiser will be back on the show.
Oh, then I'll surely listen. Well, fellas, I hate to break this up, but I got a call from my sponsor, and I have to go over and see him. Oh, say, kids, before I go, I want to give you the souvenirs I brought you from the South Pacific.
Boss, you want a hammer to open that big crate?
No, not the crate. The souvenirs are in the valises.
Well, what's in the crate?
Never mind.
You're acting kind of funny about that crate, Jack. Why don't you open it?
I don't have to. The souvenirs are in the valises.
Then what have you got in that crate?
It's something I brought home for myself. I got it on one of the islands in the South Seas.
Well, open it up, Jack. Let's see what it is.
Don, it's nothing. You wouldn't be interested.
Rochester, give me that hammer. I'm going to open it up.
Here you are, Mr. Harris.
Phil, please. Phil, it's just a little thing I picked up on one of the islands. It's for me. Phil!
Well, it's open.
Phil, you have no right to pick up...
Hey, Jackson, what are you so excited about? There's nothing in this crate but a grass skirt.
Nothing but a grass skirt? Let me... Oh, darn it, she got away. Isn't that awful?
Why, Jack Benny, do you mean you actually tried to bring back a...
Mary, help is hard to get, and stop leering at me. Now, come on, Mary. We're going down to see my sponsor. See you later, fellas. I'll see you after.
come out wherever you are. I know you're not very far. How I wish you'd hurry, 'cause I'm inclined to worry. These arms of mine are open, you'll appear. Where are you, dear? Come out wherever you are. Come out from under that star. Yes, and incidentally, mentally, I'm not up to par. So come out, wherever you are. Yes, and incidentally, mentally, I'm not up to par. So come out, wherever you are.
Here it is, Mary. Here's my sponsor's office, George W. Hill. Let's go in.
Okay.
And, Mary, please try and act nice, will you?
Oh, Jack, stop worrying. Even though he is your sponsor, you don't have to fall all over him.
Don't be silly, Mary. I'm going to treat him just like any other person.
But, Jack, you never brought a girl an orchid. Why bring him one?
Well, you know, Mary, a man in his position has got almost everything else. Come on, let's go in. Miss, will you please stop into Mr. Hill's office, step in and tell him I'm here?
Yes, sir.
Well, I haven't heard that side of it before. But continue. Your opinions interest
Pardon
me.
me, Mr. Hill.
Yes, Miss Bates?
Jack Benny's waiting in the outer office.
Oh, good. Tell him I'll see him in a few minutes. I'm in conference right now.
Yes, sir.
Now, as I was saying, your opinions interest me. I'd like to hear more of them.
Well, first of all, Mr. Hill, I don't want you to think that I have anything against Benny personally.
Oh, of course not, Mr. Allen.
You see, Mr. Hill, with Allen, it's 2 receptions to 1 instead of... I'd be the last one to try and get his job. I've always semi-admired Mr. Benny.
Well, after all, Fred, how could anyone dislike a man like Jack? A man who last year was affectionately nicknamed after General Patton. Old Blood and Guts Benny.
Oh. In that order. Old Blood and Guts Benny. You mean old Toupee and Wrinkles. Old blood and... Why, you know, Mr. Hill, last week his doctor took a sample of Benny's blood and sent it to the laboratory to be analyzed. It came back with a note saying, "Congratulations. Put an olive in this and you've got a martini." Blood, why, Benny wasn't delivered by the stork. He was brought by a leech.
Mr. Allen, hearing you talk, I get the impression that you don't like Mr. Benny.
Oh, I'm sorry I gave you that impression, Mr. Hill. I'm really very fond of Jack. He's one of my best friends. It's just that I hate to see him go back on the air and be a flop.
But what makes you think Benny will be a flop? He always gets laughs.
Mr. Hill. Anyone can get laughs who tells a joke, wiggles his ears, drops his pants, and then shows a Bob Hope movie on the seat of his underwear. And with Benny's red flannels, it looks like it's in Technicolor yet. How can he miss?
But, Mr. Allen, I am a businessman. I don't care how a comedian gets his laughs, as long as he sells the product. And I think lots of people will sit by the radio, smoke a cigarette, and listen to Jack Benny.
Mr. Hill, that is an impossibility if I have ever heard one. Smoke a cigarette and listen to Benny. How in the world can anyone smoke and hold his nose at the same time? be done.
You know, Fred, I'm a little surprised hearing all this. You see, when I hired Jack, I thought he had a large following.
No, he just looks that way when he's not wearing his girdle, mister. That large following is all Benny.
Well, look, Fred, perhaps it isn't too late. Do you think I could help the program if I got rid of Benny?
No, by all means keep Jack on the program, Mr. Hill. Just cut his part down a little.
Oh, cut his part down a little, huh?
Well, look, Mr. Hill, I know you're a busy man, and I want to run down the hall and see your assistant for a few seconds. I may drop back a little later.
Okay, Fred. You'll find Mr. Stauffer's office quicker if you go through that rear door.
I knew he'd be in the rear. Thank you. So long.
Now, let's see. Oh, yes.
Yes, Mr. Hill.
You may send Mr. Benny in now.
Well, hello, Mr. Hill. Sure glad to see you. Here, have a cigarette.
I'm already smoking one.
Oh, well, I'll have another. Mr. Hill, you know Mary. Mary, you know Mr. Hill. Now, I don't mind telling you, Mr. Hill.
Hello,
that
Mr.
you're one
Hill.
of the swell... now, I don't mind telling you, Mr. Hill. that
Hello,
you're one of-
Mary.
Now, I don't mind telling you, Mr. Hill, that you're one of the swellest guys I've ever met. Not because you're my new sponsor, but because you're one of the finest fellas in the world. One of the squarest, grandest guys.
Oh, Jack, stop pinching his cheek.
Oh, nervous. Well, Mr. Hill, here we are. Yes, sir, ready to get off to a great start on our new radio series.
Well, Jack, that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Yes, sir. Talk? To me? Is there wrong anything? I mean, anything wrong? Is there?
No, Jack, nothing wrong. Just a routine talk. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
That's my chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was your chair.
Well, you should know. You're sitting on him.
Oh, yes. Silly me not to notice you, Mr. Hill. I'll sit here.
Now you're sitting on me.
I guess I am a little excited. Mary, I'll sit here.
All right, if you think you'll be comfortable on that ashtray.
Pardon me, Mr. Trey. I mean, I'll just get up. Is this your lighted cigarette, Mr. Hill? Sorry, I didn't see it, Mr. Mr. Hill.
Now, Jack, I wanted to talk to you about some things.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, guess who was sitting in this office just a few minutes ago?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea, Mr. Hill. Who was it?
Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? What was he doing here? What did he want? What did he say?
Well, Jack, for one thing, he said...
That's a lie! And when I see him, I'm going to get...
Now, Jack, that's no attitude to take. Fred doesn't dislike you. Why don't you try to like him?
How can anyone like a guy who looks like he does?
Oh, Jack, Allen isn't so ugly.
How would you know? You can't see his face until you lift the bags under his eyes. And with that pained expression, he looks like a hen trying to lay a square egg. So don't tell me about Allen.
Now, Jack, don't get excited. And please stop biting my nails.
If I ever meet that sneak face to face, I'll tell him a
Well,
thing.
Mr. Hill, I just dropped back to say goodbye, and, why, Jackie Benny.
Freddie, old boy.
Jack, old pal, it's certainly good to see what's left of you.
Thanks, Freddie. I was just telling Mary and Mr. Hill how much I've missed you.
Yes, sir, Jack. It's great being together again.
I'll say it is. Well, tell me, Freddie boy, what are you doing out here in Hollywood?
Oh, making a picture. I'm over at United Artists.
Oh, yes. I heard that Boris Karloff isn't there anymore.
I know, and I heard that since you've been with Warner's, the studio isn't there anymore.
Now, listen here, Alan.
Jack, it's your own fault. You always have a chip on your shoulder.
I haven't got a chip on my shoulder.
No, he's right, Mary. That's his head. His head looks like a knothole with skin on it.
Now, that settles it, Alan. I've tried to be friends with you, but you won't have it that way. I'd punch you right in the nose if there wasn't a lady present.
I'll leave, Jack.
You sit down. Now, you listen to me, Alan.
And you listen to me, Benny. You'd punch who in the nose?
I'd punch you in the nose if it weren't for your wife and children.
I haven't got any children.
Then why aren't you in the Army? Answer that, civilian.
Jack, for goodness
You
sake.
keep out of this. Now listen, Alan, for the last time, I want you to mind your own business.
Jack, why don't you and Fred shake hands? And
You
try
shut
to...
up. Now listen, I want to tell... Oh, my goodness. I said that to my sponsor. Mr. Hill, I didn't mean to say shut up to you. I meant just to say be quiet. I mean, please be quiet. I didn't mean it at all. I never think to say like that to you. Mr. Hill, don't stand there with your back to me. Freddie boy, please tell Mr. Hill I didn't mean it. It was an accident. It was all a big mistake. Fred, don't stand there with your back to me. Mary, tell Mr. Hill it was all a mistake. Tell him I'm sorry. Tell him anything. Just say something.
This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. It starts with the bugler blowing reveille over your bed when you arrive. Jack, that's the G.I. Jive. Rootily toot, jump in your suit, make a salute. Boot. Then you wash and dress, more or less. You go get your breakfast in a beautiful little cafe they call the Mess. Jack, when you convalesce, out of your seat, into the street, make with the feet. Reet. Now, if you're a PFC, your duty is to salute L-I-E-U-T. But if you brush the L-I-E-U-T, the MP makes you KP on the Q-tip. This is the G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called Fluid Drive. Jack, if you still survive, chunk all your junk back in your trunk, fall on your bunk, clunk. G.I. Jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called Fluid Drive. Jack, after you revive, chunk all your junk back in your trunk, fall on your bunk, clunk. Soon you're counting Jeeps, but before you count to 5, you'll be right back digging that G.I. Jive.
Mary, do you think Mr. Hill was really angry at me because of what I said?
Oh, no, Jack. He knew you were excited and nervous.
Gee, I hope so.
Say, Jack, what are you going to do about a new singer for our show? We have to get somebody since Dennis is in the Navy.
Well, I don't know, Mary. I thought maybe next Sunday I would talk to Frank Sinatra and see if I can make a deal with him.
Frank Sinatra?
Yeah.
But, Jack, he's got 2 programs already.
Well, then maybe he'll hire me. We'll get together some way. I'll ask him to drop over next Sunday. Good night, folks.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Jack Benny Program. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Why, sure.
Yes, sir. You bet.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At markets now open in the South, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the riper, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
Sold American. Remember, sworn records show that among such men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills. Jack has invited the gang over for a late Sunday breakfast, and right now he's in the kitchen getting things started.
Now, let's see. I want the gang to have a nice breakfast. I think I'll start them off with some good old California orange juice. No, I think they'd like sliced orange better. Yep, that's what I'll do. I'll slice it. Well, there's no use stopping now. I might as well slice the other half. Box, sister. Look in the ice. I know what I'm doing every minute, kid. That must be the rest of the gang.
Come in. Hiya, Mary.
Well, hello, Mary.
Hello, fellas.
Hey, Mary, who's your friend? Come here, babe.
Phil! Now cut that out. It's me, wise guy.
Jack, I told you to roll your pants legs down.
I'm leaving him up. It's cooler this way. Come on, let's go in the kitchen and get things... Phil, stop twisting my knee.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the doorknob.
Another remark like that and you won't get any breakfast. Say, Don, you haven't opened your mouth since you got here.
Just put the food on the table and stand back.
That I know, Don. And do us a favor, will you? Give the rest of us a 15-minute head start. Please.
Don, the food isn't even ready yet. Get up out of that crouching position.
Yeah. And, Phil, get the bacon out of the icebox.
Okay.
You'll find it in the lower...
Hey, kids, look at the stuff in this icebox. 3 quarts of cream and 4 pounds of butter.
Yes, sir, and I'm not paying for it either.
You don't, and the milkman will sue you for the money.
Or breach a promise.
What?
And them doorknobs ain't going to help you with the jury.
Oh, fellas, lay off of that stuff, will you? Stop kidding around and help me get breakfast.
Do we have to prepare the breakfast, Jack? Where's Rochester?
That's what I'd like to know. I let him have Friday night off. Here it is Sunday morning. He isn't back yet.
Maybe he ran away and got married.
That's what I thought, but I looked in his hope chest, and everything was there.
Rochester has a hope chest?
Well, it isn't exactly a hope chest. He won it from an undertaker and had no other use for it. Anyway, he couldn't have got married. I didn't give him his availability certificate. Come on, Mary, help me with the food.
Look, if you fellas will get out of my way, I'll have breakfast ready in no time.
Mary's right, fellas. Come on, let's go in the other room. Hey, Phil, not so fast. That easy chair is mine.
So, Jack, while we're waiting, do you mind if I turn on the radio?
No, Don. Go ahead.
Never in automobile history have used cars brought such high prices. So if you have a car in your garage that's not working, sell that car to me. I will pay you $8,000 for it, sight unseen. Providing, after selling the car, you will let me live in the garage. The phone number is Granite 864.
Get something else, Don, will you, please? Stop moving the dial so much.
Okay. Here.
The foregoing was a paid political broadcast.
Oh, gosh, my set always does that when something interesting comes on. Get something else, Don.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Is your belt buckle tarnished? Do your suspenders give you that over 35 letdown? Is there a deficiency in your diet? If there is, you need bulk in your hulk. So remember, to avoid these annoyances, use sympathy soothing syrup. Sympathy spelled backwards is Yatapamus. Y-H-T-A-P-M-Y-S.
Yatapamus, 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 drive your blues away.
You know, I gotta try some of that stuff.
Remember, folks, sympathy soothing syrup comes in the 10-cent size, the 25-cent family size, the 49-cent economy size, or for $1.98, we will pipe it right to your house.
Say, fellas, that must be awfully good stuff.
Okay, boys, breakfast is ready. Come and get it.
Okay, come on, Don. Phil, shut off the radio.
And now for today's guest star, we have that lovely singer of songs, Miss Martha Tilton.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't shut it off, Bill. That's Martha Tilton. She was overseas with me in the South Pacific. Let's listen to her.
Martha, before you sing, would you tell us a little something about your overseas trip?
What a show we had.
Well, as you know, I went over with Larry Adler, Carol Landis, June Bruner, and Jack Benny.
Had to put my name last. Oh, well.
Is there any particular incident you'd like to tell us about?
Well, let's see. Oh, yes. One night, Jack and I and a native guide were making our way through a dark jungle in New Guinea.
Oh, my goodness.
Jack was carrying the flashlight, and the native guide and I were close behind. Suddenly, Jack snapped the light off.
What are you laughing at, Martha?
Jack still thinks he kissed me.
Well, how do you like that? She must have ducked.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Martha Tilton will sing the trolley song.
Imagine her telling a thing like that, huh?
Come on, fellas, sit down and have breakfast.
When my heart strings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand, and as if it were planned, he stayed on with me and his friend, just to stand with his hand holding mine to the end of the line.
Hey, wasn't that swell?
Yeah, Martha can really sing, can't you, Jack?
You said it. The boys were nuts about her. Hey, that was a wonderful breakfast, Mary. I'll help you with the dishes.
Let me help her, Jackson. We don't want you to get dishpan hands.
Well, if Rochester was here, we wouldn't have to... Don, stop dropping your ashes on the rug.
But, Jack, these are cigarette ashes.
I know they're cigarette ashes, and I don't want them on my rug.
But, Jack, these are Lucky Strike cigarette ashes.
I don't care if they're... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Don. Go right ahead. You see, I got a little excited because this is a very unusual rug. It's real Angora.
Why don't you kill it so you don't have to take it out at night?
Mary, that isn't funny. Say, fellas, I got to go over to NBC and set up the sound effects for the broadcast. See you there later.
Okay, Jackson.
So long, Jack.
Do you have to go this early?
Yeah, I just have a few minutes to catch the bus. Goodbye. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzz. Gee, these buses are always so crowded. Oh, well, I don't mind standing. Things are sure happening fast these days. Look at these headlines. Japs driven back in Leyte. That's swell. Both candidates winding up their political campaigns. Gee, I mustn't forget to vote. Russians advancing in Germany. They're doing a great job.
Hey, buddy, do you mind if I turn my own pages?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to find out what happened to Snowflake and Shaky. See, that Shaky is some guy, and before him there was the Brow and Prune Face and Flat Top. Gosh, I'm tired. I wish I could sit down.
Well, here, old man, take my seat.
Thank you very... Why, Fred Allen.
Hello, Jack. Imagine meeting you on a bus.
Why, yes, it's such an amazing coincidence. Here I was just thinking about the Brow, Flat Top, and Prune Face, and I run into you.
Well, that's what I like about you, Jack. You'll say anything for a laugh. And someday you may get one.
Thanks. By the way, Fred, how are you coming along with your picture?
I just finished the picture, Jack. That's called It's in the Bag.
Oh, well, it ought to be a success. You're advertising it under each eye. Anyway, good luck on the picture.
Well, thanks. You know, Jack, people would sure be surprised to hear you wishing me luck. They think our feud is on the level.
Yeah.
You know, I wonder how many of my listeners, my ex-listeners, thought I was serious last year when I said, Benny isn't really cheap. It's just that he has short arms and carries his money low in his pocket.
Yeah. You know, and I bet a lot of my listeners thought I meant it when I said, the way Alan talks through his nose, he's the only comedian on radio who tells them and smells them at the same time.
Yes, that was a good one, too. One of the few. And remember the time on my program when I was kidding about you having no blood?
Yeah.
What a laugh I got that time I said, every time Benny goes out in a polo shirt, he takes a pencil and makes lines on his arms so people will think he has veins.
Yeah. When Mary explained that to me, I nearly died. Remember the time that I said that Alan had so many wrinkles in his face, he looked like a convertible with the top halfway down?
I was with Muntz the day that you know, when I explained that to my Pontiac, I thought the exhaust pipe on the car had lips.
Oh, gosh, what fun we have on the radio. You know, Fred, radio wouldn't be so bad if I could just find a singer.
Oh, you haven't found one yet?
No, and I'm willing to pay as high as $35 a week. If I could just get the kind of singer the public likes.
Well, that's just it, Jack. You have to find out what the public wants. Now, you should take a poll, you know, like Dr. Gallup. Ask the man in the street.
The man in the street?
Well, certainly. Now, Jack, if you'll come with me, I know just the place we can get a cross-section of public opinion.
All right, let's go.
Great.
Fred, do you think this is the right type of neighborhood for me to conduct my poll?
Yes, Jack. Here we are down in Allen's Alley.
Allen's Alley. You know, we have something like this around my neighborhood, only we call it the La Brea Tar Pits.
I know it. I saw it the day I went over to see your uncle. Well, let's not lose any time. He was playing pitch in the... let's not lose any time, Jack. Here's the first house, the little vine-covered, termite-gnawed shack of John Doe.
Yeah?
Mr. Doe, this is Jack Benny. He's trying to find a singer for his radio show.
Oh, yeah? Well, Mr. Benny, who's that jellyhead who's been singing on your show? He always sings the same song. That's what I like about the South.
Oh, you mean Mr. Phil Harris. Do you like Phil singing?
His voice is flatter than a lunch wagon waffle.
Now, look, Mr. Doe.
If Harris don't quit singing about the South, he'll start another civil war.
Forget Mr. Harris. Just tell me one thing. Do you know where I can get a singer?
Oh, why don't you ask the Andrews sisters? Maybe they got a brother.
No, I've tried everybody else, though.
Hey, why don't you do what Frankenstein done?
You mean make myself a singing monster?
Yeah. You could take Singing Sam's mouth, Rudy Valley's nose, Morton Downey's chest, and Nelson Eddy's body.
Say, that sounds good.
Yeah, you'd have 10% Valley, 15% Singing Sam, 20% Downey, and 49% Eddie.
Why not 50% Eddie?
Well, you don't want no half Nelson, do you, Bud? So long.
This is a waste of time, Fred. He didn't help me any.
Now, keep your beret on, Jack. Let's try this next house.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You were expecting maybe Mr. Skeffington.
No, Mrs. Nussbaum. This is Jack Benny, the radio comedian.
Yes, haven't you ever heard my program on Sunday night?
No, on Sunday nights I'm listening to the other Droop.
The other Droop?
Droop Pearson.
Mrs. Nussbaum, Mr. Benny's looking for a singer for his radio program.
Who is your favorite singer, Mrs. Nussbaum?
Only one singer I am enjoying, John Charles Shapiro.
John Charles Shapiro?
Yes, he's singing at Goldberg's Delicatessen by appointment only.
And he's good, you say?
Good. When John Charles Shapiro is singing, was you is or couldn't you possibly be my neighbor? I tell you, when he's singing this aforementioned selection, I am going crazy.
No kidding.
Why, Shapiro is positively the world's greatest singer.
The world's greatest singer. Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Nussbaum. Don't forget Sinatra. What about Frankie?
Frankie Schmanky. Shapiro is romantic.
Have you ever heard Sinatra?
Incessantly I'm hearing Sinatra. When he is singing, I am swooning.
Well, if Shapiro is more romantic, how can you swoon at Sinatra?
When I am swooning at Sinatra, I am thinking of Shapiro. Thank you.
That's all I need on my program. John Charles Shapiro by appointment only.
Now, don't be impatient, Jack. We'll find somebody. Let's see who's in here. Mr. Benny, this is Socrates Mulligan.
Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Mulligan.
Now, wait a minute. He's Jack Benny, the radio comedian. You're Socrates Mulligan.
I am?
Well, certainly you are. What does it say on your birth certificate?
Molly Mulligan. My mother wanted a girl.
Look, Socrates, Mr. Benny is trying to find a singer for his radio program.
Oh, a singer. In the blue of the night, to meet the goal of the day, to Sunday, Monday. Oh, would you rather be a Tuesday?
Wait a minute, Mr. Mulligan. Something tells me you're a great admirer of Bing Crosby.
I always eat his cheese.
But look, while you're talking to us, would you mind taking it out of your mouth?
Yes, Socrates. What about the singer?
Oh, I'm nuts about Bing. I eat his cheese for breakfast, cheese for lunch, and cheese for dinner.
Well, that's a lot of cheese, but Mr. Benny's looking for a singer.
Oh, there's only one singer, Bing Crosby. I got 200 of Bing's records inside.
200 of Crosby's records?
Yeah, and they're all the same song. Mammy, little baby loves you something, and something. Mammy, little baby loves you something, and the oh, mammy, little baby loves you.
Wait a minute. Look, what do you do with all that shortening bread?
With cheese, it's delicious.
Allen's Alley, this whole thing is hopeless.
Well, don't give up now, Jack. Let's see what happens here.
Hi-ho all, I'll start my chore. Falstaff's here with poems galore.
Falstaff, this is Jack Benny.
Well, you're just in time, Mr. Benny. I've written some new odes. Have you heard, the rose has gone from your cheeks, darling, but your neck still looks like a stem?
No.
Or perhaps my mother's a bird in a gilded cage, since they painted the bars of her cell?
No.
Or the Siamese twins are going screwy. One's voting for Roosevelt, the other's for Dewey.
Well, that's done it, Falstaff. Mr. Benny isn't interested in your poetry. He's just trying to find a singer for his program.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
You've written a poem about my problem, Falstaff?
Yes, it's called The Reason.
How does it go?
Mr. Benny, you're haggard and worried as you start your radio season. You wonder why you can't get a singer. I think I can tell you the reason. Other programs have no singer problems, so you know something's radically wrong when all radio rings with fine voices and your show boasts nary a song. The reason you can't get a singer, I'll be frank, Mr. B, here is why. A singer won't work for just LSMFT. You've got to pay MONEY.
No use, Fred. These people didn't help me at all.
Well, I tried. I'm sorry, Falstaff. Thanks just the same.
Well, you gentlemen must have had a long journey. Wouldst join me in a cup of tea?
Wouldst?
Good. This way, gentlemen. Oh, Jeeves, please serve some tea. 2 for these gentlemen and 1 for me.
Your order, sir, will be up in a minute. Do you want it straight or do you want something in it?
Rochester Van Jones, what are you doing here?
Mr. Falstaff gave me a job writing poems.
What?
Have you heard? Take that handkerchief out of my brother's mouth, officer. He can't go along with a gag.
No, I haven't. Besides, I'm not looking for a poet. I'm looking for a singer.
A singer? Well, why didn't you say so? I'll be seeing you in all the old familiar places when you pay me higher wages all year through.
Rochester!
I'll find you in the morning.
Rochester!
And when the night is through.
Rochester! Now cut that out and come on home right now. Come on, Fred, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny again. Last Friday, October 27th, was Navy Day, and I had planned sort of a little speech about it. But after reading the headlines in the newspapers about the job our Navy is doing in the South Pacific, I decided to throw my speech away because anything I might say would be insignificant. There's just one thing, however. Our men are out there fighting while I'm talking to you now. Navy Day means that we here at home must continue to back those men up by sticking to our wartime jobs and giving through the many channels at our disposal. Thank you very much.
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, my good friends, L.A. Speed Riggs and Kenneth Delmar.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The riper, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 44, sold American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LS-MFT, LS-MFT, LS-MFT.
A friendly suggestion. For your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke the smoke tobacco expert smoke. Lucky Strike.
I want to thank Martha Tilton and Fred Allen and all of Al... Gee, I hate to thank Allen. I have to, though, I guess, huh? And all of Allen's Alley for being here on our show tonight. Good night, everybody.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LS-MFT, LS-MFT, LS-MFT.
Sure, brother.
You said it.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Always those words will mean much to you, for quality is always your first concern, and Lucky Strike quality remains steadfast. Today, as always, Lucky Strike selects and buys the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. That's why Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
At 45, sold American.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
From the Army Airfield at Muroc Dry Lake, a 4th Air Force base, we bring you the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, after the thrills, action, and excitement of the recent hectic election, there has been a terrific letdown. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and you're right, Don. This past election really was exciting, wasn't it?
Sure was, Jack.
What a close race. 24,307,598 for Roosevelt, 21,224,407 for Dewey, and 2 for Jack Benny. Yes, sir.
2? Now, wait a minute, Jack. I know you voted for yourself, but where'd the other vote come from?
I've got friends, brother. I've got friends. Anyway, Don, here we are at the Army Airfield at Muroc, and I've got an idea. These boys want real impromptu entertainment, so let's forget the script and give them an informal show.
You mean you're going to ad-lib?
Sure, I'll make up the jokes as I go along. Here, take my script.
Okay.
Now watch the real Benny operate. Now, fella, watch me ad-lib here. Well, fellas, here we are up at Muroc, located in the middle of the desert. Which reminds me, when I got here, I took a girl for a walk in the desert, and even the sage gave me the brush. Get it? Sage, brush? Who needs a script?
You do, and here it is.
All right, wise guy, but I still think that I can... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Well, Mary, how do you like it up here at Muroc?
Oh, it's swell, Jack. And say, did you see that Japanese battleship right in the middle of the desert?
Yeah. When Halsey hits them, there's no telling where they're going to land. You know, that could happen, Mary, but this ship was especially built for target practice.
So was the Japanese Navy.
You said it. But, Mary, just look at that audience. You ever see such a fine bunch of boys? And you notice they're all wearing ribbons for good conduct.
Good conduct?
Yeah.
Well, up here, what else can they do?
Yeah. I guess you're right, Mary.
Oh, say, Jack, did you know that we've been invited to stay for dinner after the show?
For dinner? Here? Well, no, I can't do it, Mary. See, Rochester's preparing dinner at home for me.
But, Jack, last year when we were here, you stayed for dinner, remember? After your show, they gave a barbecue, especially for you.
Some barbecue, a coyote with an apple in its mouth. Barbecue.
Oh, Jack, where would they get a coyote around here?
Are you kidding? Let me tell you something, Mary. Last night, about midnight, when all was dark and quiet, about 10 coyotes sneaked into the mess hall and ate up all the K rations.
Well, how did the coyotes get past the guard?
Past the guard? Who do you think gave them the can opener? Say, that was pretty good, wasn't it, Don? Huh?
Sure was, Jack. Sure was. You see, you do a lot better when you stick to your script.
What are you talking about, Don?
Well, at the start of the show, Jack told me to hold the script while he did some ad-libbing.
Jack, ad-libbing? Ha, ha, ha.
What are you laughing at, Mary?
Ad-libbing. Last week, Jack went for a physical examination, and when the doctor told him to open his mouth and say, "ah," he had to send for his writer.
Send for his rider. Send for his rider. Don, this whole thing wouldn't happen if you didn't open your big fat mouth. You could show me a little gratitude for the $1,000 a week I'm paying you.
You pay Don $1,000 a week?
I hired him by the pound. Hey, did you hear what I just said? That's a terrific joke. What a beauty. What a sensational gag.
Why, Jack Benny, I heard Fred Allen on a program Thursday night, and he told that same joke.
He did?
You know he did. We were both listening to the radio at the time.
Oh, yeah? Whose radio was it?
Yours.
Well, anything that comes out of my radio is mine. Anyway, mine isn't a joke. I did hire Don Wilson by the pound.
Well, for heaven's sake, how could you go into such a stupid deal?
It wasn't stupid when I made it. 12 years ago, Wilson looked like Sinatra. And if he doesn't stop eating all that kind of stuff...
Hiya, Jackson. Okay, fellas, make for the patty cake. Harris is here. Yes, you pretty thing. Yes,
Yes. Bill, what kind of an entrance does that make with the patty cake? These fellas aren't children, you know. They're men. They've seen life.
You mean they haven't always been in Muroc?
Well, that's no way to talk about a place that's doing so much good.
You're not kidding, Jackson. You know, I've only been here one day, and it made a new man out of me.
What?
Yes, sir. I ain't touching another drop as long as I live.
You're kidding.
Not me, Jackson. Now, I've heard of seeing pink elephants and two-headed tigers, but what I seen today would make W.C. Fields vote for prohibition.
Phil, what are you talking about?
Well, I was driving along, minding my own business, see, when all of a sudden, there it is. I close my eyes, shake my head, open my eyes again, but it's still there.
What's still there? What did you see?
A battleship right in the middle of the desert.
Phil, do me a favor and sit down, will you?
Oh, you're ashamed of me, huh? Well, I'm not as bad as some of these guys around here.
What?
I only saw the battleship. They were shooting at it.
Phil, they've got that battleship in the desert for target practice. That's how they
Mary,
run it.
don't explain it to him. And Phil, if you feel up to it, I wish you'd stand up in front of your band and scare your boys through two choruses of...
Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of the boys stationed here at New Rock, I want to present you with this hand grenade.
Hand grenade?
Yes. Hold it in your right hand, pull out the pin, count 10.
Yes?
Then change hands.
Thank you, I will. I wonder if I should pull it now or wait till after the show. Oh, well, go ahead and play, Phil. What's the difference? How Many Hearts Have You Broken, played by Phil Harris, and his Makes You Wanna, But You Wouldn't Dare Because It's Against the Law orchestra. Say, Phil, after the broadcast, we're going to do another show, so have your boys stick around. You too, Mary.
Okay.
And now, fellas,
I think I'll change into my low-cut evening gown.
Phil, that's Mary's line.
Oh.
Low-cut evening gown. You know, if you'd get here early enough for rehearsal once in a while, you wouldn't make those mistakes.
Well, I couldn't help it, Jackson. I started out early enough, but I got lost in Rosemont.
How can you get lost in Rosemont? Why, there's nothing there but 2 stores and a bowling alley.
Maybe he went up the wrong alley.
Mary, please.
That's exactly what happened.
Now cut that out! Imagine getting lost in Rosemont. That town is so small, the city limit signs are back to back. That's a small town around here, folks. So really, I know because I walked through Rosemont this morning.
That's right, fellas. As I came through, I saw Jack standing in front of the bowling alley smoking a cigar.
What? What did you say, Don?
I said you were standing in front of the bowling alley smoking a cigar.
A cigar? Why, Don Wilson, I was smoking a Lucky Strike cigarette.
You should have been, Jack, but I saw you with my own eyes and you were smoking a cigar.
I was smoking a Lucky Strike cigarette.
You were smoking a cigar.
Now, wait a minute, Don. I had the cigarette inside the cigar. So there.
Well, why in the world would you put a cigarette inside of a cigar?
Because it was raining and shut up. You're just trying to get my job. Anyway, Don, we're out in the desert, so what you saw was a mirage.
And with men who know mirages best, it's Lucky's 2-1.
Very good, Don, very good. Our little fight worked out for the best. Now, let's get back to the... Oh, darn it. Come in. Yes?
Special delivery letter for Mary Livingston.
I'll take it, boy. Here's a tip for you.
Oh, gee, a nickel. Now I can do my Christmas shopping.
Christmas shopping with a nickel. What a cheap guy. You know, he's got a peculiar voice for a boy, hasn't he?
Jack, give me my letter.
Oh, yes, here it is, Mary.
Thanks.
Who's it from?
Oh, look, it's from Mama.
Yeah? Read it, Mary.
Plainfield, New Jersey, November 8th, 4 o'clock. Gruen, watch time.
What?
Tick-tock.
All right, read the letter.
Yeah, let's hear it, Mary.
Okay. My darling daughter, Mary, just a short note to let you know that Papa and I are feeling well and want to thank you for the check you sent us on our wedding anniversary.
Well,
Just think, we've been married 37 years, and Papa keeps telling me that I'm as beautiful now as I was the day he married me. He's so sweet about it, sometimes I feel guilty about hiding his glasses.
how sweet, hiding his glasses.
I got a letter from your cousin Willie, who is now stationed in the South Pacific. He says that this summer Jack Benny entertained at his camp. And in his opinion, Jack is certainly one of the biggest. And then 5 words were cut out by the censor.
That was a big hit there.
Willie wrote me all about the food they serve him in the camp. And science is certainly wonderful. But they must give those hens a lot of basic training to get them to lay powdered eggs.
I never could figure that out either.
I'm glad the election is over because now Papa and Uncle Julius can be friends again. They were always arguing about politics. And Uncle Julius is such a hard loser, he never gives up.
A lot of people are like that.
When the election results were final, Papa started teasing him about it, and Uncle Julius lost his temper and hit Pop over the head with his Hoover button.
Oh, fine.
No other news, so we'll close with love from us both, Mama.
You know, your mother's cute at that.
P.S. If Jack is reading over your shoulder, give him my regards. If he isn't, what I told you over the telephone still goes.
How do you like that? I hope your father finds his glasses. And, Mary, next time have your letters delivered at home. Now, where were we?
Hey, Jackson, I meant to ask you, how about that new singer you hired? When are we going to get to meet the kid?
Larry Stevens? Oh, he'll be along soon. I haven't exactly hired him yet. You see, we haven't discussed money.
Well, if he don't bring it up, you never will.
I'll bring it up, don't worry. And this kid's going to... Shh. He comes now.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hi, Larry. Larry, this is Don Wilson, my announcer.
Hello, Larry.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Wilson.
And this is Phil Harris, my, I might as well say it, my orchestra leader.
Hiya, kid.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Harris, and I've always enjoyed your music.
You see, Jackson, the kid's hep. He ain't no long hair. He's melon on the beam, and when he beats his gums, his jive is groovy.
Jive? Groovy? Phil, did you vote Tuesday?
Yeah, why?
How could you prove you were a citizen? Now, Larry.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
You and I are going to talk a little business today, but first I'd like to have you sing a number for the boys. How about it?
I'll be glad to.
Good. Now, don't be nervous. Just relax and take it easy. We're all with you. So are these fellas here. So go ahead and sing.
Should I pass the music around to the orchestra?
No, it'll only make it tough for them, you see. They make less mistakes guessing at it. Go ahead, kid. Go ahead.
It's the end of the story, the same old story. All the stars in their glory. No, we must part, though I have to surrender your kisses so tender that used to enchant me. Won't you grant me only this? Let me love you tonight. Let me tell you how much I adore all your charms. Though you leave me tomorrow, for this night we'll borrow a love song. Let me love you tonight. Let me thrill to the touch of your sheltering arms. Till the scent of the roses caresses and closes your eyes. Let me you tonight while the stars in the sky give a heavenly light. So when love is an ember, my heart will remember your side. Live a lifetime of love in a moment, holding me tight. Then forget me, darling. Only let me love you
Yes, sir. That was Let Me Love You Tonight, sung by Larry Stevens, and very good, Larry.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
Now, Larry, I want to talk things over with you. You know, your future, your career, your salary, your... you know, your salary.
His voice always cracks on that word.
Never mind. Come here, Larry. Sit down.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Larry, my boy, you're young, and you have many, many years ahead of you. And, kid, there's something I'm going to tell you.
Money isn't everything.
Money isn't... Mary, will you please leave us alone? Now, Larry, when I was your age, I was a poor kid in Waukegan. I used to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
He was an eager beaver.
Miss Livingston, please.
Yes, Miss Livingston, I want to hear this.
Yes, Larry, I was very poor. I didn't have the opportunities that you have. While the other children went to school to get an education, I had to sell papers barefoot in the snow and run errands for people in the neighborhood. And when I ran those errands, I'd be happy just to get a nickel or a dime and clench tight in my little fist. I'd bring it home to my mother and father.
Phil, I was only trying to coagulate.
Oh. So you see, kid, I've never forgotten those early days when I started from the bottom. So, Larry, let's talk about your salary.
You're going to hit a new bottom, kid.
Now, Larry.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Dennis Day came to work for me, and after being on my program for only 5 years, I paid him $35 a week.
Oh, boy, as much as that.
Sit down, son. I want to talk to you. Now, naturally, you wouldn't expect $35 a week to start with, would you?
Well...
Of course not. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do, kid. Larry, my boy, I'm going to pay you. That is, I'll start you off with $22.50 a week. How's that, kid?
Oh, that's swell, Mr. Benny. Thanks very much.
Yes, sirree. Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Yes, what is it, Rochester?
I called to tell you that if they invited you to dinner up there, by all means accept.
No, I'm coming home to dinner. Did you roast that chicken like I told you to?
I was going to, boss, but that chicken was so smart I didn't have the heart to kill it.
What do you mean, smart?
Well, when I brought it into the kitchen, it jumped up on the stove, looked into the pot, and said, "Is you is or is you ain't my gravy?"
Rochester, that's a terrible joke.
That ain't bad for a chicken.
All right. Now, Rochester, stop being silly. And I hope you prepared something else for dinner.
Well, I put on that pot roast you brought yesterday, but I think it's a little too well done.
Well, that's all right. I like my meat well done.
So do I, but this is ridiculous.
You mean it's burned?
Burned? Even a mess sergeant with a long arm wouldn't have the nerve to serve it.
You mean it's that bad, Rochester? How did it happen?
Well, when it was cooking, I stepped out of the house for a little while.
I know your little whiles. How long were you gone?
Oh, it was just a matter of minutes, boss.
How many minutes?
About 1,500.
1,500? That's more than 24 hours. Now, what did you leave the house for?
I stepped out to get a package of cigarettes.
Cigarettes? Well, that shouldn't have taken you long.
Oh, boss, come now.
Rochester, we'll talk about this when I get home, and you better have something for me to eat.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Mr. Fred Allen called a little while ago, and he's sure mad at you.
Allen mad at me?
Yeah, he said he was listening to your program, and you stole one of his jokes.
You mean he called me a low-down crook?
That's what he said. That's what the man said. He said that.
Well, I'll take care of him when I get back. Goodbye. Imagine a guy getting sore about one little joke. Play, Phil. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an extremely serious message to deliver and ask you to listen closely. Our fighting men are being returned to this country in steadily growing numbers. They're sick and wounded. The gallant members of the Army Nurse Corps have managed, up till now, to hold their own in caring for these men. But as I speak to you, 10,000 more registered nurses are needed immediately. The nurse who enters the Army Nurse Corps will practice her profession where it will do the most good. Now, you listeners can help me urge all registered nurses, those about to graduate, and members of the Cadet Nurse Corps to join the Army right now. For information, write to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington, D.C. tonight. While you are writing, wounded men are returning. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here are my good friends L.A. Speed Riggs and Kenneth Delmar.
Ladies and gentlemen, at tobacco markets now open in the South, independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. And sworn records show that among such independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 44, sold American.
This is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Well, folks, we've had a wonderful time here at the Army Airfield at Muroc Dry Lake. And I want to thank all the boys for inviting us up here and being such a swell audience. Next Sunday night, we'll be broadcasting from the U.S. Naval Hospital at Corona. So we'll see you next week, boys. Well, Larry, how did you feel being up here on the stage and singing in front of an audience?
Oh, I liked it very much, Mr. Benny.
You weren't nervous?
Well, a little bit.
Oh, well, that's all right. You'll get over it.
Say, Mr. Benny, where do I have to sing tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night? Oh, no place, kid. You don't have to sing until next Sunday.
You mean I have the whole week off?
Why, certainly.
Gee, and you're paying me $22.50 a week?
Well, I happen to like you, kid, and... You know, when I like anybody, the sky's the limit.
But, Mr. Benny...
Forget it, kid. Forget it. That's all. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program came to you from the Muroc Army Air Base, New York, and Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles, Earl C. KFI, Los Angeles, Earl C. KFI, Los Angeles, Earl C. KFI, Los Angeles, Earl.
The Jack Benny program.
At 45 sold American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Why, sure.
Yes, sir.
Of course. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
If you were present at the tobacco markets now open in the South, you could see Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
And this finer, lighter, naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike.
From the U.S. Naval Hospital at Corona, we bring you the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny. With Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our new singer, Larry Stevens. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, one of America's great naval heroes, Captain James Lawrence, once said, "Don't give up the ship." So now we bring you a man who wouldn't give up anything, Jack Benny.
Yep. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was a very clever introduction, except for one thing. It just so happens that it wasn't Captain James Lawrence who said, "Don't give up the ship." It was John Paul Jones.
Oh, no, Jack. You're wrong. It was Captain James Lawrence.
No, Don, no. Look, Captain Lawrence said, "Don't shoot until they make eyes at you." And it was John Paul Jones who said, "Don't give up the ship."
It was Captain James Lawrence.
It was John Paul Jones, and I ought to know because I'm an old Navy man myself. No kidding, I am. No.
Say, that's right, Jack. You were in the Navy during the last war, weren't you?
Don, not only was I in the Navy, but wherever there was any fighting going on, Benny was right in the thick of it. No kidding, I'm right in there every minute.
Really, Jack? Where were you?
At Great Lakes. Ah, what a place.
place.
But, Jack, Great Lakes is in Illinois, and that was 4,500 miles away from enemy action. So how could there have been any fighting?
How could there have been any fighting, Don? There were 20,000 sailors and only 12 girls. It was almost as bad as being stationed at Corona. After 6 o'clock.
Say, Jack.
On a rainy night.
Say, Jack.
When you're flat broke.
Say, Jack.
And no matter where you go, you're followed by a smooch patrol.
Smooch patrol? What's that?
I don't know, but whenever you're having any fun, they break it up. The old meanies. Anyway, let's... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Say, you got a nice reception there, Mary.
Why not? These boys know a trim craft when they see one.
Well, now, wait a minute, Mary. That's pretty egotistical. My goodness, you think you were Betty Grable or somebody.
Look, Jack, as long as Betty Grable is in Hollywood, I'm somebody here.
You're right at that, Mary. You see, they agree with you. You're right at that, Mary. You really look nice today in that new outfit you're wearing, but that material's kind of thin, isn't it?
Well, it's supposed to be, Jack. This is what you call a peekaboo blouse.
A peekaboo blouse? First one I've ever seen with a Venetian blind. Peekaboo.
Jack, that's lace.
Lace?
You know, like the kind you've got on your shawl.
Oh, yes, it is. But, Mary, you didn't have to mention my shawl here. You know, I only wear it around the house.
I know.
What are you laughing at?
Every time you sit in a rocking chair, you look like Whistler's mother.
Mary, when you're knitting socks for the boys in the service, you don't care how you look. So there.
Say, Jack, do you mind if I ask Mary a question?
No, Don, go ahead.
Well, you see, Mary, Jack and I were having a little discussion.
Oh, Don, don't be such a hard loser.
What's the matter? What's it all about?
Mary, tell Don who it was that said, "Don't give up the ship."
Admiral Farragut.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Mary, Admiral Farragut said, "Full speed ahead and oh fudge to the torpedo." So there.
Admiral Farragut said, "Oh, fudge"?
He had to be careful. There was a smooch patrol behind him. Anyway, Mary, it was John Paul Jones who said, "Don't give up the ship."
No, Jack. John Paul Jones said we have just begun to fight.
Don, let's not argue about it. We're up here at the Corona Naval Hospital, so let's do a good show, because after...
Mr. Benny, call surgery. Mr. Benny, call surgery.
Hey, Mary, that's me.
Mr. Benny, call surgery.
Excuse me a minute. Hello?
Mr. Benny, are you still looking for a singer for your program?
No, I'm not. Who is this?
Joe Surgery. Bye.
Jack, who was that?
Joe Surgery, a kid I used to go to school with in Waukegan. Now, let's see. Where were we before
Oh, Jack, here comes your new singer, Larry Stevens.
Oh, yes. Hello, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, Larry, this is your third week on our program. How do you like it?
Swell, Mr. Benny. And I'm even going to change my name like you told me to.
Wait a minute. Larry Stevens is a nice name.
It is, Mary, but it's too short to be impressive. It should be longer, like John Charles Thomas.
Mr. Benny's right. That's why I'm taking his advice and changing my name to Larry Stevens Milton Frank Tibbet.
Larry Stevens, Milton Frank Tibbet, but that's too long.
Well, Mr. Benny said it would be all right if I just used my initials, LSMFT.
Yes, sir.
But, Larry, LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
What?
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Gee, and Mr. Benny told me LSMFT stands for Larry Stevens Makes Fine Tunes.
Why, Jack Benny, did you tell Larry that?
Well... Oh, Miss Livingston, don't be angry at Mr. Benny. He's helped me a lot. He even told me how to breathe when I sing.
He did?
Yes, he told me to be free and easy on the draw.
That's right. Now, Larry, how about doing a song for the boys right now?
Okay, Mr. Benny.
Oh, just a minute, kid. Look it. You studied history in school, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to ask you a question. I just had an argument with Don Wilson, and you can settle it once and for all. Tell me, Larry, who was it that said, don't give up the ship? Was it Captain James Lawrence or John Paul Jones?
Captain James Lawrence.
What?
John Paul Jones.
There you are, Wilson. That ought to hold you. Go ahead and sing, kid.
I dreaded every morning until without a warning you arrived bringing heaven to my door. It's the dawning that I've waited for. What a difference a day made, 24 little hours brought the sun and the flowers where there used to be rain. My yesterday was blue, dear. Today I'm part of you, dear. My lonely nights are through, dear, since you said you were mine. What a difference a day made. There's a rainbow before me. Skies above can't be stormy. Since that moment of bliss, that thrilling kiss, it's heaven when you find romance on your menu. What a difference a day made, and the difference is you. Cuando vuelva a tu lado y esté sola contigo, las cosas que te digo, no repitas jamás por compasión. It's heaven when you find romance on your menu. What a difference a day made, and the difference is you.
Yes, sir. That was What a Difference a Day Made, sung by Larry Stevens. And very good, Larry.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
Say, Larry, aren't you thrilled being here today and singing for all these sailors?
I sure am. And say, Mr. Benny, didn't you tell me that you were a hero during the last war?
A hero? Oh, did I mention that to you, kid?
Mention it? You had him down with your knee in his chest.
Mary, stop making things up. Yes, Larry, I was quite a hero. In fact, these boys would have been mighty proud of me in 1917. You know, I saw plenty of action.
Some action. You joined the Navy, went to bed, fell out of your hammock, and when you came to, the war was over.
Well, those hammocks are pretty tough to sleep in. I wonder why they always hung mine where the lifeboat was supposed to be. Oh, say, Mary, I meant to ask you, did you see Larry Adler when you came in?
Larry Adler? No, why?
Well, he promised to come over today and play his harmonica for the boys. He ought to be here pretty soon.
Well, Jack, when Adler gets here, you ask him what naval hero said, don't give up the ship.
Don, look, I don't have to ask anybody. It was John Paul Jones.
But, Jack!
Oh, for heaven's sake.
If John Paul Jones said, don't give up the ship, then who said, we've just begun to fight?
The Republicans. That's who.
Oh, Jack, you're just trying to get out of it.
I am not, Mary. Now, I know every famous saying in history and who said it.
All right, Jack, then tell me who said, give me liberty or give me death.
When I went to school, I was good in history. You know that, Mary? I knew everything there was to know about it.
All right, Jack, then tell me who said, give me liberty or give me death.
The smartest kid in school, too. You know, Mary, I knew more about history than any kid in my class. There wasn't a thing.
Then, for heaven's sakes, tell me who said, give me liberty or give me death.
I don't know. He must have said it after I left school. I can drive you nuts, you know. Now, look, let's drop the whole thing, will you, fellas?
All right, but it was Patrick Henry who said that.
As if I didn't know. And I still say it was John Paul Jones who said, don't give up the ship. He said it in 1812 in the latter part of December.
Morning or afternoon?
Never mind. Anyway, we didn't come up to this naval hospital just to argue
Hello,
about...
Jackson. Hiya, fellas.
Phil, what happened to those big entrances you usually make? You know, where you come in and you say, okay, fellas, stand up and cheer. The show's going to start because Harris is here. Yahoo! How come you didn't make an entrance like that today?
Listen, Jackson, I ain't doing that stuff anymore. It's too hammy.
Well, I've been telling you that for 8 years. What finally convinced you?
Well, it just ain't paying off anymore, that's all. The last time I made one of them entrances, I yelled, okay, kids, beat your skin and get ready to laugh because Harris came in a zoot.
Zoot?
And would you believe it, Jackson, when I made that entrance, the people just stared at me like I was a dope.
Phil, when did this happen?
This morning when I got on the Corona bus.
Well, imagine getting on the Corona bus and going into your act. Phil, are you crazy?
What are you talking about? Last week I did it on the Riverside bus and I was held over for 2 round trips.
Oh, say, Phil, I want to ask you a question.
Oh, Don, there you go again. You know I'm right. Why don't you give up?
Well, it won't hurt to ask Phil, unless you're afraid.
I'm not afraid, and I'll ask him. Phil?
Yeah?
What did John Paul Jones say in 1812 in the latter part of December?
Merry Christmas.
He didn't. Don't you know anything about history? Don't you know any famous sayings?
Sure, I know one.
What?
You're not shot till they see the reds of your eyes.
You're not shot till they see the reds of your eyes. Who said that?
W.C. Fields.
Well, there's no use trying to prove anything with you. Anyway, the man who said don't give up the ship was John Paul Jones. And I hope this is the last time. Come in.
Okay, kids, beat your skin. Get ready to laugh, 'cause Adler came in a zoot.
Well, Larry Adler. Larry, where did you ever pick up an entrance like that?
Oh, I was riding on the Corona bus this morning, and I don't know, some jerk got on and he did it.
Just as I thought. I know the rest of the story. Say, Larry, I'm glad you got here, because now you can play your harmonica like you did on our show overseas.
All right, Jack.
And I'll accompany you on my violin.
Oh, no, Jackson, no. Send me back to boot camp. Make me a ensign, but not...
Phil, I was a big hit with my violin in the South Pacific, wasn't I, Larry?
Well, I will say you were a curiosity to the natives.
What do you mean?
Well, all I know is a Ubangi came out and gave you the bird.
What? And when you get a bird with them lips, they ain't kidding, Pop.
All right, so one Ubangi didn't like me, happened to be a cousin of Fred Allen. I mean, anyway, Larry, you play something for the boys, and we'll play something together later. Huh?
All right, Jack, I'll give 'em Holiday for strings.
Good. Hit it, boys. Come on. Let's get it. That was Holiday for Strings, played by Larry Adler, and Larry, you certainly played a mouthful. You know, Larry, that's a fascinating instrument.
Well, you're right, Jack. You know, this is an instrument that really gets you.
What do you mean?
Well, I know a fellow who loved the harmonica so much he married a girl with every other tooth missing.
Oh, I see. Now that I think of my aunt, I guess my uncle was in love with a bass fiddle. That gag's no good at all. Anyway, Larry, that number you just played, Larry, that number you just played was terrific.
Yes, it was, Larry. I enjoyed it very much.
Why, thanks. And say, Mary, I meant to tell you, that's a very pretty outfit you're wearing.
Well, thank you, Larry.
But isn't that material awfully thin?
Yes. In fact, when I bought it, my dressmaker said those famous historical words.
What was that?
Don't give up the slip.
Yeah, I nearly missed my cue there, didn't I? I thought Larry was supposed to say what was that. Pardon me, Larry.
I was all set to jump in.
Listen, you didn't have... Anyway... Hey, you're all right. You can be on my show again, Bud. You're all right. Anyway, Mary, you didn't have to say don't give up the slip. You know, you didn't have to start that all over again.
Well, I'm glad you did, Mary.
Now, Don.
Go ahead, ask Larry Adler. Maybe he can settle our argument.
Okay. Larry, who said don't give up the ship? Was it Captain James Lawrence or John Paul Jones?
Captain James Lawrence.
Well, that's gratitude. After all I did for you.
What did you ever do for him?
I introduced him to that girl with every other tooth missing. Now, listen, Larry, you and Don Wilson don't know anything about naval tradition. You've never been in the Navy. Now, I can bring any sailor up from the audience and prove what I'm talking about. In fact, hey, look, there's a sailor that just walked into the auditorium. Hey, Buddy, come here a minute, will you?
Oh, me?
Yeah. Will you come up on the stage for a minute? Show you guys. Now, sailor, I'd like to ask you a few questions. We're having a big discussion here over famous naval sayings, and I think you can help us. Do you know anything about naval expressions?
Yes, sir.
Well, tell me, what is the most famous saying in the Navy?
Ask her if she's got a friend for me.
I don't mean that one. The saying I mean is over 100 years old.
Well, this one didn't start yesterday, Bub.
Well, thanks anyway, sailor, for coming up here.
You're welcome.
Now, listen, Don, and that goes for you, Mary, Phil, and everybody. John Paul Jones was the one who said don't give up the ship, and I'll prove it once and for all. I'm going to call up my house and have Rochester look it up in the encyclopedia. Give me that phone. Prove my point. Oh, operator. I'll show you, kids. Operator.
Number, please.
For goodness sake, operator, what took you so long to answer?
I'm bashful.
Well, stop blushing and get me my home in Beverly Hills. The number is Crestview 67071.
Yes, sir.
Bashful. Anyway, kids, when Rochester looks it up in the encyclopedia, you'll know I'm right. Believe me.
Hello?
Hello, Rochester. Rochester, we're having a big argument here, and I want to ask you something. Do you know any famous sayings?
I know one.
What is it?
Don't shoot till you're faded.
Rochester, I'm talking about expressions that were said during the heat of battle.
Well, this one wasn't under the taffy pull.
I don't mean that. Now, Rochester, do you happen to know who said don't give up the ship?
No, sir.
And do you know who said give me liberty or give me death?
No, sir.
Well, do you know who said we have just begun to fight?
Boss, I don't even know who says... Rochester,
stop.
Just a minute.
Now, Rochester, listen carefully. We're having an argument, and I want to prove something about John Paul Jones. So will you please look it up in the book?
Yes, sir. Hold on, boss.
He's looking it up now, kids. We'll get this settled once and for all.
I'm anxious to find out, too.
Operator, you keep out of it. And Don, you'll be sorry you ever started this whole thing.
I got it, boss. I got it.
You have? What does it say?
John Paul Jones, Crestview 56859.
I don't mean the telephone book. I want you to go in the library and look up John Paul Jones in my encyclopedia.
But, boss, I can't do that. I'm over at my girl's house.
You're over at your girl's house, and how did you happen to answer when I called my home?
That long cord on your phone is longer than you think it is.
Rochester, that's ridiculous. Where does your girl live?
In Pasadena.
Pasadena. How could the cord on my telephone reach from Beverly Hills to your girl's house in This sounds like Jerry Colonna. How could your cord on my telephone reach from Beverly Hills to your girl's house in Pasadena?
Boss, did you ever hear that old expression, love will find a way?
Yes.
Well, it did it again.
I don't care what it did. Now, you get back home at once. And bring the phone with you.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, I guess that'll show you, kid.
What did Rochester say?
He looked it up in the encyclopedia, and I was right. It was John Paul Jones who said, don't give up the ship.
But, Jack, I heard you say something about Pasadena.
That's where he said it, in the Battle of Pasadena. I don't want to hear any more about it. Play, Phil.
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, here are my good friends Effie Boone and Kenneth Delmar.
At 45 sold American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see Lucky Strike consistently buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. And with such men who know tobacco best, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45 sold American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. Basil Rysdale speaking. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Of course.
Right you are.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
For real deep down smoking enjoyment, you want a cigarette made of fine tobacco. For certainly it takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette.
And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 45 sold American.
So for real deep down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, last Thursday was Thanksgiving. So let's turn back the clock and show you how Jack Benny and his gang spent the day. Our scene opens in Jack's home in Beverly Hills, and at the moment, Rochester is straightening up the house.
Night and day, I am the one. Thanksgiving comes and goes, but I'm never done.
Rochester.
I'm working all the time. I'm nothing but a one-man assembly line. Night and day.
Rochester.
Day and night.
Paul Robeson.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
You're always singing, always singing.
Well, I'm happy, boss. Here it is Thanksgiving, and I'm glad I wasn't born a turkey.
Oh, you wouldn't like that, huh?
No, I couldn't stand being in an oven all undressed and people peeping in at me.
Oh.
And when you ain't got no head, you can't blush.
Rochester, stop being so silly. You know, I'm going to Miss Livingston's house for a Thanksgiving party, so help me get dressed.
Okay, boss, but if I were you, I'd change my mind about wearing that old tuxedo.
Why? What'd you do to it?
Oh, it's nothing I did, boss, but when I went to get it, the closet was full of moths.
Moths? Oh, my goodness. Were they eating my tuxedo?
Eating it? They didn't even look up when I came in.
Well, maybe it won't show. What part did they eat?
Well, to put it geographically, the South ain't solid anymore.
No, it can't be that bad. Now go get my dress shoes.
I ain't going back in that closet again. They warned me.
Warned you?
Those Moors are tough.
What?
When I reached for your tuxedo, they grabbed the fountain pen out of the pocket, unscrewed the cap, put it up to their shoulder like a bazooka, and squirted ink in my face.
Squirted ink in your face?
You'll have to take my word for it, boy.
Rochester, why is it that every time I get dressed, I have to go through all of... Come in.
Remember me? I'm Herman Peabody, the insurance salesman.
Oh, hello. Hello, Herman.
I just dropped by to wish you a happy Thanksgiving.
Well, thanks. Thanks, Herman. Come on in.
I'd like to, but this leash won't reach any farther.
Oh, you've got your dog with you?
No, my turkey. I'm taking it out for a walk.
Herman, you're taking your turkey out for a walk on Thanksgiving?
It was his last request.
Oh.
On the way over here, I put the turkey on a penny weighing machine, and a little card came out.
What did it say?
It said, you weigh 32 pounds, have good character, make friends easily, but you have a tendency to lose your head.
Now, wait a minute, Herman. Have you been celebrating Thanksgiving?
Uh-huh.
I thought so. Well, goodbye, Herman. Have a nice dinner.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny. Come on, Dolores.
A peculiar sort of a fella. Here, Rochester, before I put my coat on, you better fix my bow tie.
Yes, sir. Lift your chin up a little.
Someday I'm going to learn how to tie a bow myself, then I won't... Rochester, don't just stand there holding it. Tie it.
I'm waiting for your Adam's apple to clear the runway.
Rochester, this is no time for jokes, so hurry up with my bow tie.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. Tie it below my Adam's apple.
But, boss, last time you went to a party, I tied it above your Adam's apple.
I know. Every time I swallowed, I pulled my shirt tail out. So this time, tie it... There's the phone.
I'll get it. Mr. Benny's residence, star, stage, screen, radio, and we'll sit with children, 50 cents extra.
Rochester, just answer the phone and don't...
Hello, Rochester. This is Miss Livingston. Is Mr. Benny there?
Yes, Miss Livingston. Just a minute. It's for you, boss.
Hello?
Jack, what's taking you so long? Everybody's here but you.
Well, Mary, I've got a little surprise for you. I'm going to dress formal tonight.
Formal?
Yes.
What are you going to do, wear your black toupee?
No, I'm wearing my tuxedo.
Oh, Jack, that faded old thing. It's so green and splotchy.
It is not.
It is, too. The last time you wore it, you looked like a Jap sniper.
I'm going to wear it anyway, and I'll be over in a few minutes.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Jack.
Yeah?
I hate to ask you this, but, well, I've worked hard making this dinner for the whole gang, so I thought maybe you'd stop over at the florist and bring me some flowers.
Okay, Mary, I'll bring you half a dozen roses.
Only a half a dozen? But, Jack, they don't cost much.
Well, no, the roses alone don't, Mary, but you're going to the expense of the entire dinner. Why should you spend any more? After all, you're doing enough.
Jack, I meant for you to buy the roses.
Oh. Well, Mary, you didn't have to beat around the bush. Why didn't you come right out and say so? Of course I'll bring them. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Of all the cheap guys I ever...
What did you say, Mary?
This isn't Mary. This is the operator.
Well, you're not supposed to be listening in. Smart aleck operator. Oh, say, Rochester, I think it'd be a good idea if you came along with me. Miss Livingston might need some more help.
I'd like to, but you know every Thanksgiving I go to a party on Central Avenue.
Oh, yes, that's right.
We fill up on plum pudding and brandy sauce. Mm-hmm.
Say, that sounds good, huh? Plum pudding and brandy sauce.
Yes, sir. And this year it's going to be better than ever.
Why?
We couldn't get any plum pudding.
Oh, well, you go right ahead, Rochester, and have a good time. I better be running along, too. How do I look? Am I okay?
You look neat, boss. But do you have to wear all those elk's teeth at the same time?
Certainly, Rochester. I belong to 8 different lodges. Anyway, what's wrong with it?
Nothing, but you've got the only vest in town that smiles at you.
Well, you know me. I always like to put up a happy front. So long, Rochester. So long, kid.
Gee, I wish Jack would get here.
Come on, Phil, play us another one.
Yeah, get hot.
Swing it. Say, Phil, that's a swell idea, bringing your whole band over here to Mary's house.
Yeah, wasn't it, Mary?
Phil, I don't mind your band being here, but your boys have got a lot of nerve putting one of my best dishes on the piano for an ashtray.
That ain't no ashtray, that's for tips.
Tip? What a game.
Say, Mary, when are we going to eat? I'm hungry.
Me too, Miss Livingston.
Now, take it easy, fellas. We'll eat as soon as Jack gets here. Meanwhile, let's have some fun.
Okay, let's have some more music. Hit it, George.
Hey,
Just play
wait a
some.
minute, Phil. Can I play the drums?
Sure, go ahead. Beat it out, Don. Come on, George. Hit it out there. Play it, Donald. Yeah, Donald. Hey, Don, look out. Look out, Don.
John, take that symbol off your head. You look like dragon seed. And, fellas, don't break up the house. I've got to go out in the kitchen and see how my new maid is doing.
Okay, Mary. Hurry back, huh?
I will.
Okay, George, hit it.
Baby, that's the only thing I'm thinking of. Oh, Pauline, as soon as Mr. Benny gets here, we'll have dinner.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll put the turkey on the serving tray, and you go in the dining room and set the table.
Oh, I've already done that, Miss Livingston, and I hope you like it. I put the butter right in the center, and around it I put the salt shakers.
You put the salt shakers around the butter?
And around the salt shakers I put the pepper shakers, and around the pepper shakers I put the cream pitchers, and around the cream pitchers I put the sugar bowls.
Well, Pauline, why did you do all that?
Well, we can't stop them from using the butter, but I figured we can slow them down a little.
Well, that was thoughtful of you, Pauline, but I'll rearrange the table later.
Yes, ma'am.
Right now, you better help me. I've been having trouble with the cranberry sauce.
What's the matter? Can't you get the berries to cram?
Pauline, you don't cranberries, you mash them.
Gee, I'm sorry, Miss Livingston. I don't know much about cooking, but if I did, it would probably help me to get a boyfriend who's interested in marriage. Like my girlfriend who wanted to get married, so she went to school to learn how to cook. Then after she learned how to cook, she met the cutest fella, and they were married. And after they were married, she found out he was a chef, so it really doesn't make any difference, does it?
No, I guess it doesn't. Anyway, let's...
Oh, say, Mary, I just thought about something.
Just a minute, Phil. I'm talking to my maid.
Well. Get
a load of them legs.
Phil!
I'm looking at the turkey.
Oh.
Anyway, Livy, when the food's all ready, let me know and I'll help you serve it.
Thanks, but it won't be necessary, Phil. I've hired a butler for the day.
Okay. I'd sure love to see that turkey in a bathing suit.
Phil, get out of here.
Say, he's cute, isn't he?
Yeah. Now, Pauline, you mash the potatoes while I get the ice cubes out of it.
Oh, there's the door.
Oh, that's all right, Pauline. I'll get it. I can't give you anything but love, baby. That's the only thing. Oh, hello, Jack. Come on in.
Hello, Mary. So nice, I thought I'd walk over. Isn't it a bright, sunny day?
Yeah. Here, I'll take your parasol.
Thanks, and help me off with my overcoat, will you?
Okay. Now, hand me your hat.
Here. And here's my muffler. And my gloves. Now hold my coat while I take off my sweater, will you?
Okay.
There you are.
Do you want a refill on your hot water bottle?
Well, you can kid if you want to, but this is the season for colds. You know, Mary, funny thing just happened. As many times I've been over here, today I walked right by your house and had to come back.
I don't doubt it. Once you get all those clothes moving, it's hard to stop it.
Yeah. Is everybody here?
Sure, they're in the living room. Let's go in.
Okay.
Say, Jack, how about the flowers?
They said they'd send them over. They'll probably be here pretty soon. Hiya, fellas.
Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Jack. Can it be the breeze, the dollar bills, the breeze, with a magic?
All right, boys, all right. I get it. Well, fellas, you having fun?
Oh, I'll say we are. Say,
Good.
Jackson, who do you think I ran into last night?
Who, Phil?
Your old girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco.
Really? How is Gladys?
Oh, fine. And you know, Jackson, she looks a lot better. She had an operation on her nose.
Her nose? Why, her nose was straight. What did she have done?
She had it moved to the middle of her face.
Now cut that out! Anyway, hey, where are we going to eat?
Yeah, I'm hungry, Mary.
Pretty soon. Say, Larry, while we're waiting, how about singing us a song?
Yeah, come on, Larry. How about it, huh?
Sure, kid. Go ahead, will you?
Okay.
Oh, there's the door.
I'll get it, Mary. Hold the song till I come back, will you, kid? Yum bum 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 dee dum 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 dee dum 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 sweet Georgia Brown dum 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 dee dum. Yes.
How do you do? Is this Miss Livingston's residence?
Yes, it is.
Well, Miss Livingston is expecting me for Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh, well, come right in. You got here just in time. The fun's just started.
How nice.
Now, let me take your hat.
Thank you.
Your coat.
Thank you.
Now, follow me. Hey, kids! Oh, pardon me. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Jack Benny.
How do you do? I'm the new butler.
Hey, kids! What? The butler?
Yes. Are you the downstairs man?
I happen to be a guest here. If you're the butler, the kitchen's right through that door.
Thank you, sir.
Jack, who was that at the door?
Nobody.
Well, whose coat and hat are you carrying?
Who's Holton Cat? Oh, darn it, it's your butler, and he just came in. All right, laugh. I know how to keep help. Go ahead and sing, Larry. Go ahead.
and your kisses to guide me till you're walking beside me.
Very good. That was great,
Hey,
Larry.
fellas.
Sure.
Fellas. Everybody in the dining room. Dinner's on the table.
Oh, boy, let's go.
Hey, kids, wait a minute. Let's all march in. You know, conga line.
Okay.
Da 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 da, boom. Da 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 da, boom. Da 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 da, boom. Don, if you can't control it, don't swing it. For heaven's sake.
Oh, Jack, you and your ideas. Now, come on in, fellas. The dinner will get cold.
Okay, let's go.
Jack, bring in an extra chair.
Okay, I'll be with you in a minute. Hey, look what's in this dish here on top of the piano. Well.
Hey, get your hands out of there, Jackson. That's for the boys.
Oh.
Jack!
How in the world could she see from the other room? Mary, I'll bring the straight back chair in here.
Okay.
Hey, where do you want me to sit, Mary?
Right there. Your name's on the place card.
Well, place cards and everything. How did Phil know where to sit down? He can't read.
I put his picture on the plate.
Oh.
That's all your fault, Jackson. You got people thinking I can't read.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me see you write your name.
Don't change the subject. I'm talking about reading.
I thought so.
Jack, will you please sit down and carve the turkey?
Okay.
Boy, get the size of it.
You know, Jack, that's a bigger one than we had at your house last Thanksgiving.
Oh, I don't know. My turkey was pretty big.
Go on. I've seen more meat on Sinatra.
I don't know about that. Hey, Larry, what do you want, white meat or dark meat?
White meat, please.
Don?
I'll have some dark meat.
Say, Mary, did you stuff this turkey yourself?
Yes, why?
Well, it's so round, so firm, so fully packed. Oh, Harris, you're so spontaneous, and you haven't had a drink all day.
Bill, that doesn't apply to turkeys. That's Lucky Strike cigarettes.
I know. Hey, kids, pass the sauce.
The sauce?
Yes, with men who know Tabasco best, I'll take it 2-1. Oh, Harris, just like a pilgrim, you're making progress, you boy. You love it.
Oh, brother.
Now, Phil, cut that out. The correct saying is, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-1.
Don, Phil's only kidding. Can't you see we've got Lucky Strike cigarettes on the table?
Well, then let's hurry up with the dinner and get at 'em.
All right.
Oh, Miss Livingston, shall I serve the hot biscuits now?
Yes, Carl.
Very well, madam. There.
Carl, don't throw the biscuits.
Yeah.
Why don't you stand closer to the table?
I've been watching these people eat, and I don't want to get any on me.
What?
And that old man with the carving knife scares me to death.
Now, wait a minute.
I know your type. Those blue eyes aren't fooling me a bit.
You're just mad because my tuxedo is better than yours.
Now, Carl, your job is just to serve the food and not to antagonize the guests.
Yes, madam.
Hey, Jackson, how about making a speech? Come on, huh? Come on, make a speech for us.
Go ahead, Jack. Say something. This is the first time we've all had dinner together in a long time.
Okay. Well, kids, it's sure nice for all of us to be gathered here on Thanksgiving. I know that during the year we've had our little differences and a few arguments, but this is a day to forget all that. and cement our friendship so that it's stronger than ever.
Here, here.
Thank you. And now... If we'll just forget our little differences.
But, Jack, we've never had any real arguments.
Of course not, Jackson.
Oh, I was just thinking about little things like last week when Don and I had that argument about what naval hero said, don't give up the ship. Now, Don found out he was wrong, and I'm not going to rub it in. It's all over. So if we'll just...
Wait a minute, Jack. I wasn't wrong.
So if we'll just
It was Captain James Lawrence who said, don't give up the ship.
No, Don. It was John Paul Jones. So if we'll
Jack,
just...
I still insist you're wrong. It was Captain James Lawrence.
Don Wilson, you can argue till you're blue in the face. It was John Paul Jones. And I'm going to prove it.
Jack, put down that carving knife.
Oh, pardon me.
Beast.
Now, Don, this is Thanksgiving, so let's forget it. You think it was Captain James Lawrence, but I know it was John Paul Jones.
Say, Jackson, wasn't he on our program about 5 weeks ago?
That was John Charles Thomas. Now, Don, take my word for it. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, so do I. It was Captain James Lawrence.
It was John Paul Jones.
Oh, for heaven's sake, cut it out. Carl, serve the dessert, will you please?
I will if those two gentlemen don't get off the table.
I will if he will.
I'll have some more of that white meat.
That's my leg. Now, Don Wilson, I think it's awful for you to come here on Thanksgiving, accept Mary's hospitality, and start a big argument like this.
I didn't start the argument. You did. And any schoolboy knows that Captain James Lawrence said, don't give up the ship.
Well, every schoolboy knows that it was John Paul Jones. And you're just being stubborn about it, that's all.
Jack, for goodness sake, finish the speech you started.
I'll do it if everybody will shut up. Now, as I was saying... We're gathered here on Thanksgiving Day in a spirit of friendship. A word that in itself represents that binding tie between all people. Let's try, friends. Let's try to keep the feeling that is so prevalent on this day throughout the entire year. So whenever you feel discouraged, just think of those famous words of John Paul Jones. Don't give up the fight.
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, here are my good friends, L.A. Speed Riggs and Kenneth Delmar.
If you were present at the auctions down south, you could see Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. Remember that the next time you buy cigarettes. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 44, sold American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
A friendly suggestion. For your own greater enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Say, Mary, I enjoyed your Thanksgiving dinner very much, but I wish Don wouldn't be so stubborn. After all, when a man's wrong, why doesn't he give in?
But Jack, Don is right. It wasn't John Paul Jones. It was Captain James Lawrence who said, don't give up the ship.
Mary, Captain James Lawrence said, I do not choose to run.
He did not.
Then who said it?
One of Crosby's horses.
All right. Oh, well, I'm not going to argue. I got to go over to Joe E. Brown's program and congratulate him on his 44th anniversary. I don't have to. I want to go. I mean, there's the door. I can't give you anything but love, baby. Choo-choo-choo. Choo-choo-choo.
Flowers for Miss Livingston.
Flowers?
Oh, yes, Mary. Don't you remember I stopped off at the florist?
Oh, yes. Well, boy, what took you so long? Why didn't you bring the flowers sooner?
I couldn't. Mr. Benny only ordered the seeds.
Well, I wanted them to be nice and fresh. Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony Incorporated. Flamingo Nail Polish, the exquisitely beautiful nail polish that well-groomed women use. Flamingo is long-lasting, resists chipping and peeling, and comes in thrilling shades. Buy Flamingo, 25 cents plus tax. Flamingo, 25 cents plus tax. Flamingo, 25 cents plus tax. Flamingo, 25 cents plus tax.
45 sold American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
You said it.
Why, sure.
Yes, sir.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Always those words will mean much to you. For, of course, quality is always your first concern. Today, as always, Lucky Strike selects and buys the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobaccos. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man whose name for years has been the epitome of show business. A man who went from Waukegan to vaudeville.
From vaudeville to radio.
From Broadway to pictures.
From pictures to Broadway.
And now, since he has no place else to go, would you please let him come into your home for just a half hour? Thank you. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, kid, you're absolutely right. I have been in show business a long time. Why, when I was playing the Palace Theater in New York, Nelson Eddy didn't even have the recipe for shortening bread. In fact, when I first started in show business, Charlie McCarthy was taking his physical to get into Sequoia. Why, I was in front of an audience...
Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. Don't overdo it. If you want to know something, I was in show business before you was.
What?
I was in front of an audience when I was 2 days old.
2 days old?
Bill, that's ridiculous.
Certainly. What could you do when you were 2 days old?
I don't know, but people kept paying admission to see me.
Oh, Bill.
Stop making up such nonsense, Bill.
I ain't making nothing up. I was a incubator.
You were what?
Oh, I mean I was an incubator baby. Yes, sir, that was me. 2.5 pounds of solid personality.
Oh, sure.
Say, Phil, I've often wondered about those incubators. Must have been nice and warm in a glass case with a little gas light burning underneath.
Nah, first I was hot, then I was cold, then I was hot, then I was cold.
Well, I'm a sucker for asking this, but why were you hot and cold and hot and cold?
His father kept blowing out the flame, and his mother kept lighting it.
Mary, don't be ridiculous.
That's exactly what happened.
Phil, you admit that your father kept blowing out the flame and your mother kept lighting it?
Yes, and it was a lucky thing I could reach up to that little glass door.
Why?
Who do you think kept handing my mother the matches?
Now, wait a minute, Phil. You were 2 days old in an incubator. Where in the world did you get the matches?
The day I was born.
What?
When the doctor grabbed me by the feet and held me up, I stole them out of his vest pocket.
Oh.
And he must have seen me do it because he gave me an awful whack.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Phil, you were just born. How can you remember what happened then?
I wrote it in my diary.
Well, that's the payoff. Phil, you can't even write now. How could you write when you were 2 days old?
Maybe he dictated it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened.
Mary, did you ever hear such silly talk? Phil was just born, and already he was dictating.
I'll bet 8 to 5 he had the stenographer on his lap. Eh, Phil?
That's exactly what happened.
Phil, you don't have to invent a fantastic story just to make it sound like you've been in show business longer than I have.
Maybe he was, Jack.
No, that's impossible. I was in show business before anybody. Why, I was on the stage before Monty Woolley had a beard.
Before Monty Woolley had a beard?
Yes. Why, when I was a big hit at the Palace, Woolley was still standing in front of a mirror, rubbing his chin and singing, come out, wherever you are. I'm telling you, kids, I've been in show business longer than anybody.
Oh, yeah? How about C. Aubrey Smith?
You mean little Aubrey? Why, he was only a kid when I was starting out in it. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm from Esquire magazine. We printed a story about you and have all the information in our files except one thing.
What would you like to know?
Your age, please.
36.
But, well, okay.
Now, where were we?
Well, you were informing us that you were a thespian in the legitimate drama prior to the inauguration of the cinema.
Phil, did that come out of you?
Yes, and boy, am I glad to get rid of it.
Well, I don't blame you. Now, let's forget show business and find out
Hello,
if we can...
Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Larry. Say, you got here just in time for your song. What are you going to sing?
Well, I got a letter from a friend of mine in the Navy requesting me to sing I'm Making Believe.
A friend of yours in the Navy? Who is he?
Dennis Day.
Oh, Dennis.
A letter from Dennis?
Would you like to read it, Miss Livingston?
Why, Larry, I don't think I should read your mail.
Oh, that's all right. There's nothing about girls in it.
Go ahead, read it, Mary.
Yeah, and we haven't heard from Dennis in weeks. What's he got to say?
Well, here it is. Dear Larry, I heard you sing on the last 4 broadcasts, and I think you have a swell voice.
Well, isn't that nice?
I also heard that you're making $22.50 a week, which is a very good salary to start with.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Benny will give you a raise almost every year, but it will help to have your mother come down and remind him. Especially if she's as big as my mother. However, Larry, when you...
What are you laughing at?
When you reach $35 a week, there's no use reminding Mr. Benny anymore because nobody's mother can help you then.
Dennis always was a card, wasn't he?
Yeah. Best wishes always, Dennis Day. P.S. By the way, Larry, I'd appreciate it very much if on next Sunday's broadcast you'd sing I'm Making Believe.
That's the part I told you about.
Yes, I know. Well, go right ahead and sing it for him, kid. I wonder why Dennis never requests me to play my violin. I can't understand.
You're in my arms, though I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. And here in the gloom of my dancing as we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming, so till my dreams come true, good night. Turn out the light and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you. We're dancing as we used to do, making believe is just another way of dreaming, so till my dreams come true, I'll whisper good night, turn out the light and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you.
That was I'm Making Believe, sung by Larry Stevens, and Larry, that was swell. Keep it up, kid, and some of these days you, too, will be making $35 a week, just like Dennis Day did.
Gee, if Dennis made $35 a week for a whole year, he must have saved a lot of money.
Well, he should have, Larry, but you see, Dennis was somewhat of a spendthrift. And he threw most of his salary away on luxuries, like
bread and butter.
Mary, you know what I mean. Dennis could have saved a lot of money if he didn't have that root beer float habit. Anyway, Larry, come in. Yes?
Mr. Benny, I'd like to try it again.
Again?
I'm from Esquire magazine. We printed a story about you and have all the information in our files except one thing.
Well, what would you like to know?
Your age, please.
I told you I'm 36.
Look, Mr. Benny, this information isn't going to be printed. It's only for our private files.
I don't care what it is for. I'm 36.
But, well, okay.
What a persistent guy. I mean, why doesn't he believe that I'm 36?
Maybe he was at breakfast at Sardi's the day you won the orchid.
No, if he'd have been there, I'd have seen him. Now, as I was saying, Larry.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Larry, as the years go by, you'll have your ups and downs. Sometimes it'll be easy, other times it'll be hard. But no matter what happens, just remember those immortal words of John Paul Jones. Don't give up the ship. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Jack, I'm not even going to argue with you today.
Well, Don, I'm glad you finally see it my way. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
I don't see it your way at all. It was Captain James Lawrence who said, don't give up the ship, but I just don't want to argue about it.
Well, neither do I, but it was John Paul Jones. For your information, Don, Captain James Lawrence said, go west, young man, go west. So there.
What are you talking about? It was Horace Greeley who said that.
Horace Greeley?
Yes, Phil.
Well, how could he say it? Horace Greeley's a statue in Westlake Park.
Well, I'm better off if you're on Don's side. Now, Larry, you forget everything that was said and listen to me.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
As I told you before, and even though you may have your ups and downs, always remember those immortal words of John Paul Jones. Don't go west in a ship. I mean, don't give up the west. I mean, the ship. Don't give up the ship.
Which was said by Captain James Lawrence.
Now, Don Wilson, if you say that once more, there's going to be trouble.
It was Captain James Lawrence.
Well, you asked for it. Hold my coat, Mary.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to put it on. I'm going home. If Don Wilson knows so much, let him run the program himself. Goodbye.
Jack, come back.
I'm going home, and that settles it. Good thing I held myself back when I did. If I'd hit Wilson, I'd have knocked him cold. What if he does outweigh me? I can handle myself in a fight. They don't call me Old Blood and Guts Benny for nothing, you know. I know when I'm right, and when I'm right, I fight. Say, that sounds like a good motto. I know when I'm right, and when I'm right, I fight. Gee, I wonder if that'll ever become as famous as Don't Give Up the Ship. It could, you know.
Imagine years from now, people might be saying, remember those immortal words of Jack Benny. I know when I'm right. And when I'm right, I fight. Say, that's pretty good. Ya-da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-dee-da-da-dum. Gee, it's a nice day. But Sunday is always nice. People are all dressed up and coming home from... Hello, Reverend.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Yep, Sunday's the nicest day in the week. So calm and peaceful and... Good afternoon, Father. Oh, pardon me. Hello, Bing. Maybe I should have asked him if he was going my way. I like him, you know, I do. Hello, Rochester.
Oh, hello, boss. Say, you're home early.
I know. I left before the program was over.
Well, I always thought as long as there was one person left in the audience, you'd stay right on out there.
That's silly. Whatever gave you that idea?
Remember in St. Louis when that man in the front row was swatting flies and you thought he was applauding?
Well, what about it?
If they hadn't dragged you off the stage, you'd have starved to death.
What are you talking about? I was going off anyway, even if they hadn't started the picture.
But, boss, I can't get over you leaving in the middle of your program. Isn't that taking an awful chance?
What do you mean, chance?
Well, if LSMFT finds out you were AWOL, you'll be glad you saved all those boxes of JELLO.
Well, I'm not going to worry about it now. I'll just sit down and be comfortable. Ah, that feels good. Pull off my shoes, will you, Rochester?
Sure, boss. There. Now, give me your other foot. Wiggle your toes, boss, or the dime misses.
I know. I went to a movie. Now, I wish you'd go out and fix me something, will you? I feel like I need something to pep me up.
Okay, I know just the thing. I'll fix you a super zombie.
A super zombie? What's it made of?
I can't tell you the recipe. It's a military secret.
A military secret?
Yeah, that's the stuff they use in flamethrowers.
Oh, well, I don't want anything like that. Let's fix me some tea and toast. That's
Yes,
all.
sir.
I'll answer the door. Ya-da-da-da-dum-da-dee-da-da-dum-bum-bum-bee-da-da-dum. Yes?
I'm from Esquire magazine. We printed a story about
I know. Listen.
Well, look, Mr. Benny, now that you're in the privacy of your own home and away from those microphones, tell me, just how old are you?
I told you I'm 36.
Look, Mr. Benny, I've got a job to do, and I've got to go back to my editor with the facts. The facts.
Well, I'm trying
When I show him this, you'll never believe me. I'll be the laughing stock of the office. I don't care about myself, but I've got a wife and 2 children.
Now, look, Bud, I'm trying to tell you the truth.
You can kick me, beat me, but tell me the truth. Think of me. Think of my wife and kids. Tell me the truth. That's all I want, the truth. The truth, Mr. Benny. How old are you?
Well, if it'll save your job, I'll tell you the truth. I'm 37.
37?
Yes.
Well, I'll try it. I'll try it. That's all I can do. That's all I can do. Maybe they'll believe me. I hope.
What an emotional young man.
Oh, boss, I've got your tea and toast in here.
I'm coming, Rochester. And turn on the radio. I might as well have a little music while I'm eating.
Do you want me to do a fan dance?
No, just the music will be enough. Turn it on, will you, Rochester? that's a nice band. I wish Phil Harris could have heard that. See what else is on the radio, will you, Rochester?
Okay. Will Harold live? Will Hilda come back to her husband? Will the lost baby be found? Will the bank discover that George has absconded with the money? Will the doctor arrive in time to save Mildred's life? Will Mervyn commit suicide because Cynthia has jilted him? Tune in again tomorrow to hear another cheerful chapter of Happiness House.
I didn't know that Cynthia jilted Mervyn.
You missed yesterday's cheerful chapter, boss.
Oh, yes, darn it. Give me something else, Rochester.
Okay.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, in the last minute of play in the big game between the University of California at Los Angeles and the Louisiana State Men's Fraternity Team.
Louisiana State Men's Fraternity Team?
And right now the score is 12 for UCLA and 19 for LSMFT.
Oh, them.
I wish all you folks could be out here this afternoon. What a crowd. You should see the stadium. It's so round, so firm, so fully packed.
Boy, that place must be jammed.
And now let's hear from the cheering section.
LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, fine, fine. It's 33. America.
They must be playing in Goldsboro, North Carolina.
And there goes the gun ending the game.
Well, LSMFT won again. Get another station, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. America. This is Walter Winchell doing a special broadcast for the 6th War Loan.
Hey, listen, Rochester. That's Walter Winchell.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 6th time we are having a war bond drive, but the war is an expensive proposition. There is no way to economize. There are no bargain basements in war, no cut-rate sales. Everything must be paid for in cash and in blood. And you are only asked to put up the cash. I know you bought bonds during the other drives, but so did everyone else. Your bond is just as important as your neighbor's. There are no slackers on a battlefield, so let's have none here. Remember, do your share. This is no time to pass the buck unless you pass it across the counter for a war bond.
Gee, Rochester, isn't he sensational?
He sure is, boss.
Yes, sir.
And now for some news the time will allow. New Delhi, India. Admiral Mountbatten has exceeded all expectations in the Battle of Burma. He has captured a 100-mile stretch of railroad north of Mandalay. His commandos are striking south of the Irrawaddy.
Gosh, that guy Winchell knows everything.
And here's one from the Far East. The B-29s are changing the name of Tokyo Harbor to Bombay.
What a sense of humor.
Hollywood, California. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole movie town is talking about a certain radio comedian who lives in Beverly Hills, who tortures the violin and is tighter than Dorothy Lamour's sarong. This fugitive from the cornfield who wears a size 44 girdle is making a complete and utter fool of himself by insisting that it was John Paul Jones who said, "Don't give up the ship."
What?
Because of radio censorship and the laws of libel, I am not allowed to mention the name of this Waukegan wit who is making such a dope of himself, but his initials are J.B.
Rochester, did you hear what I heard? Did Winchell insinuate that I'm a jerk?
That's what he said. That's what the man said. He said.
Oh, he did, huh?
Although he has been corrected dozens of times, ladies and gentlemen, this blue-eyed boob will not admit that it was Captain James Lawrence who said those famous words.
Rochester, turn that off. Out of my way, Rochester. I'm going to see that guy Winchell right now. Hand me my hat, coat, and cane. My heavy cane.
Well, Rose, that finishes my special bond program.
Yes, Mr. Winchell, and you still have about an hour and a half before your regular Juergens broadcast.
Yeah, look. I'm going over the script again. You run out and get yourself a cup of coffee.
Where is he? Where is that? Oh, there you are, Winchell.
Why, Jack. Jack Benny. It's good to see you.
Don't give me that good to see you stuff. What is all that you said about me and John Paul Jones and don't give up the ship?
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Just a minute. All I said was that a certain Waukegan wit, who is stingy, tortures the violin, and wears a size 44 girdle, is making a jerk out of himself, and the initials are J.B.
Well?
What makes you think I was talking about you?
Well, for one thing, the initials J.B.
But, Jack, I might have been talking about Joan Bennett.
Joan Bennett doesn't wear a size 44 girdle. To think that you would do this to me, Walter, after all I've done for you.
What did you ever do for me?
Plenty, but not anymore. Yesterday was positively the last time I'll ever wash my toupee in Jergens. And another thing, Winchell.
Now, Jack, that's no attitude today. Suppose I did mean you. I wouldn't have mentioned it if I didn't know the facts.
Oh, so now you know everything. Who do you think you are, Luella Parsons? I know my rights, brother.
Oh, Jack, calm down a little. Aren't you getting a little too excited about this?
No, I'm not, because I believe in those famous immortal words. I know when I'm right. And when I'm right, I fight.
Who said that?
Jack Benny. Why don't you read your history? That's who said it.
All right, Benny, I try to be patient with you, but now I can get tough, too. Just who do you think you are trying to change history by saying John Paul Jones said don't give up the ship, when any schoolboy knows it was Captain James Lawrence?
Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell you something, Winchell. You're not going to...
Pardon me, Jack.
Certainly, Walter.
Yeah? Winchell speaking. What? Your wife had a baby this morning? But how could she? You promised me it wouldn't happen until next week's program. Oh, never mind. It's too late to apologize now. Now, getting back to you, Benny, everybody on your program knows that you're wrong about John Paul Jones. But because you're the boss, you bully them and shove them around and make them take orders from you. Well, you can't do that to me.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell you something, Winchell. You're not going to...
Pardon me, Jack.
Certainly, Walter.
Yeah, Winchell speaking. Yes. Yes. But, Elliot, I told you can't keep a secret all week long. Oh, all right. Congratulations. Now, getting back to you, Benny. Why don't you admit it like a good sport instead of acting like an arrogant boob? It's guys like you with big mouths and little brains who think they know it all.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell you something, Winchell. You're not going to stand there and... Wait a minute. How come that telephone never interrupts you? Now, listen, Winchell, if there's anything but the famous saying in Navy history, I might admit you're right. But I know Navy history. I was a sailor in the last war.
Well, so was I. I was a sailor in the last war, too, and let me ask you something. Do you know anything about Captain James Lawrence?
Well,
That's what I thought. Now, shut up, and let me tell you something about him. James Lawrence was born in Burlington, New Jersey on October the 1st, 1781. He entered the Navy at the age of 17 and rose to the rank of lieutenant 4 years later. He fought on the Enterprise in 1804 during our war with Tripoli.
We had a war with Tripoli?
Stephen Decatur selected Lawrence as his first lieutenant. He commanded such ships as the Argus, the Vixen, and the Wasp.
Wow.
In 1813, commanding the
what
Hornet,
about John
he
Paul?
distinguished himself by capturing the enemy ship, the Peacock.
I know, but the
As
Peacock...
a result,
But John
he was
Paul
commissioned
Jones
captain
was in there
and
someplace.
received a gold medal from Congress. On June the 1st,
I know, but what about Paul,
1813,
John Paul Jones?
Lawrence, commanding the Chesapeake, sailed to meet the enemy ship, the Shannon, about 30 miles away from Boston.
Well, John Paul Jones was in Boston,
The enemy crew was better trained, but that didn't stop the courageous and the confident Captain Lawrence.
Well, John Paul Jones, was
after
courageous.
A short
He was just as good as Captain Lawrence.
The Chesapeake lay helpless, with Captain Lawrence...
What was Lawrence doing?
As his men carried him below, he beseeched them to keep on fighting by saying, "Don't give up the ship."
Well, all right.
Later, the same war cry was used by Captain Perry
I don't care
in the
what
Battle
Captain
of
Perry
Lake
said,
Erie. But it was Captain James Lawrence who said it first.
I know, but I don't care.
I don't care.
My good friend, F.E. Boone.
Sold American.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the auctions now open in the South can see Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 44, sold American.
L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
$8.43, sold to the American.
This is Basil Rysdale speaking for the makers of Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike
is the
means
National
fine
Broadcasting Company. KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles. KFI, Los Angeles.
program.
Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Tis the night before Christmas, and at Jack Benny's house, there are presents for all, even cheese for the mouse. Jack is up on a chair, then he's down on his knee, but you have to do that when you're trimming a tree.
Well, we're all through, Mary. Gee, it was nice of you to come over and help me trim the tree.
Well, if I didn't, you'd never get it done. Say, Jack, shall I put the snow around the bottom now?
Not yet. I want to see if the lights are working. I'll hold up the bulbs, and when I say ready, you plug it in.
Okay. Ready?
Ready. Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it out! My goodness.
Oh, Jack, why did you make me shut it off? Those lights were so pretty, especially those two blue ones that kept flashing on and off.
Those were my eyes. I must have been holding on to a bare wire.
Well, it's your own fault. Every time you fool around with electricity, something goes wrong.
It does now. I know plenty about electricity.
Oh, sure. Remember what happened 2 years ago when you fixed your doorbell?
What happened?
I pushed the button and it burned down Crosby's house.
Oh, stop exaggerating. Anyway, hand me that roll of tape. Give me that tape. I'll fix this bare wire right now.
Here you are.
Thanks. Comes to electricity, I know what I'm doing. See, when you see a bare wire, you just tape it up like this. And that way it's insulated against outside elements. There, that ought to be enough tape. All right, Mary, plug it in.
Okay.
Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it out! For heaven's sake.
What happened, Jack?
I taped my finger to the wire. That's what happened.
Oh, gee. And that time it was even prettier than before.
What do you mean?
Your nose lit up, too.
It did not. Let's get this tree finished before the gang gets here.
But, Jack, what about the lights?
We'll have to let that go until later. Now, hand me one of those...
Oh, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Rochester?
I baked that cake like you told me to.
Good. Did you have enough whipped cream to spell out Merry Christmas on top?
Yeah. Say, boss, how many R's in Mary?
2.
Oh.
So you better add one.
Add one? I better cross one out. I got 3.
Well, leave it. It's better than ruining the cake.
Okay.
Oh, Rochester, will you please take these Christmas tree lights and fix them?
Fix them?
Yes.
I ain't fooling around with electricity.
Now, what are you afraid of?
I ain't going to get hit by nothing I can't hit back.
Oh, Rochester. Imagine being afraid of electricity. Suppose Robert Fulton was afraid of electricity. He never would have invented the electric light. Would he?
Jack, you're thinking of Thomas Edison.
Edison? Well, then what did Robert Fulton do?
He said, don't give up the ship.
That was John Paul Jones. Now, let's not start that again. Now, Rochester, please fix these lights, will you?
Okay. Let's see. Now, in electricity, there's the electrons and the electrodes. Then there's the positive and the negative. But I ain't positive which one is negative. Then there's the atom. Now, the atoms are supposed to go from the positive to the negative, or maybe they go from the electrons to the electrodes. Then again, maybe they go from Natchez to Mobile.
Rochester.
Now, as long as these atoms keep passing each other, everything is all right.
Yeah.
But when they meet halfway and start fighting, they're going to turn on anybody who tries to butt in.
Rochester, I'm not interested in the scientific details. I just want you to fix those lights. And I promise you, while you're holding the wires, no one in this room will turn on the switch.
I know, boss. While I'm holding the wire, you ain't going to turn on the switch. And Miss Livingston ain't going to turn on the switch.
Of course not.
But way up there at Boulder Dam, there's a little man sitting in a room with thousands of wires around him.
What?
How do I know he ain't going to do something just to break the monotony?
Oh, all right. I'll fix it myself. Go back in the kitchen. Come in.
I'm looking for Mr. Benny. Mr. Jack Benny.
Me?
Yes.
But you're a policeman.
Well, now, what do you know? This blue uniform has given me away again.
But, officer. Mary, say something.
But, officer,
Is that all you can say?
that's all you said.
Now, officer.
Mr. Benny, I hate to be doing this to you on Christmas Eve, but I have a complaint about you disturbing the peace last week at Moore's department store.
At Moore's department? Oh, that! Well, officer, that wasn't my fault at all. You see, first I had trouble with some crazy floor walker who kept hollering, "Stop breathing on my carnation." And then...
A little slower, please. I'm writing it down.
Yes, sir.
How many R's in carnation?
1. There. And then some silly guy kept following me around, asking me what I thought I ought to buy his wife for Christmas. Now, I didn't mind it the first time or the second time, but he kept hounding me. And just before the real trouble started, I was standing by the perfume counter when all of us... I was trying to buy some perfume for my sister, Flora.
Here's your change, sir.
Thank you. Come on, Mary. Let's get over
I
to...
beg your pardon, mister.
Oh, it's you again.
What do you think I ought to buy my wife for Christmas?
I told you before, I don't know what you should buy your wife for Christmas. Figure it out yourself.
Figure it out yourself, he says. Figure it out yourself. Fine Christmas, spirit.
Look, I don't care what you buy your wife for Christmas. Don't buy her anything.
Don't buy her anything. We've been married for 12 years. What are you trying to do, break us up?
Look, I don't know your wife. I've never seen your wife.
What's going on here? What's the trouble? That man's been caught stealing somebody's wife.
What?
At your age, you gray-haired wolf.
Now, wait a minute.
One time, let me through. What's going on here? Oh, it's you, my little Cupid with the droopy toopy.
Now, cut that out and don't blame me for this because it...
Stop breathing on my carnation.
I'll breathe on it as much as I like.
Stand back, everybody. The man is mad.
You're darn right I'm mad, and this is all your fault, mister. Asked me to buy your wife for Christmas. For all I care, you can buy her a dog collar.
What size?
What size? There you are, folks. See what a crazy guy is, and you blame me. Why, it's not my fault. I'm not the type that would start trouble. I'm a peaceful home...
Shut up!
Oh, come on, Mary. Let's get out of here. And that's exactly what happened, officer. Believe me.
By golly, it's amazing. It sounds like something you'd hear on the radio.
Yeah.
Well, I'm convinced it wasn't your fault, and I'm going to forget all about this complaint and be wishing you folks a Merry Christmas.
The same to you, officer.
And a Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Say, Mary, he was a nice fella at that. wasn't
Yes, he was.
Now, come on, Mary. Let's put the presents around the tree before the gang gets here. Huh? Well, Mary, we got all the packages under the tree. It looks nice, doesn't it?
It sure does. Jack, if you're not going to use the Christmas tree lights, let's put on the candy canes.
Okay, here's the box, and you can... Hey, wait a minute. I had 12 candy canes, and now there are only 11. Where's the other one?
Don't look at me.
I'm not looking at you. I'm asking you.
All right, I ate it. Here's 10 cents.
Smarty. I bet you'd be surprised if I took it.
I wouldn't be surprised if you sued me.
Mary, let's get this finished, will you?
Jack, you better pick up those lights off the floor before somebody steps on them.
Oh, yes. Now, where can I put them? I'll put these lights up here on the chair. This chair right here. And, Mary, here's Rochester's present. I forgot that. Slip it under the tree. Boy, will he be surprised.
But, Jack, how'll he be surprised? You've got toilet water written all over the package.
Well, you got to do that with Rochester. When he opens the package and finds a bottle, he never stops to read the label. Last year, I gave him a miniature ship and a bottle, and the mask stuck out of his mouth for 3 days. Every time I asked him something, he had to answer me through the crow's nest. Believe me, Mary, I know what I'm doing.
Well, Jack, I guess that does it. Tree's all finished.
Yeah. Gee, it looks swell. I'm kind of tired. I think I'll sit down for a minute and smoke a cigarette. Mary, have you got a match?
No.
Oh, well.
Oh, say, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
Are your socks dry yet?
My socks? I think so.
Well, people will be here soon. You better take them off the tree.
Oh, that's right. You take them off, will you, Rochester? I'm tired. I want to sit here a while.
Yes, sir. Say, this tree looks all nice, but it's kind of dark. Oh, no wonder the lights aren't plugged in. I'll fix that.
Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it out!
For heaven's sake.
Well, what's the matter, Jack?
I was sitting on the wire. As long as you're here, Rochester, give me a match.
You don't need it now. Your cigarette is lit.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Rochester.
Don't thank me. Thank that little man up at Boulder Dam.
Rochester. I wonder how that guy at Boulder Dam knew I was sick. Oh, well. Come in. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Same to you, Phil.
Hey, Jackson, that Christmas tree looks terrific.
Yeah, it is a nice tree, isn't it?
Not only that, it's grown about 2 feet since last year.
Phil, this isn't the same one. You know, Phil, I believe in the old-fashioned way of getting a tree. I know when you get up early in the morning and bundle yourself up warm, and you throw an axe over your shoulder and go out in the woods, way out in the wilderness and chop down your own Christmas tree.
Yeah, you're right, Jackson. Where'd you find this one?
In the lobby of the Beverly Wilshire Hotel.
You said it.
Timber!
Yes, sir.
Say, Jackson, you ought to see the tree I got in my house. I got it all decorated, and then right on top I got a big red star.
A red star? Phil, it's supposed to be a silver star.
I know, but this way I get 5 red points. Oh, Harris, you humorist. You're the Mark Twain of your generation.
Mark Twain. Phil, it's Twain. Twain.
Wheelie?
Phil, after a gag like that, you're lucky Santa doesn't scratch you with his claws. Say, that was pretty good, too.
Don't bother sending us Cracker Jack, Mother. We're now getting corn by the ton.
Oh, I don't know, Mary. I thought that was pretty cute. Hey, Phil, what do you got in that package there?
Oh, I forgot, Jackson. It's a Christmas present for you.
For me?
Yeah, me and the boys in the band all chipped in and got it for you.
Well, thanks. I'll put it under the tree.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. Open it up right now.
Okay. It was certainly nice of you and the boys to think of me. I really didn't... Oh, Phil, thanks. Gee, a beautiful turtleneck sweater. Gee.
Well, look inside of it, Jackson.
Inside? Oh. Oh, Phil.
What is it, Jack?
A turtle. fine present. I'll fix him. Imagine bring me a turtle for the Mary. Come here, Phil. Phil, sit down on my chair.
Well, thanks, Jackson.
Are you comfortable, Phil?
Sure.
Good. Mary, push in the plug.
Oh, Jack, you wouldn't dare.
Hand me the plug. I'll give it to him myself.
Hey, Jackson, what about my present?
Yes, sit where you are. You'll get it. It's a surprise. Mary, watch him jump. 1, 2, 3. There. Phil, don't you feel anything?
No, why?
Well,
what about the surprise? What's the matter?
We're having a little trouble at Boulder Dam.
Mary, I can't understand what went wrong. Phil, stand up a minute.
Okay.
Let's see. There must be something wrong with this thing. Pull it out! Pull it out! Pull it out! Fine thing to do to a guy on Christmas Eve.
Well, it's your own fault for trying to play a trick on Phil.
Oh, so that's it, eh, Jackson? Trying to give me a hot seat.
Oh, it was nothing, Phil. I was just trying to have a little fun. Pull it out! Pull it out!
Jack, that's a doorbell.
Oh. Come in. Hiya, Don. Hello, Larry.
Oh, Donzel and Larry.
Hey, I'm glad you fellas were able to come over.
Well, say, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Larry.
Well, last night I went to the movies and I saw a picture called Hollywood Canteen.
You did?
Yes. And you want to know something?
What?
You were in it.
Yes, I know, kid. I happened to see the picture.
8 times.
What?
On the days he can't go, he sends me.
Rochester.
Between you and me, that seat never gets a chance to cool off.
Never mind.
Well, say, Jack, I saw the picture, too.
You did, Don? Well, Don, tell me, how did my violin solo go over?
Well, Jack, this will amaze you.
Really?
When you started to play, the man next to me got all excited and enthused.
Oh, I get it, Don. I get it. You don't have to...
Okay, Mr. Benny, I got the cake and coffee on the table.
Good. Come on, fellas. Let's have a little bite. Come on, everybody. Now, take it easy, fellas. Take it easy. Take it easy. There's enough for all.
Yes, folks, you don't have to crowd. Just line up to the right and have your ticket stubs ready.
Rochester, this is Christmas.
Oh, yes, excuse me.
Now, fellas. Hey, who can that be? Come in. Well, I'll be darned.
Hiya, Buck. Hello, everybody.
Well, what a surprise. Andy Devine.
Well, who'd you think I was? Frank Sinatra?
No, Andy, your voice and figure are both a little huskier, I think. Hey, Andy, there's Don Wilson.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Skinny.
Hello, Fatso. That's the first time I ever heard a pot call a pot a pot. Say, Andy, how's your mother?
Oh, she's swell, Buck. Hey, you know, it's nice the way you think of her every year.
Oh, I always call my friends around the holidays.
Well, you don't have to worry about Ma. Buck, she wouldn't think of buying her Christmas cards from anyone else but you.
I know. That's why I always throw in a couple of extra ones, you know?
Here you are, folks. Here's the... Oh, hello, Mr. Devine. Well, hello, Rochester. I'm glad you dropped in on the boss. Christmas wouldn't be Christmas without you. Well, thanks, Roch. You know, the holidays wouldn't be the same if I didn't see all of you folks.
Those are the two voices that drove Gravel Gertie into hiding. Say, come on, Andy. You're just in time to have a bite to eat. And listen, I've been saving a bottle of champagne just for this occasion. Let's drink a toast.
Champagne? Oh,
come on, fellas, everybody. Oh, Rochester, give me that bottle of champagne.
Here you are, boss. Shall I open it?
No, I'll open it myself. Thank you. Now, let's see. Champagne corks are so tight. Gee, they're hard to get loose.
For goodness sake, fellas, don't just stand there. Pull the cork out of of his mouth.
Okay, hold your head still, Jackson. I'll pull the cork out.
Now,
there.
Jack, say something.
Boy. Here, Rochester. Rochester, fill the glasses.
Yes, sir.
Hey, fellas, how about a toast?
Hey, I got one.
Go ahead, Andy. A toast? Go ahead.
Here's to you, Buck, Mary, Phil, and the whole gang. We've been friends for a long time, and I hope it always stays that way. Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas, Andy! Merry Christmas!
Jack, can I give a toast, too?
Sure. Go right ahead, Mary.
A Merry Christmas to everyone, everywhere.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas to all. That's right. Glad to see you.
Say, Jack, how about a toast from you?
Me? Yeah, I'd like to give a toast, too, Don. This is a toast to a lot of fellas I met in Africa, Europe, and the South Pacific. And to all you other boys out there I wasn't lucky enough to meet. Fellas, this is Christmas Eve, a time for happiness and good fellowship, a time when our hearts should be humble and forgiving. But this is war, and I've seen what you boys are up against on both sides of the world. I know the Christmas spirit must seem a very distant thing when you're crouched in a muddy foxhole or wading through the half-frozen slush. I know, too, that there's very little to remind you of Christmas inside a stifling tank or in the icy cockpit of a B-29 6 miles above Tokyo. Maybe you feel it is something you lost long, long ago, because the only Christmas lights you see are the bursts of shells or the flashing path cut by tracer bullets. But Christmas is a spirit that springs from within and is so strong it transcends even the ugly scenes of a battlefield and fills the soul with a passion to defend the things that are right and just. You are the ones who have gone to the ends of the earth to preserve the freedom you know belongs to every man, to hasten the day when all mankind can once again live in dignity and in peace. So here's to you, fellas. Merry Christmas, and God bless you all.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Of course.
You said it.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Sold American.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen know tobacco. They can see just who buys what tobacco. These experts present at the tobacco auctions can see Lucky Strike select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. and gentlemen, next Sunday night we will be broadcasting from New York City, where Jack Benny is going to open the March of Dimes Infantile Paralysis Drive. So let's go to Jack's house in Beverly Hills, where he's busy preparing for the trip.
East side, west side, all around the town. I wonder if the little flowers' leaves are turning brown. La, 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 sweet Georgia Brown. Oh, boy, New York. Bright lights, Broadway. So much excitement in New York. Subways, taxicabs, people rushing around. That's where you see all the old vaudeville acts. Powers Elephant, Sharky the Trained Seal, Fink's Mules, Fred Allen. Let's see now. I'll cash a check when I get to New York, but I'll need some money on the train. Better figure out how much I'll need. See, there'll be 9 meals in the diner at 50 cents a meal. That's $4.50. Maybe I should get Rochester to pack some sandwiches. Nah, how often do you go to New York? Besides, you get jelly all over the berth. Anyway, 9 meals, that's $4.50. Yeah, that'll cover it nicely. But to be on the safe side, I'll take $5. I better get it out of the safe now. I wonder if that door is heavy enough.
Halt! Who goes there?
It's only me, Ed. It's okay.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
How have you been, Ed?
Oh, fine, fine. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny.
Yeah?
Who won the election?
Roosevelt. It was pretty close.
So Hoover's out, huh?
Oh, yes, a long time ago. Oh, say, Ed, you have a nice Christmas?
Yes, quiet, but nice.
Good. Oh, Ed, I just want to open my safe for a minute.
Oh, yes, sir. Shall I turn my back?
No, it's all right. Now, let's see. The combination of the safe is right to 45, left to 160, back to 15, then left to 110. There. Oh, darn it, I forgot to turn off the alarm. Now, let's see. Oh, there's a loose $5 bill. Yep, that's all I'll need. So long, Ed. I'll see you in the spring. Take it easy.
So long.
Well, that takes care of that. Now, if I can get finished packing here. So...
Oh, it's you, boss. I heard your burglar alarm go off, so I rushed right in from the garage.
Oh, you mean you could hear it way out there?
Hear it? Everybody in Beverly Hills is digging a foxhole.
Well, I like to be on the safe side. Anyway, I'm glad you came in, Rochester. I want you to finish packing my trunk.
Yes, sir. Oh, say, boss.
What?
I packed your toupees in that hat box.
My toupees?
Yeah, I put in the blonde one, the dark one, the curly one, and the two with the fur lining.
Good.
Do you want to take the one with the cowlick?
The cowlick?
Yeah, you know, the one you say makes you look like Van Johnson.
No, never mind that one. I'll be associating with an older crowd in New York. By the way, Rochester, you finished your own packing?
I didn't do any packing. I'm traveling light this year.
Light?
Yeah, 1 pair of shoes, 2 pairs of shorts, 3 pair of socks, and 4 pair of dice.
Dice, I should have known. I suppose you think you're going to New York and clean out the town.
I sure am, boss. But I'll admit Wall Street has me a little worried.
What do you mean?
Well, I can bring back the money myself, but how am I going to move those buildings?
Now, you're just being silly. Look, Rochester, get my suits out of the closet. And then... Go ahead, Rochester. I'll answer the door. Oh, hello, Larry. Why aren't you home packing?
Oh, I'm packed already. I just came over to see if I could help you.
Oh, I'm getting along all right, kid.
Gee, Mr. Benny, I'm all excited. I've never taken such a long trip before.
Oh, you'll love New York. Now, won't he, Rochester?
Yes, sir, especially this time of year. You'll see all that snow, and the air is so crisp and so cold.
Yeah, and don't forget, Larry, we changed at Chicago.
Oh, I won't have to. I've got mine on already.
Larry, I mean we changed trains. That's where we get off the Chief and take the 20th Century.
Oh.
Say, kid, what are you going to sing on our first program in New York? Got it all set?
Yes, would you like to hear it, Mr. Benny?
Yeah, I want to see if it's okay. Oh, hold it a minute, kid. There's the phone. Hello?
Hiya, Jackson.
Oh, hello, Phil. I'm busy packing. Are you packed yet?
Well, I would be, but my laundry hasn't come back. My shirts and things.
Well, for heaven's sake, we're leaving in 2 hours. Haven't you any other shirts?
No, those were the only ones I had.
Oh, well, that's different. Rochester, let everything else go and finish ironing Mr. Harris's shirt. Hurry it.
But, boss, you promised Miss Stanwyck you'd get her stuff out first.
Miss Stanwyck can wait. This is an emergency. All right, Phil, we'll bring it to the station.
Okay, see you later, Jackson. I'll meet you on the shelf.
That's the Chief. The Chief. That's the name of the train.
I know. I pulled the switch. Oh, Harris, you curly-headed clown. What keeps you from going high at you, boy?
Because you can't get a high hat on a low brow. Now, goodbye. Okay, Larry, let's hear that song you're going to do, will you, kid?
I wanna wander over yonder till I see the mountains rise. I want to ride to the ridge where the west commences. Gaze at the moon until I lose my senses. Can't look at hovels and I can't stand fences. Don't fence me in.
That's swell, Larry. That song will be fine for next week's program. Larry, I'll meet you at the Santa Fe station a half hour before our train leaves.
Okay. Say, Mr. Benny, when you're on this March of Dimes tour, will you want me to go along and sing?
Oh, sure, kid. I was depending on you. Now run along and I'll see you later.
Okay. Goodbye.
So long, Larry. Oh, say, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
As long as we're going on this tour, do you think I should take my violin to New York?
You do, and they'll run you up that tree that grows in Brooklyn.
They will not. Now go upstairs and get my violin.
Okay.
Come in.
Pardon me, are you Mr. Benny?
Yes.
My name is Wimbish, Malcolm Wimbish.
Uh-huh.
I heard you were going out of town for a while, and I thought maybe you'd rent me your house.
Rent my house? No, I don't think so.
But gee, Mr. Benny, I haven't had a place to live since I got here. The hotels are crowded, and you can't get an apartment, and they're always painting the benches in the park.
Well, look.
Last night I even tried to sleep on a streetcar.
And you couldn't sleep, huh?
I couldn't. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley.
What?
Ding, ding, ding went the bell.
Look.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Went the buzzer?
No, the guy next to me was snoring.
Oh, well, look, fella.
Gee, Mr. Benny, I gotta find a place to live. I ain't got no place to sleep.
Well, I'd like to rent you my house, Mr. Wimbish, but I'll be back in just 2 months.
Well, that's all right. I ought to be awake by then.
Well, under the circumstances, okay, I'll rent you the house.
Thanks. I'll look around and see if I like it.
Well, just wander through the house. If there's anything you don't like, let me know.
That I will.
Now, doggone it, with all these interruptions, I'll never get finished packing.
Oh, say, boss.
Rochester, did you find my violin?
Not yet. I looked every place.
Where'd you look in the violin case?
Uh-huh. I opened the case, and all I found was 4 strings and a fat termite. Not only that, when I peeked in, he spit the bridge at me.
Rochester, that's a big fib, and you go. No, now go and find my... Now go find my violin. Now what is it? Come in. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, I'm Pauline, Miss Livingston's maid.
Yes, I know.
Well, I came over to tell you that Miss Livingston has a bad cold, so instead of meeting you at the house, she's going right to the station and get on the train.
Oh, Miss Livingston has a cold? That's too bad. Did you rub something on her chest?
I tried to, Mr. Benny, but she's ticklish.
Oh, well, what about the doctor?
He's ticklish, too.
No, Pauline, I meant, what did the doctor say about her cold?
Well, he said she could go to New York as long as she got right in her berth and stayed there.
Oh, well, thanks for coming over and telling me.
You're welcome. Mr. Benny.
Yes? What is it, Pauline? What is it?
Well, Miss Livingston didn't have room for all her things, so she wants you to put this in your suitcase.
This?
Yes.
But, Pauline, I don't want to take that. I mean, suppose my suitcase falls open, people will see it. I mean, what would they think?
Well, they could think it's yours.
Mine don't have those clips for the stocking. Now, Pauline, you better run down to the train. Miss Livingston may need you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Pauline! Oh, she took the girdle with her. Oh, good.
Hey, Mr. Benny.
Huh? Oh, yes.
I looked around the house, and it looks pretty good. But tell me, do you have any mice?
Mice? Well, I have to admit that we do have a few.
Good. I hate to live alone.
Oh.
I'll go look at some of the other rooms now.
Yes, make yourself at home. He's a democratic sort of a guy, isn't he? Now, say, Rochester, I just happened to think of something. I've got to make some speeches at several banquets, so I better take along my tuxedo.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Well, I was pressing your pants, and I think I left the iron on a wee bit too long.
Oh, my goodness. Did you burn a big hole in them?
Boss, if Tennessee could have found a hole that size, they'd have scored a touchdown.
What?
Roughly, you were burned out on the 10-yard line.
Well, look, maybe I can wear my... Oh, just when I'm in a hurry, then. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Don Wilson.
Look, Don, I'm trying to get packed. What is it?
Oh, I've got some terrible news for you.
What? What is it?
Well, I hate to tell you this, but yesterday I lost the money you gave me for the railroad tickets.
Oh, for heaven's sake, we leave in less than an hour. Did you put an ad in the paper?
Well, yes, Jack, I went down as soon as it happened. I wrote out an ad that said, Lost Saturday. money for tickets for the Jack Benny Show on the Santa Fe Chief to New York.
Well, good.
But the newspaper said it was too long, so I cut it down to Lost Saturday, money for tickets.
Lost Saturday, money for tickets. Well, that's all right, isn't it?
No, they said it was still too long. So I just used the initials. LSMFT.
LSMFT, but Don, how will you get the money back? LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
I know, but did you get an answer to the ad you put in the paper?
Oh, yes, one man called up.
Good, what did he say?
He said, Soul American.
Don, you mean a man called you up just to say, huh?
That's what he said. That's what the man said. He said that.
What?
So long, Jack.
Imagine scaring me like that. But then Don's kind of cute in his fully packed way, I guess. Rochester, you better start taking out the bags. We got to leave right now.
Okay, boss, okay.
I'll just put on my tie and my coat, and then I'll be ready in almost any time now.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Oh, yes, I forgot about you.
I looked around the house, and I like it all right. But in the kitchen, I turn the faucets on, and the hot water runs cold, and the cold water runs rusty.
Rusty? You're in California, Bub. That's orange juice. Now, here's the key. Come on, Rochester, let's go. Gee, the station is crowded. Rochester.
Yes, boss.
Put on your red cap and carry my bags to the train, will you? I gotta meet my gang.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Gee, we're all supposed to meet here at the information desk. Oh, there they are. Hey, Phil, Don.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Hiya, Jackson.
Say, fellas, Mary went right to the train. She's got a cold.
Oh, that's too bad. Say, what are you carrying there under your arm?
Well, I heard it was pretty cold in New York, and I want to be on the safe side.
But Jackson, a smudge pot.
Well, I'm not taking any chances, you know.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Does anybody want to go to Anaheim, Azusa, or Cucamonga?
Say, Don, have you got all the tickets?
Well, not quite, Jack. At the last minute, Phil said he needed an extra one.
Phil, who are you sneaking on this trip with you?
Well, it's Frankie, my guitar player. I got to take him along on account of the magazines.
The magazines?
Yeah, he reads to me.
Oh, for goodness sake, now I have to buy another ticket.
Hi, Jack. Where you been? Ain't seen you around.
What? Oh, hello.
Who was that, Jackson?
Oh, he's a racetrack tout that used to hang around Hollywood Park, you know. Well, I'll meet you later, fellas. Now, let's see. The ticket window ought to be...
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Oh, come on. Somebody must want to go to Anaheim and take their Cucamonga.
Now, let me see. The ticket window ought to be...
Jack, come here a minute.
Huh? Oh, it's you again. Huh? What is it?
I didn't want to say anything while you were with your friends there, but where you going?
New York.
What train you taking?
The chief. Why, what's the matter?
Take the El Capitan.
But I like the chief.
Come here a minute.
Yeah?
And take my tip, Bud. The El Capitan will beat the chief into Kansas City by 3 lengths.
What?
According to yesterday's performance, it can't miss.
Well, look, I'm sorry. I'm taking the chief.
Look, come here a minute.
Uh-huh.
I was talking to the engineer who's riding El Capitan, and he tells me that today she's ready.
Well, I don't know.
And look at the breeding. El Capitan is by 20th Century out of Golden State Limited.
Well, thanks for the tip, but I'm going to stick to the chief.
Why?
Come here a minute. Don't noise this around, see?
No.
But I found out the chief is a sleeper. Now, so long, fella.
Okay. So long.
Now, let's see. The ticket window should be...
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Look, we're not asking much. 2 of you, or even 1 of you. Just somebody to keep the engineer company.
Here's the ticket window. Oh, pardon me. Are you the ticket clerk?
Well, what do you think I am in this cage, a canary?
Don't get huffy about it. All I want is a ticket on the chief.
Oh. Would you like the $60 ticket or the $140 ticket?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, with the $140 ticket, you ride inside.
Well, naturally, I want to ride on the inside. After all, I'm not as young as I used to be.
You're not as young as anybody used to be.
Now, don't get fresh. All I want is a ticket to New York.
Return trip?
No, one way.
Good.
Now, cut that out and stop wasting time. I have to get to New York by Thursday.
I'm sorry, but our trains are all booked up.
Well, think, man. Think there must be one train that has room for me.
Leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Look, there are 5,000 people in this station. Isn't there somebody, anybody, any volunteers? Please. I'll get fired if I don't get somebody on the train for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Look, clerk, I've waited here long enough. You've just got
Well, you're in luck, Blue Eyes. I found one ticket on the chief.
Good, I'll take it.
The chief leaving for New York. All aboard.
Hurry up, will you, clerk? Thanks. I'm coming!
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga has just been canceled.
I'm coming, fellas, I'm coming. Wait for me.
Hey, Jackson, we're moving. Hurry up.
I'm coming. Wait for me.
Well, Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's my good friend, F.E. Boone.
At 45 sold American.
Smoke that smoke of fine tobacco.
Smoke that smoke of fine tobacco.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco. Lucky Strike.
For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. Remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45 sold American.
This is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Smoke Lucky Strike, the cigarette that means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Pauline, how's Miss Livingston?
Oh, she's fine.
Can I go in the compartment and see her?
Well, she's asleep right now.
Oh, well, I'll see her later. Say, conductor.
Yes, sir.
How long before we get to San Bernardino?
Oh, it'll be about 2 hours, sir.
2 hours? Why so long?
First, we got to go through Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Oh, that guy got his way anyway. Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're tuned to KFI, Los Angeles. Tuned to KFI, Los Angeles. Tuned to KFI, Los Angeles. Tuned to KFI, Los Angeles.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
At 45 sold American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Yes, sir.
Sure thing.
That's right.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
That real deep down smoking enjoyment you get in your Lucky Strike can be described in just 5 words. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, you get real deep down smoking enjoyment because of that finer, lighter, naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, coming to you from the Astor Hotel in New York City, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a man who got on a train in Los Angeles and came to New York by way of
Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
What scenery.
And here he is, the star of our show, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, when I arrived in New York, now you won't believe this, but I got an official welcome. In fact, Mayor LaGuardia wanted me to be with him so much he made me an honorary fireman. Gosh, what an honor it was to meet Mayor LaGuardia. There he was, dressed up in his fire hat and everything. And Don, when he shook hands with me, I was chilled.
Jack, you mean thrilled?
No, chilled. He stuck a cold nozzle in my hand. Well, anyway, Don, here we are, New York. What a town. I don't know what it is, but it's so different from Waukegan. Yes, sir.
You really love New York, don't you, Jack?
Well, I like it, you know.
Like it? Why, Jack, when we arrived here, the first thing you did when you stepped off the train was to get down and kiss the ground.
I did not. I slipped on the ice.
Well, Jack, if you only slipped on the ice, why did you stay down there so long?
I told you I was shaking hands with Mayor LaGuardia. I had to do it then. After all, who knows when I'm going to be down that way again. Anyway, Don, kidding aside, it's really great to be back in New York.
Yes, it is, Jack, and my wife and I are having a grand time.
Oh, you brought your wife with you. I didn't know that.
Yes, you see, Jack, it's our anniversary, and we wanted to be together.
Oh, your anniversary. Well, congratulations, Don.
Oh, thanks, Jack.
And I'll tell you what I'm going to do just for a little anniversary present. As long as we're in New York, I'll pay all your expenses, your hotel bill and everything, for you and your wife.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Jack.
Oh, yes, I insist.
No, Jack, no, really. I don't feel that I should...
Don, I don't want to hear any more about it. I insist on paying your wife's expenses as well as your own.
Well, thanks. Thanks, Jack. That's darn nice of you.
That's all right. By the way, Don, where are you staying?
At the Waldorf Astoria.
Oh, the Waldorf Astoria.
Yes, it's on Park Avenue.
I know where it is, you big fat head. All right, Don, I made a promise, and I'm going to stick to it. You can live at the Waldorf.
Oh, thanks.
And here's a handful of nickels. You know where to eat. I mean, there's no use standing in line for change.
All right, folks, I know the temperature dropped a point, but Harris is here to heat up this joint. Hiya, fellas.
Hey, Phil, you don't have to bust in here like a heat wave. Harris is here to warm up the joint. It's not that cold in New York.
It ain't, huh?
No.
Well, it's the first time I ever seen the Statue of Liberty blowing on her hands. Oh, Harris, you joy boy. You're right from Dixie, and you're in your cups, you kid. Yes, there.
Phil, stop with those silly gags. Everybody who can't stand the cold makes up jokes about it. If you were red-blooded like I am, you could stand this type of weather.
Oh, sure.
What do you mean, oh, sure?
Remember the other morning when you were shaving and cut yourself?
Yeah?
Your blood came out, went hubba, and crawled right back in again.
Well, that happened when I first got here, but I'm getting up. Come in.
Mr. Benny, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Mr. Beck, the manager of the Astor Hotel.
Now, how do you do, sir?
And since you're honoring us by broadcasting from our ballroom, I want to make sure that nothing interferes with your program.
Well, thank you. You're very considerate.
Are the microphones working all right?
Yes.
I'd better make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, Mom. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look, the microphones are all right. Now look at this.
Good.
They're all...
Because I don't want anything to interfere with your program.
Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, Phil Harris's orchestra is going to play a
Is
number.
the piano in tune?
Yes, the piano's in tune. Look, the piano's in tune. It's in tune. Look, Mr. Beck, will you please...
You know, I used to play a little bit myself.
Mr. Beck! Believe me, everything is all right.
Good, because I don't want anything to interfere with your program.
I know. Everything is fine.
Well, then, I'll be running along, and if there's anything you need...
Look out for those steps! Mr. Beck! I knew that would happen. I knew it. Play, Phil. was Accentuate the Positive, played by Phil Harris, and his New York, New Haven, and It Shouldn't Happen to Hartford Orchestra. It's the one I wanted Mary to hear at home. Say, Phil. I love that gag. Say, Phil, where did you pick up these boys?
Oh, what are you talking about? This is my regular orchestra. I brought them from Hollywood.
From Hollywood?
Yeah, you just don't recognize them. They're wearing shoes.
Shoes? Oh, yes, they are. Phil, how in the world did you ever get them to put them on?
Well, I told them it was a publicity stunt.
Oh. Well, are they having fun here in New York?
Well, their feet hurt them, but they're having a good time.
Well, that's fine.
Hey, Donzie, how about you? You enjoying your stay here?
I sure am, Phil, especially since my wife is with me.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. This is your anniversary, isn't it? Happy anniversary, Don.
Well, thanks, Phil. And you know what, Phil?
No, what?
Well, Jack's paying all the expenses for my wife and me at the Waldorf Astoria.
Say, that's great. Jack who?
Jack me. That's Jack who. I'm paying all the expenses for Don and his wife while they're in New York. It was my own idea.
It can't be the heat. It's cold here.
All right, it's cold here.
Oh, by the way, Phil, I saw you last night at Frank Fay's new show. Did you see it, Jack?
Frank Fay? Not yet, Don.
Well, don't miss it. He's a scream. I tell you, Jack, my sides still ache.
Oh. Frank Fay, huh?
Yeah, you should have been there, Jackson. You know Don laughs louder at Frank Fay than he does at you.
Oh, he does, eh?
What else you see, Phil?
Oh, I've seen a lot of shows. You know, I've been going to the theater every night.
Frank Fay.
I saw Bloomer Girl, I saw Laughing Room Only, Mexican Hayride, and then I saw
Just a minute, Phil. Listen, Wilson, what's so funny about Frank Fay?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, I think he's one of the greatest comedians I've ever seen.
Oh, you do, eh?
Yes, I do.
Well, then get him to pay your wife's expenses at the Waldorf. I'm no sucker.
Oh, Jackson, you don't expect Don to go to a show and not laugh at it, do you?
No, but he doesn't have to keep raving about Frank Fay all the time.
I wasn't raving about him. I just said I liked him.
All right, you like him. That doesn't mean you have to go around telling people that I'm washed up. Then he is through, finished.
Who said that?
I can read between the lines, brother.
Oh, what are you talking
about? The minute he gets in town, he's got to go right over and see Frank Fay.
Well, now, wait a minute, Jackson. He didn't
When he
say
comes to the program, all he talks about, Frank Fay, Frank Fay, Frank Fay. Frank Fay, wonderful to be... Ha!
Well, what about
I
it?
hear.
Well, what about it?
I see no reason for paying Mrs. Wilson's hotel bill. So, the deal's off, Don.
Oh, boy, I wish I'd get out of my girdle that easy.
Never mind the joke. You're here to do the commercial, and it's time we had one. So
well,
go ahead
Jack,
with it.
I should have mentioned this to you, but the sponsor told me that while we're in New York, he'd like a little variety on the commercials, so he's sending over a special announcer to do them.
Oh, well, he'll probably show up. That's strange, bringing in another announcer. I wonder if...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Larry. How are you, Jim? Well, Larry, you got here just in time to do your song.
I know, and I'm so nervous. It's the first time I've ever sang in New York.
Well, I can understand how you feel, kid. Yeah, I'll never forget the first time I played my violin here in New York. I was just about your age, and I was just as nervous as you are.
Well, you should have been with those Indians shooting those arrows at you.
Phil, stop exaggerating. Larry's nervous enough as it is. Now go ahead and sing, kid, and don't worry about the Indians. I mean, don't worry about anything.
Okay.
Hold it a minute, kid. Come in. Yes?
Mr. Benny, I'm coming here to welcoming you to New York.
Yeah, why, it's Mrs. NAUSBAUM.
I'm resembling maybe the Bloomer Girl.
No, of course not, but I'm glad you're here.
Thank you. And, Mr. Benny, I'm inviting you after your broadcast. You should be guest of honor at my new restaurant.
Oh, you have a restaurant here?
Yes, and what a romantic place. We feature soft lights and hard salami.
Well, I'll be very happy to drop in, but I didn't know you were in the restaurant business.
Oh, this is only of a recent nature.
Oh.
I've been running this restaurant only since I stopped working for, you should excuse the expression, Fred Allen.
I see.
Not only is mine restaurant serving the best from delicacies, but we are also featuring a floor show which would make Herman Billingsley turn Greek with envy.
Oh, you have a floor show, too?
Yes. And for my featured attraction next week, I'm trying to get Frankie Boy. Oh.
You mean Sinatra?
Who else? When Frankie Boy is singing, won't you tell me when we should meet again? I am telling him instantly.
Mrs. Nussbaum.
And when he's singing, don't fence me in, I am already waiting at the gate.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, I'll be very happy to come to your restaurant, but how do I get there?
First, you are taking the subway.
Uh-huh.
Then you are crossing the bridge, and you are finding yourself in, you should excuse the expression, Brooklyn.
Oh.
And, Mr. Benny, you should realize how lucky you are I am inviting you to my restaurant on a Sunday.
Why?
Well, I will clarify. In my restaurant on Monday, we are having Meatless Tuesday. This is followed by Wheaty-less Wednesday.
Uh-huh.
Then comes Without Turkey Thursday, which precedes Flounderless Friday. And sugar you positively cannot get on Saturday.
Uh-huh.
But when you come on Sunday, you are very lucky.
Why?
Because on Sunday, we're closed altogether.
Well, it was certainly nice seeing Mrs. Nussbaum again. All right, Larry, go ahead and sing.
Oh, say, Mr. Benny, I meant to ask you, where's Miss Livingston?
Why, she still has a bad cold, and she's listening to the program at the hotel. I'm sure she'll be with us next week.
Well, Mr. Benny, would it be all right if I dedicate my number to her?
Oh, that'd be very nice, Larry. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. Go ahead and sing, kid.
Beautiful, here among the shadows, beautiful lady, open your heart. The scene is set, the breezes sing of it, and you get into the swing of it, lady. When do we start? When the lady is kissable and the evening is cool, any dream is permissible in the heart of a fool. The moon is high and you're so glamorous, and if I seem over amorous, lady, what can I do? The night is young, and I'm in love.
And You're So Beautiful, sung by Larry Stevens, the Candy Bar Kid. And I'm sure Mary liked it, huh? Say, Larry, this is your first trip, Larry. This is your first trip to New York, isn't it, huh?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Well, have you been anywhere? Have you seen any of the sights?
Well, I went to Central Park and the Bronx Zoo.
Oh.
And yesterday, when I was walking along the street, I saw the Empire State Building.
Oh, well, you know, that's the tallest building in the world, you know.
I know. So I took an elevator and went all the way up to the top.
Well, did you look down at the street?
Well, what for? I just came from there.
Calls for some kind of an answer there. Larry, the only reason people take the elevator to go up. Come in.
Hello, everybody. Good evening, Mr. Benny.
Why, Fred, how are you?
Well, I haven't time to bandy pleasantries, Mr. Benny. This really isn't a social call. I'm here on business.
Business?
Yes. Your sponsor hired me to read the commercial.
Oh, so you're the guy. But, Fred, I thought radio was through with... you were through with radio.
Well, I haven't got my own program anymore, but I do odd jobs, a commercial here, a sound effect there, an occasional sob on John's other wife.
And by that you managed to eke out a living?
If it doesn't make you too unhappy, yes. And here I am tonight slumming on your show.
Slumming, for your information, Alan, my program is right up on top.
On top? Listen, Benny, your program is so low, gravity will have nothing to do with it. And you won't find it in there. I called in a little writer who was going by on the street. Furthermore, he gave me this in case the other one didn't go. Furthermore, your program is so full of corn, its rating goes up and down with the grain market.
That's the one we gave you.
Yes. And another thing, I don't believe Mary Livingston is sick tonight at all. You just made her stay home so you'd be sure of one listener.
All right. Look, you came here to read a commercial, so do it and get out of here.
Oh, Mr. Benny, you're losing your temper.
I am not losing my temper.
Well, your forehead is getting red right up to the roots of your toupee.
Listen, Alan, I don't know why my sponsor had to send you over. Doesn't he know that I pay Don Wilson a big salary to read the commercial? Can't Wilson read it?
Well, yes, but your sponsor feels that with the local butchers on strike, it isn't safe for all of that beef to linger too long in one spot.
Well, then, all right, read the commercial and get out of here.
All right. Well, now, you just step aside, Mr. Benny. I use big words and make gestures. I need a lot of room. Would you step back from the microphone?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Click, 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 click. Click, click,
wait a minute. Wait. Are you doing a commercial or do you have lower plate wobble? Nice to get one in myself here once in a while.
Now, quiet, please, Mr. Benny. This may be my big opportunity. Click, 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 click. Yes, sir. Sure thing. That's right. Oh, boy. Wahoo! Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
What diction?
So round, so firm, and like Mr. Benny's wallet, so fully packed.
Now, look.
But unlike Mr. Benny's wallet, Lucky Strikes are free and easy on the draw.
Now, wait a minute.
With men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-1.
That's better.
And with men who know comedians best, it's A-L-L-E-N. A-L-L-E-N.
It's B-E-N-N-Y. B-E-N-N-Y is what
42, Billy, 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 Billy,
Fred, that's enough. Fred, that's enough.
Now, don't stop me, Jack. Up to now, this is the cleverest dialogue on your show. 42, Billy, 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 Billy,
Fred, where are you going? Fred, look out for those steps. are you hurt? Fred, say something.
Sold America.
What a guy. You know, Phil, I can't understand the sponsor sending a guy like that over here to do a commercial.
Oh, I don't know, Jackson. Alan's a pretty sharp apple. You know, he was on Information, Please.
So what? I've been on with the Quiz Kids 3 times.
Oh,
Sharp
yeah,
apple.
that's right. I remember the last time you were on with the Quiz Kids, you got Sword Slapperman.
That's Kupperman.
Oh.
Joel Kupperman. I had a right to get sore at him. You know, because he used square root to figure out my age. And I wasn't supposed to... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Is that you, Rochester?
It ain't the voice of the turtle.
Rochester, where are you?
I'm in Harlem.
Well, why is it every time we come to New York I have the same trouble with you? I didn't even see you when we got off the train.
I jumped off the train when it passed 135th Street.
Jumped off?
Yeah, when I go to Harlem, I like to get a running start.
Rochester, you got the keys to my trunk and you've been gone 4 days. I bet you're on some kind of a wild party.
Oh, no, boss. No, I'm not.
You're not, eh?
Oh, no, sir. I'm here visiting my grandmother.
You're what?
My grandmother. She's 88 years old.
88 years old?
Yeah, sweetest little old lady you ever saw.
Well.
Granny, pour me another cup of tea, will you, please?
Now, Rochester.
Just a minute, boss. Put an olive in it, honey.
Olive? Rochester, what did you say about an olive?
That's my grandmother's name, Olive Johnson.
What?
I got a cousin named Pimento.
Rochester, you're not telling me the truth, and I just happen to remember that your grandmother lives in Los Angeles.
Oh, that's the grandmother on my father's side. This is the one on my mother's side.
What about the grandmother you said you had in Chicago?
She joined the wax.
There you are, Rochester. You got yourself all mixed up. You can't have 3 grandmothers.
What'd you say, boss?
I said you can't have 3 grandmothers.
Are you sure?
Of course.
Okay. You'll have to get off my lap, honey. We ain't related.
Now, Rochester, you're not fooling me. I know you're at a party. I want you to be at my hotel in an hour. Goodbye.
But, boss, can I stay just a little longer? If I leave now, it'll break up all the fun.
Why, how many people are there at the party?
22.
22? Then how can your leaving make any difference?
Because 21 of them are girls.
21 of them are girls. You're the only man, and how can you call that a party?
Oh, boss, come on.
I don't want to hear another word about it. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Every time I come to New York, this happens. Every time. Play, Phil.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's my good friend L.A. Speed Riggs.
I've spent 13 years buying tobacco. The advantage I have over most smokers when it comes to selecting a cigarette is that I know tobacco so well. And at auction after auction, I've seen Lucky Strike buy quality tobacco. That's why I've smoked Lucky's myself for 12 years.
This is what Charles Belvin of Durham, North Carolina said. And when a tobacco expert like Mr. Belvin gives eyewitness testimony as to who buys what tobacco, you know Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45, sold American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
You bet.
And how?
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Fred, I want to thank you for coming over. It's nice of my sponsor to have you do the commercial.
Well, I want to thank you, too, Jack.
Thank me? What for?
Well, your sponsor said you'd pay me.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
There he goes again, folks, with that oh. For 12 years now, he's been going oh. You know, someday he's going to ad-lib a fourth O, and his writers will go out and drop dead in a body. You hear that, folks? He said, what a change of pace.
Look, Fred, instead of sending you a check, I'll be a guest on your program.
But, Jack, I haven't any program.
Well, then I'll just walk around with you for about a half hour someday. Good night, folks. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. Is the National Broadcasting Company. Is the National Broadcasting Company. Is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
You said it.
Yes, sir. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Sold American.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette, and Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, at tobacco auctions now open, independent tobacco experts can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
From New York City, the first stop on their March of Dimes tour, we bring you the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you to Jack Benny's room at the Sherry Netherland Hotel. Jack is waiting for the gang to show up as they're all going ice skating in Central Park.
East side, west side, all around the town. You'll be able to see it when the snow is off the ground.
Rochester.
Hail and snow together, ice all over the walk. You slip and you slop and you flip and you flop on the sidewalks of New York.
Rochester, stop singing. You know I'm going ice skating, so you better get my things ready.
Okay.
By the way, did you have my ice skates sharpened like I told you to?
I sure did, boss. I had it done yesterday when I was up in Harlem.
Good. Are they nice and sharp?
Sharp? What do you think I shaved you with this morning?
Stop being so silly and get my things ready. As long as I'm going skating, I want you to get out my knickers and press them.
Boss, you better wear your long pants. You don't look good in knickers. Your legs are too skinny.
My legs are not skinny.
They ain't. Remember that time you played Hamlet and had to wear those tights?
Well, what about it?
The theater manager took one look at you and said, if those legs have any muscle, they must be on inside the bone.
What?
You had to tie knots in your legs to make it look like you had knees.
I don't care. I'm going to wear my knickers. Now get them out and press them.
But, boss, you know they have valet service in this hotel, don't you?
I know. What do you think I've got you for?
Me?
Yes, you.
Well, listed alphabetically, attendant, actor, auto mechanic, barber,
Look, Rochester.
bartender, butler, bodyguard, bellhop, busboy.
Look, Rochester.
Cook, chauffeur, companion, charwoman, chambermaid.
Rochester, that's enough.
I got more bureaus than the federal government.
Rochester, stop with that talk and start pressing my knickers.
Okay. Doorman, dishwasher, duster, dog
Oh,
walker.
Rochester, stop complaining. You don't do so much.
All I know is, anytime somebody asks me to shake hands, I gotta put something down.
Now, you know that's not true. Anyway, I've got to get... Rochester, put down the iron, the whisk broom, and the shoe brush and answer the door. Oh, never mind. Go press the door. I mean the knickers. It's going to be pretty cold in the park, so get out my long underwear. Come in. Well, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Well, gee, Mary, I'm glad you're over your cold. You sure it's all right for you to be out today?
Yes, Jack, the doctor told me I was completely well.
Good.
Then he kissed me goodbye and said, I'll see you tomorrow.
The doctor kissed you goodbye?
Wasn't that awful?
It certainly was. Fine doctor. When he kissed you, why didn't you slap his face?
How could I? I was holding his bag for him.
Oh, I get it. You wanted him to kiss you.
You catch on fast, don't you, Jackson?
Jackson, yeah. Look, Mary, you don't have to make any outside dates. While we're in New York, I'm going to take you around.
Oh, sure. Just like last year. Before we left California, you said, Mary, when we get to New York, I'm really going to show you the town.
Well, I did, didn't I?
Yeah, from the top of the Empire State Building.
Well, they don't let you up there for nothing, sister. What are you laughing at?
When we got to the top, you looked over the edge, saw a nickel on the sidewalk, and wanted to jump.
I did not want to jump. Anyway, I was just bragging about my eyesight. Pretty good when you can see a nickel from the top of the Empire State Building. You know?
Some eyesight. When you got down to the street, you found out it was a manhole cover.
Yeah. I wish I could find that wise guy that painted a buffalo on it. Anyway, this time, Mary, you and I will really go places. You know?
Say, boss. Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. It's good to see you up and around again.
Well, thank you. I'm feeling fine now.
What do you want, Rochester?
Your shirts just came back from the laundry.
My shirt's good.
Say, that's wonderful service. When did you send them out?
I don't remember the day, but we were still on for Jello.
Oh, for heaven's sake. And I thought they were lost. Rochester, are those the shirts we sent out in 1934?
It must have been before that, boss. These have lace collars.
Oh, those. Well, put them away. I'll give them to my writers for Christmas. Say, Rochester, when is my breakfast coming up? Did you order it from room service?
Yeah, a long time ago.
You want something to eat, Mary, before we go skating?
No, thanks. Say, Jack, I can't get over you living in such a classy hotel as the Sherry Netherlands.
Why?
Well, every other time you came to New York, you stayed at the
The Acme Plaza.
Oh, yes. What a creepy joint that was.
Well, I'll admit it wasn't the best hotel in New York, Mary, but it certainly was conveniently located.
You're not kidding. All you had to do was walk up one flight of steps and you were in the subway.
Oh, Mary, it wasn't that far down. What gave you that idea?
At one end of the lobby, they were mining coal.
They were not.
Then why did all the bellboys have lamps in their caps?
Because the room clerk's name was John L. Lewis. Now, let's drop it, will you? Come in.
Your breakfast, Mr. Benny.
Oh, good. Put it right over here on the table. Sure you don't want anything, Mary?
No, thanks.
Gee, I'm hungry.
There you are, sir. And here's the check.
Oh. Hand me my glasses, Rochester.
Here you are.
Thanks. I want to see if they have these prices right.
You want me to call your accountant, boss?
No, I can handle this myself. Now, let's see. What? 95 cents? Why, that's outrageous.
You want me to call your lawyer, boss?
Not yet. How in the world could this be 95 cents? Let's see, 20 cents for orange juice. Isn't that awfully high?
Well, you see, sir, we don't grow oranges here. They shipped in from California.
So what? Postage stamps are the same price in California. They come from Washington.
I'm just the waiter, Mr. Benny. I don't have anything to do with the prices.
Look at this. 2 eggs, 40 cents. Do you realize that's 20 cents an egg?
Yes, sir.
20 cents for one little egg. What's in an egg that could make it worth 20 cents?
Well, it's a whole day's work for a hen, sir.
see, 10 cents for coffee. Well, that's all right. Hey, what's that extra quarter for?
That's a 25-cent charge for serving meals in the rooms, sir.
Oh, well, open the door. I'll eat it out in the hall.
Oh, that won't help, sir. But if you don't want the breakfast, I'll take it back.
No, I guess it isn't your fault. 95 cents. Here, waiter, here's $1. You can keep the change. Here.
Oh, thank you, sir. Now I can buy that farm in Connecticut.
Look, just go, will you?
Yes, sir.
Mary, you sure you don't want anything? If you do, I can call the waiter back.
Never mind. I wouldn't go through that again for $8 million.
Yeah, well, I might as well eat.
Yeah, you better hurry up, Jack. The gang will be here pretty soon.
There's somebody at the service entrance. Oh, Rochester.
Just a minute, boss. I'm ironing your long underwear.
Well, open the back door.
I can't. You've got it sewed up for the winter.
That's not the one I mean. Oh, well, never mind. Come in. Oh, hello, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Miss Livingston. I'm glad you're over your cold.
Well, thank you, Larry. And by the way, I also want to thank you for dedicating that song to me last week. It was sweet of you.
Well, I was glad to do it, Miss Livingston. Would you like to hear the one I'm going to sing next Sunday?
Yeah, sing it to us, kid, while I finish my breakfast, will you?
Okay.
Let me hold you near while we treasure every measure so that time can never change that strange new music of
Swell, kid, swell. Very good.
Say, Larry, I meant to tell you, you were wonderful on the March of Dimes show we did at Carnegie Hall last night.
Yes, Larry, you were really good. And don't forget, on Tuesday, our March of Dimes show will be at the Academy of Music in Philadelphia, and the following Monday at the Symphony Hall in Boston. So, kid, you haven't seen all the sights in New York. I mean, if you haven't, you better do it in the next few days.
Well, I've been around quite a bit, Mr. Benny. I went to Rockefeller Center, the Statue of Liberty, and yesterday I went to Grant's tomb.
Oh, Grant's tomb, huh? Gee, that's funny. I remember the first time I came to New York. No, I went to Grant's tomb, too.
Yeah, but Grant wasn't in it yet.
Grant wasn't in it yet. Grant wasn't in it. Very funny stuff. Very funny stuff. Look, Mary, the minute you come back on the program, you start right in with... Come in.
Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Phil.
Say, Jackson, now that I'm here, we better grab the skates and let's get on up the Well, Mary, you pretty baby. How are your eyes, ears, nose, and throat?
Oh, I'm fine, Phil.
Yes, sir. She's fit as a fiddle, and I'm her beau. Oh, Jackson, you blue-eyed buffoon, you. You're hot as a firecracker, and you started in as a punk. Hey, Phil, I certainly stole that one from you, didn't I?
Well, you stole it from somebody. I know you didn't ad-lib it.
Don't worry about me, brother. I can think pretty fast.
Oh, sure. You rode up and down in the elevator all day because you couldn't ad-lib the floor you wanted to get off at.
It wasn't that at all. It was just a nice day, and I thought I'd enjoy the ride. That's all. Come in. Hello, Don.
Hi, you fellas. Well, hello, Marion. Glad to see you. Mary, I'm awfully glad to see you again. Well, kids, I've got my skates with me. Are we all set?
Pretty soon, Don. I got to get into some warm clothes.
Well, you better because it's pretty cold out. Say, Phil, did you take my advice and see the new Frank Fay show?
Frank Fay. There he goes again with that Frank Fay.
Yeah, I saw it last night, Don. But first I went to the Star Club and I had about 5 cocktails. Then I went to the El Morocco and I had about 10 cocktails. And then I went to the 21 Club and matched that number.
Oh, then you went to the Frank Fay show.
Yeah, it's called Harvey.
Harvey, am I old enough to see it?
Well, certainly, Larry. That's the new show in which Frank Fay plays the part of a fellow who's always a little drunk. And he keeps seeing a white rabbit 6 feet tall.
He imagines it?
Yes.
Hey, wait a minute. Something's wrong.
What's wrong?
I saw the rabbit.
Phil, that's an imaginary rabbit, and nobody can see it.
What are you talking about? He came off the stage, sat down beside me, and asked me what I liked about the sound.
Oh, my goodness.
Then the rabbit got mad and walked away.
Well, I don't blame him. He was probably jealous because your eyes were pinker than his.
That's exactly what happened.
Exactly what happened. Phil, we've been trying to explain to you that in that play there is no rabbit.
I don't know. They're taking in plenty of lettuce at the box office. Oh, Harris, you...
Oh, shut up. Now, if we're going skating, let's get started.
All right, let's get going. I want to go a little bit.
Oh, gosh.
What's the matter, Mary?
I forgot my scarf and my gloves.
Well, I'll call your hotel and have Pauline bring them over. Mary, you're living at the Astor, aren't you?
Yeah.
I'm getting it.
Astor Hotel, 44th and Broadway, overlooking Times Square in New York City.
Operator.
Every room suited to your taste. Bachelor apartments, bridal suites, coffee shop, and spacious lobby.
Operator,
Elevator service, room service, tailor shop, jewelry shop, and radio in every room.
Look, all I want is...
Also, writing paper, pen and ink. Combination writing desk that folds up into a dresser.
I want to get Miss
Daily
Livingston's...
rates, weekly rates, monthly rates, and traveler's checks, cash without question.
There's no question.
So if you're ever in New York, the only place to live is the Astor Hotel, 44th and Broadway, overlooking Times Square.
Operator, I'm trying to
I'm
get...
sorry, your 3 minutes are up. Goodbye.
Well, how do you like that? Oh, well, Mary, you can wear my mittens. Now, kids, as soon as I get my things on, we'll catch a cab, and we'll go to Central Park.
cab, Jack.
Taxi, taxi. Gee, it's tough to get a cab in New York. Taxi, taxi. It's 14 that passed us already. Gosh, you think they'd be glad to pick up fares from a swanky hotel like the Sherry Netherlands.
Hey, Jackson, look, here comes another one.
Yeah, it's pulling up here.
Driver, take us to...
I'm sorry, Bud. This cab ain't for hire. I'm through for the day.
Why'd you pull up in front of this hotel?
I live here.
Well, how do you like that? He drove right into the lobby.
Jack, look!
Well, it serves him right. He got stuck in the revolving door. We'll never get a cab standing here. It's only about 8 blocks to the lake. Let's walk. Huh?
Okay.
Look out, kids. Look out. This taxi will splash us.
What's the matter, Pop? You're too cheap to take a cab?
No, driver. We've been waiting for one.
All right, hop in.
Come on, fellas, let's get in here.
Okay.
Take us to the Central Park Lake, Bub.
Okay. Strangers here in town?
Well, you might...
I've been living here all my life. Never been further away from Manhattan than you can go with the IRT. Where you from?
Well, a whole bunch of us...
Ain't no place like New York City, and that includes Brooklyn. Hey, any of you ever been to Brooklyn?
Well, I've...
And don't let anybody kid you, Bud. Brooklyn's a swell dump. And just because he pulled them cranks about Brooklyn, I ain't never gonna read another one of Moe Coward's books. Look, I don't like it when these wise guy writers and radio comics insult Brooklyn. You listen to the radio much?
Well, we're all sorry.
Now, you take last Sunday on a Jack Benny program. They had an insulting crank about Brooklyn. And gee, was I glad when Fred Allen dropped in later and he gave that Benny the wipes.
Now, look, driver...
You see, Benny's sponsor sent Fred Allen over to read the commercial. And that Allen was a scream when he said, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. But unlike Jack Benny's wallet, Lucky Strikes are free and easy on the draw. What a laugh he got with that.
Look, driver,
Then
we're
this
trying
Benny,
to...
this Benny turns to Allen, and he says, now look, Fred, you mean by just doing those commercials you manage to eke out a living? Well, this Allen says, well, if it doesn't make you too unhappy, yes. And then all Benny was able to say was,
Wait a minute, driver. Why is it you do such a funny imitation of Allen, such a bad imitation of Benny?
Now, look, Bud, don't blame me. It ain't my fault if Benny stinks.
Now, listen, driver.
Here we are at Central Park Lake at 60 cents.
Here's your 60 cents, driver. Here's your tip. There.
You want to know something, Bud?
What?
You do a pretty good imitation of Jack Benny yourself.
Never mind, driver. You can go.
Okay. So long.
Well, kids, here we are at the lake. Let's go skating. Come on, last one on the ice is a rotten egg. Ha ha, I'm the first. Look at me go. Da 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 da.
Jack!
Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Jack!
What is it, Mary?
Come back here. You forgot your skate.
Oh, I thought I had them on.
Hey, wait a minute, fellas. I want to see something.
Phil, what are you knocking on the ice for?
Shh, quiet, Jackson. I'm looking for Shaky.
Hey, kids, look at Wilson skating around there as though he owns Central Park.
Yeah, what's he so stuck up about? Look at him.
He just found out that lard is back on the ration list.
Yeah.
Hey, kids, you want to see some fancy skating?
Oh, anybody can cut a figure eight.
I know, but watch this.
Well, I'll be darned. LSMFT. Now, that was wonderful. Wait a minute, I got my skates on. Watch me. I'll show you kids some real skating. Here I go.
Phil, help me pick him up.
That was an accident. I'll show you how to skate. Watch me now. Never mind, Phil. I can get up myself. Oh, well.
Are you cold, Jack?
No, Rochester sewed it up for the winter. Gosh, I can't understand it. I used to be the best skater in Waukegan. Well, I'll try it again. There, now I've got it. Whee! What's the matter with me?
Mr. Benny, when you tripped, your hat fell off your head. Here.
Thank you.
And your fur piece fell off, too.
That's not a fur piece. Now give it to me.
Hey, kids, look! There's a fellow over there giving an exhibition. He's jumping over 7 barrels.
There he goes.
That was really terrific.
Wonderful.
What's so great about that?
What?
Watch me. I can jump over those barrels.
Jack, don't be a fool.
Watch this.
You better not try that, Jack.
Don't worry about it. I was just kidding you guys, making believe I can't skate. Watch this.
Jack, please.
Here I go, right over those barrels. Oh.
He's not over here. I can't see him either.
Hey, kids, look, he's in this barrel.
Mary, stop peeking at me through that bunghole.
Come on, fellas, let's roll it.
Yeah, get Mary.
Jack, come on.
Now let me out. Mary, I'm getting dizzy. Now cut it out, kid. Cut it out. Will you now cut it out? Ladies and gentlemen, to the millions of American servicemen and women overseas, nothing is more important than a letter from home. A letter from a loved one can mean the difference between a man who knows why he's fighting and a man who knows only bitterness and indifference. Don't write worrisome things about such as baby has the mumps or the landlord won't do anything about the plumbing. Write them about the hometown, friends, sports, and the fun you had, and above all, don't wait till news accumulates. And here's another important thing. When you write, always use V-mail. Our planes and ships are hard-pressed for space, and much more V-mail can be carried than regular bulky letters. V-mail is inexpensive, too. It flies overseas for only 3 cents. So remember, folks, write 'em cheerful, fresh news regularly. But be sure to send it V-mail. Also, don't forget the March of Dimes shows. We'll be with you in Philadelphia and Boston. Thank you very, very much.
Well, Jack, we'll be back in just a minute. But first, here's my good friend, F.E. Boone.
45 sold American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco because Lucky Strike consistently selects and buys the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45 sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. L.S.M.F.T. L.S.M.F.T. L.S.M.F.T.
A fact known the world over. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
pals, this closes another program, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night broadcasting for the Army Air Force at Mitchell Field. Good night, everybody.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
At 45 sold American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Why, sure.
Yes, sir. You said it.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Quality in a cigarette must mean the quality of the tobacco itself. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
For your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
From Mitchell Field, headquarters of the 1st Air Force, the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny. With Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, in every group, in every crowd, in every show, in every barracks, there's always one outstanding personality.
Yes, indeedy.
So, it is no surprise that our little group of thespians has one of its own. And here he is, Mr. Eager Beaver of 1945, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I must say I'm very pleased with that introduction you gave me.
Oh, are you, Jack?
Yes, sir, and I'm going to stay pleased until I find out what an eager beaver is. I remember once you called me a sad sack, and for 6 months I went around bragging about it. I even had it engraved on my card. Sad Sack Benny. I mean, a fine thing to call me.
Well, Jack, how did you find out what it meant?
Well, one day I tried to be sociable, so I walked up to a top sergeant and said, "Hiya, sad sack." And between sad and sack, I was flat in my back. Anyway, Don, we've been away from California about a month now. How are you enjoying the trip so far?
Ah, it's swell, Jack. Especially when we went ice skating last week in Central Park. You looked so funny the way you kept falling down all the time, and I had to keep helping you up.
All right. So I fell down once or twice.
Once or twice? Why, I picked you up so many times I felt like your ground crew.
You should talk, Wilson. When you fell down, you looked like a B-29 landing with its wheels up. Then you broke through the ice, fell into the lake, and it was high tide clear out to Sandy Hook. So don't tell me that. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Mary, I'm glad you got here early because these boys expect me to put on a good show for them. You know, I'm an eager beaver.
You're what?
An eager beaver. That's the way Don introduced me. You know?
Jack, do you know what that is?
No, what?
An eager beaver is a sad sack with a commission.
Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks, Don. I'll have some more of my cards engraved. Say, Mary, how do you like it here at Mitchell Field?
Oh, fine, Jack. Especially now in the wintertime with all the snow on the ground. It's wonderful, really wonderful.
What's so wonderful about snow?
It slows a soldier down when he's chasing a girl.
Well, that's ridiculous, Mary. The snow also slows down the girl when she's running away from the soldier.
I know. That's what's so wonderful about it.
Oh, I get it. You wanted the soldier to catch you.
You're pretty sharp today, aren't you, Quiz Kid?
I'm sharp every day, sister.
Anyway, these soldiers here are all swell guys. I was out with one of them last night. We went to the wrestling matches.
Oh, at the garden?
No, Roseland.
Oh, Roseland Dance Hall. I was up there the other night.
No kidding, Jack. You have fun?
Oh, how can I have fun? You pay the hostess for your dance, you lead her out on the floor, you put your arms around her, then bum-titty-yum-tum-tum, the music's over.
Well, what do you expect for a dime? Schubert's Unfinished Symphony?
Mary, it isn't bad enough I get stuck with short dances, but when they were closing the place for the night, I had one ticket left over.
Well, what'd you do about it?
What did I do about it? I wasn't going to get stuck for the ticket, so I called the manager over and complained to him.
Well, did he give you your dime back?
No, he just waltzed me around the floor twice and sent me home. Boy, did he need a shave. And the next... Oh, hello, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hiya, kid. Well, Larry, you've been in New York for quite a while now. Are you still having fun?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny. I'm having a swell time. Thanks.
Thanks to Mr. Benny?
Yeah, what babes he knows.
Yes, sir.
Larry, you mean you and Mr. Benny go out on double dates?
Yeah, you know, the girl Mr. Benny goes out with has the cutest daughters.
You're darn right she's cute, and so is her mother. Anyway, kid, the boys here are waiting to hear you sing, so let's have it, huh?
Okay.
Hold it a minute, Larry. Come in.
Mr. Benny, my name is Elmer. I'm a soldier stationed here at Mitchell Field, and in my spare time I write gags. You know, jokes. Are you in the market for any?
No, thanks. I've got a regular staff of writers.
Yeah, but Mr. Benny, you play a lot of army camps, and I can write you special GI jokes.
I know,
Now,
but...
for instance, you ask me why W.C. Fields is like the Mitchell Field bus.
Look, soldier.
Go ahead, ask me.
Okay, why is W.C. Fields like the Mitchell Field bus?
Because he knows when he's loaded, but he can always handle one more.
Look, soldier, sit down, will you? I'm trying to do a show. I'll talk to you after the program.
Okay, but if you lay an egg, don't brood over it.
I won't. Go ahead, Larry. Let's have your song. Egg, brood. Say, that isn't bad, you know. That isn't bad.
Evelina, won't you ever take a shine to that moon? Evelina, ain't you bothered by the bobolink's tune? Tell me how long you're gonna keep delaying a day. Don't you reckon it's wrong, trifling with April this way? Evelina, won't you pay a little mind to me soon? Wake up, the earth is bare, the fruit is fine. But what's the use of smelling watermelon, clinging to another fella's vine? Evelina, won't you roll off that vine and be mine? Tell me how long you're gonna keep delaying a day. Don't you reckon it's wrong? Trifling with April this way. Evelina, won't you pay a little mind to me soon? Wake up, wake up. The earth is fair, the fruit is fine. But what's the use of smelling watermelon, clinging to another fella's vine? Evelina, won't you roll off that vine and be mine?
Evelina, sung by Larry Stevens. Gee, that was swell, kid. I'm sure all of these fellas up here at Mitchell Field must be... Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter, Jack?
Holy smoke. Here I am in New York. Oh, am I in trouble? Am I in a jam?
Well, Jack, what's wrong?
What's wrong? When I left Los Angeles, I forgot to notify my draft board. Isn't that awful?
Jack, calm down. You don't have to worry.
But, Mary, you know how the draft board is. They want to be able to put their finger on every man that's physically fit. You know?
If they put their finger on you, you'd fall down.
What are you talking about? I'm physically fit. I'm in 1A. Here it is on my draft card, see? 1A.
That's A1. You took it off a bottle of meat sauce.
I did not. When they draft me, I'm going to apply for the Air Corps.
The Air Corps? Oh, Jack, don't be ridiculous. You know you can't stand high altitude.
Mary, altitude never bothers me. What are you laughing at?
You went to the movie, saw 30 Seconds Over Tokyo, and your nose started to bleed.
The picture had nothing to do with it. I was sitting in the balcony. You know, that can happen to anybody.
All right, Jackson. Stand back and relax. I like the soldiers, but I love them whacks. Yeah. Hiya, kid.
Well, you've made loud entrances before, but what in the world was that?
Well, I can't help it, Jackson. These whacks have been sitting out there for an hour waiting for Dreamboat Harris to show up.
Wait a minute, Phil. What makes you think they've been waiting for you?
Well, they're women, ain't they?
Now, don't be so conceited.
Look, Jackson, wherever I went, they kept following me and asking for my autograph. I bet I was asked to sign 1,000 autographs today.
Really?
Yeah, and if things keep up like this, I'm going to learn how to write.
That I would like to see. You know?
Oh, Phil, you must be kidding. Don't you know how to spell your name yet?
Well, I know how to spell my first name, but my second name throws me.
Throws you? What's so hard about spelling Harris?
It has 2 syllables in it.
Syllables? Phil, that's syllables. I mean syllables. Oh, darn it.
Jack, the word is syllables.
Mary, you said what I said.
Now, wait a minute, kids. Wait a minute. You're all excited. That's why you can't say it. The correct pronunciation of the word is syllables.
Yeah, that's it.
Are you sure, Donzie?
Why, certainly. Now, take the word Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco?
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
I know, Don. What are you trying to prove?
Well, I'm trying to show what syllables are.
Oh.
Now, the word lucky has 2 syllables. Strike has 1. The words means and fine also have 1.
Yes.
But the word tobacco has 3 syllables.
Don, you just said the same thing we said.
I did?
Yes.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, imagine me saying syllables instead of syllabus.
Yeah, well, now that we've got that straightened out, let's get on with the show.
Hey, Benny, I got another great gag for you.
Sit down, Elmer, will you, please?
Say, Jackson, who is this character?
He's a soldier here, a gag writer.
A gag writer?
Yeah, that's me. Hey, get a load of this one.
Elmer, will you please?
Hey, did you hear about the general who refused to put a whack in a guardhouse because he just couldn't brig a deer? You get it, General, Brigadier?
Elmer, will you please sit down?
Okay. If you want your show to be like a training film, it's all right with me.
Well, don't worry about it, Elmer, and I'll talk to you just as soon... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Where are you, Rochester?
In your hotel room. I thought I'd better tell you there was a fella here from Look magazine. He said they're doing a story about you, and he asked me some questions.
What'd he ask you?
Well, first he wanted to know your age, so I gave him our old standard answer, 36.
Good. I hope you stuck to your answer.
Oh, I did, boss. No matter how many different ways he asked me, I still said 36.
That's right. What do you have to say to that?
He said when time marched on, you must have gone AWOL.
Yes, he thinks he's pretty smart. What else did he ask you, Rochester?
Then he got to that question that for years has been a burning issue in the public mind.
What's that?
Could you possibly be as cheap in person as you are on the radio?
Uh-huh.
When he hit me with that one, I had to think fast.
What did you tell him?
I told him you were such a lavish spender you were known from coast to coast as Diamond Jim Benny.
Good.
In fact, I told him you threw your money away like it was made in Japan.
Attaboy, Rochester.
And I just about had him convinced when in walked the man.
What man?
The man you rent your other twin bed to.
Oh, my goodness, of all the times for him to come in.
It was bad, boss, bad. The first thing he did was start yelling about you overcharging him for his laundry.
Oh, the nerve of that guy.
He made such a noise he woke up your riders. Then it really got noisy.
Why? What happened?
Well, one of them got up to turn on the light, turned on the shower instead, and almost drowned the other three.
Oh, for heaven's sake, well, what happened to the man from Look magazine?
He took one look and jumped out the window.
Out the window? Rochester, you tell him that my room was 33 stories up?
No, I just let him count them on the way down.
Well, I'll be darned. What else happened today, Rochester?
Nothing much, boss. It's been pretty dull.
Oh, well, I'll see you when I get home. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I was so anxious to get an interview from that magazine. Oh, well, play, Phil. Come on. By Phil Harrison as orchestra. Very good, Phil. Now, kids, don't forget, after our program, we're all invited to the mess hall for a bite to eat.
Mess hall? Well, I'm sorry, Jackson. I can't be there.
You can't?
No, there's a friend of Alice's in town, and she's here all alone, so Alice has asked me to take her out and kind of show her around.
Oh, one of those things. When a wife asks her husband to take a girl out, I can imagine what the girl looks like.
I'll bet 8 to 5 she looks better than Gladys Zabisco.
Mary, keep my girl out of this, will you?
But she's so bow-legged.
She is not bow-legged.
She is, too. She looks like a donut with one bite out of it.
I don't care what Gladys Zabisco looks like. It isn't going to help you out of your troubles, Phil.
What trouble?
Are you kidding? While you're being dragged all over town by some dame we'll be in the mess hall enjoying that good old Army food. Say, Phil, who is this girl you're stuck with?
Ann Sheridan.
Well, it serves you... What? Whom? I mean, who?
Yes, Jackson, while you're in the mess hall enjoying that good old Army food, I'm going to be dragged all over town by Ann Sheridan. Ain't that just two?
All right. Why didn't you tell me you were going out with Ann Sheridan? Maybe I'd want to join you.
But, Jackson, the mess hall, that good old Army food.
I'm not hungry now. After all, I like to go out, too. As a matter of fact, Mary can come along. We'll have a foursome.
Well, I don't know. I promised Ann Sheridan...
Well, I'm sure Ann won't mind if Mary and I come along. In fact, you and Mary will make a very nice couple.
Wait a minute.
Why, Mary, Phil, I'm surprised at you. You two act like you wouldn't go out with each other.
But ain't that at all, Jackson?
Of course not. I don't mind going out with Phil.
And I don't mind going out with Mary.
Well, then we ought to have a lot of fun. I don't mind going out with Ann Sheridan.
Hey, I've been here so long, I wouldn't mind going out with Glenna Zabisco.
Oh, it's you, Elmer.
Yeah, where is Bowlegs?
She's not here. Now, sit down.
Look, Jackson, Ann Sheridan is expecting me to take her out, so when she gets here, you lay off.
Okay, Phil. You can take Ann Sheridan, and I'll take Mary. And, Phil, as long as we're each taking out a girl, I don't want to get stuck with the check, and I don't want you to get stuck with the check. So tonight, it's share and share alike.
Well, that's a good idea, Jackson.
Sure. When you split it 4 ways, nobody gets hurt. Since we're going out on a double date, let's synchronize our watches. Huh, fellas, huh? Anyway, Phil, come in. Why, Annie. Ann Sheridan.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, baby.
Hello, Philsy. Jack, I'm sorry to bust in like this, but I've got a date with Phil.
I know. We'll all be together. You see, Mary and I are going with you.
Oh, Mary, hello.
Hello, Angie. You're looking swell.
Say, Annie, I never saw you.
Oh, you look good, too, Mary. And I love that dress you're wearing.
Oh, it's just a little thing I picked up at Saks Fifth Avenue.
Yes, it's over on
Ann, I've been wanting to ask you, where in the world do you get your hair done? It always looks so nice.
Yeah, it always looks
Isn't that funny, Mary? I was going to ask you the same thing because I've always admired your hair.
Well, Mary
I usually get mine done at Pierre's.
Well, Pierre's, you know.
Well, I get mine done at Antoine's, and they have the most wonderful stylists.
Well, Antoine's
Now, you know, Pierre's, they have a girl there that...
Now, wait a minute. Let me get into this conversation.
All right, Jack. Where do you get your hair done?
I don't know. Rochester takes it someplace. Now, Annie, I don't think it's nice for you to come here and have a whole big conversation with Mary while Phil and I stand here like dopes.
Yes, and my feelings are hurt.
Oh, I'm sorry, Phil. I didn't mean to do it.
Well, I can't help it. My feelings are hurt.
Oh, Philsy, you don't mean that, do you?
Yes, I do, and I feel terrible.
Oh, I'm sorry, Philsy. Come here. Let me put my arms around you and give you a great big kiss.
Yes.
Hey! Break it up! Break it up! Now cut that out!
Now. How'd you like it, Annie?
Oh, hubba, hubba, hubba!
Fine goings on.
Jackson, what are you mad about?
Well, my feelings were hurt just as much as yours.
Oh, Jack.
I can't help it if my feelings are hurt.
Well, if it'll make you feel any better, I'll put my arms around you and give you a
Mary, you keep out of it. After all, it was Ann who hurt my feelings, not you.
What'd you say, Jack?
I said I feel terrible. And I think you ought to do something about it.
All right, Jack. I'll send you a telegram of apology.
I don't want to be kissed by a boy on a bicycle. Anyway, you could treat me better than that, Ann. You know, after all, we made a picture together. Remember, George Washington slept here?
Oh, sure. You know, when I was on my overseas tour, that picture was playing in China.
In China? What town?
Chongqing.
Really? Well.
Jack, come back here. That was 3 months ago.
Oh.
Let him go, Anne. He wants to get there before the prices change.
I do not. I just got excited, that's all.
Say, Phil, if we're going places tonight, we'd better get started.
Okay, Annie.
You see, a girlfriend of mine is waiting outside, and we've got to find somebody for her.
Did I hear you right, Annie? A girlfriend of yours is waiting outside?
Yes.
Oh, and you're looking for someone to go out with her? Well, I'm your boy. Let's go. Mary, instead of going out with me, you can go out with one of the pilots here.
Thanks, Jack. I feel like I've just been taken off a KP.
Oh, Ann, while I'm getting my hat and coat, have your girlfriend come in, will you?
Okay, Jack. Yeah. Oh, Madeline, will you step in here a minute? I want you to meet the man you're going out with tonight.
Wait a minute, Ann. Did you say her name was Madeline?
That's me, Madeline NAUSBAUM, if you please.
Why, you're Mrs. NAUSBAUM.
You were expecting maybe Jesse Jones.
No.
My, what a surprise to be meeting you, Mr. Benny.
A surprise?
Yes. I know I'm going on a blind date, but you are opening mine eyes.
But Mrs. NAUSBAUM, how do you happen to be with Ann Sheridan?
Oh, she's coming to my restaurant frequently for a small order of chopped chicken liver, Hollywood style.
A Hollywood style?
Yes, the liver is coming from a chicken wearing dark glasses.
Oh, well, I don't know about this date tonight.
Come on, Annie, let's go.
Okay, Phil.
Hurry up, Jackson.
Well, Phil, you and Annie run along. I don't think that I could feel...
come on, take my name, Jackie
Mrs.
boy.
NAUSBAUM, I've got a date with Miss Livingston. Oh, Mary.
Come on, don't be an eagle beagle.
Mary, where are you?
Come on, Jackie boy, we're late already.
Mrs. NAUSBAUM, stop pulling my arm. Oh, Mary.
Come on, go have fun.
Mary.
Give me land, lots of land, meet the stars, guys, bye.
Mrs. NAUSBAUM.
Don't fencing me, yeah.
Please stop dragging me, Mrs. NAUSBAUM. Please, will you stop Ladies and gentlemen, every week most radio programs carry some sort of a special message from the Office of War Information. The message tonight is an urgent plea for 10,000 registered nurses to join the Army Nurse Corps and serve in the Army hospitals in the United States. You civilian nurses can best practice your profession by joining the Army Nurse Corps. You'll be commissioned, well-paid, clothed, plus many other benefits. But the important thing is our wounded men need care, and the Army is tragically in need of 10,000 nurses now. So write for information to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington 25, D.C.
Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, here's my good friend, L.A. Speed
Riggs. Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the tobacco auctions can see just who buys what tobacco. Mr. James Monroe Ball, tobacco auctioneer of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, one of these experts, said,
I've been an auctioneer for 27 years, and I've seen Lucky Strike buy tobacco with one consistent standard in mind: the finer, lighter leaf. That's why I've been smoking Lucky's for 25 years.
Here is expert testimony.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At $45 sold American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
$43 sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for the makers of Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Right you are. You said it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine tobacco means a fine cigarette. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Well, fellas and girls, we had a swell day here at Mitchell Field, and thanks very much for inviting us. And next Sunday night, we'll be with you again broadcasting from the Navy Hospital at St. Albans. Good night, Joni.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Sure thing. That's right. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Take the word of the experts. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the auctions can see Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Sold American.
From St. Albans Naval Hospital in Long Island, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since we're broadcasting from St. Albans Hospital, which is on Long Island, which is near New York, which is near Brooklyn, I bring you one of them bums, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, I thought that was a very cute introduction, but it so happens that our broadcast isn't coming from Brooklyn. And besides, I happen to be a native of Waukegan.
Well, that's right, Jack. You were born in Waukegan, weren't you?
Yes, sir. Waukegan, Illinois. What a thriving metropolis. What buildings. What skyscrapers.
Wait a minute, Jack. The tallest building in Waukegan is only 3 stories high.
Yes, sir. What skyscrapers? What activity?
Jack, how can a 3-story building be a skyscraper?
Because Waukegan has a very low sky. That's why. Anyway, I love Waukegan. You know, in fact, I didn't leave there till I completed my education.
Oh, really, Jack? What college did you go to?
I didn't go to college. You know, you don't have to go to college.
Well, how long did you go to high school?
I didn't go to high school. It's not necessary to go to high school.
Well, for heaven's sakes, Jack, how long did you go to grammar school?
12 years. You thought you had me there, didn't you, Bob? And I would have gone longer than that, but I was drafted into the Navy.
But, Jack, I happen to know that in the last war they didn't draft men into the Navy.
Well, I wasn't exactly drafted, Don. Here's what happened. You see, my father had a clothing store, and he sent me to Great Lakes Naval Training Station to deliver 6 sailor suits.
Uh-huh.
But when I got there, an officer asked me to try on one of those sailor suits for size.
And what happened?
Size didn't show up, and I had to wear it for the next 3 years. Now, listen, I like being in the Navy. I don't know, it was so... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm a nurse stationed here at St. Albans Hospital in the research department. Would you mind opening your mouth and saying, ah?
Not at all.
Wider. Wider, please.
Wait a minute, what are you looking for?
A place to hold the USO dance. Goodbye.
Now, that's the silliest thing I ever... Don, what are you laughing at?
Oh, boy, did she make a sucker out of you.
Don, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when big fat announcer laugh at man who pay him,
Announcer soon lose pay that keep him big fat. Just because that nurse was pretty, you didn't have to...
Hiya, boys. It's anchors away because Harris is here and he's G-O-K.
G-O-K?
Yes, G-O-K.
G-O-K, what's that?
Oh, Harris, you're just like a scow, so pull up your stern and take a bow.
Phil.
Oh, Harris, you're like the Pacific. You're ever so weighty and you're so terrific.
Phil.
Yahoo!
Wait a minute.
Oh, hello, Jackson. When did you come in?
I've been here all the time. And, Phil, what's that new one you pulled on us? What does that mean, G-O-K?
Well, that's the title the doctors gave me around here.
But G-O-K, what does it mean?
I don't know. I gave a pint of blood this morning, and that's what they wrote on the bottle.
Oh, well, that probably means the type. But, Phil, I can't understand them accepting your blood.
What are you talking about? I gave 8 pints of blood already, and they want more.
Well, don't feel so proud. They're only using it for back rubs. Tell you, some medical science has certainly made great progress since the last war. You know, we didn't have plasma when I was in the Navy.
You're right, Jack. The scientists and doctors have been wonderful.
Them nurses ain't bad either.
You're not kidding, Phil. Those nurses do a great job, and they need a lot more of them.
Say, Jackson, I meant to ask you, when you were in the Navy, what was your rank?
Well, I was a seaman, 4th class. Yes, sir.
Seaman, 4th class? What's that?
That's an ensign with the air let out of his chest. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Larry Stevens, our singer. Oh, Larry, come here a minute, will you?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Come on in over here. Hey, they like you here, kid. What are you going to sing for the boys?
Well, it's called An Irish Lullaby.
Oh, yes. My mother used to sing that to me all the time. Go ahead.
Just a simple little ditty in her good old Irish way, and I'd give the world if she could sing that song to me this day.
Sung by Larry Stevens. And Larry, that was beautiful.
Thank you.
And the orchestra sounded good, too. Phil, where are you?
Here I am, Jackson. I just stepped out for a minute. You ready for me to lead Larry's song now?
Phil, we just finished the song. No wonder the music sounded better. Who was that fellow that conducted the orchestra? Hey, buddy, who are you?
I'm the janitor here.
Oh. Well, anyway, Okay, now we can get out. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Mary, this is the first time you've been so late. Where were you?
I was outside talking to a couple of sailors.
Well, Mary, I hope you didn't overdo it like the last time we played at a naval base. You talked to a sailor, and in 5 minutes his whole face was marked with lipstick.
Jack, sailors don't refer to those marks as lipstick. They call them campaign ribbons.
Mary, campaign ribbons are something you get after a battle.
Well, I put up a little fight. Say, Jack, how's the show going?
Oh, great. And you should have been here. I pulled a wonderful gag before. I said they used Phil's blood for back rubs.
Well, you're a fine one to talk.
What do you mean?
You donated a pint of blood. They gave it to a soldier. It made him so cheap, he shot a Jap, then ran after him to get the bullet back.
Well, they don't call me Get the Lead Out Benny for nothing. That. I wouldn't take that gag out for anything. Now, there's a joke I intended to leave in the script. I love it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, I, Jack Benny, will play a violin solo. My selection...
Oh, say, Jackson, I saw you play the fiddle in that picture, Hollywood Canteen.
Oh, did you, Phil? I'm going to see it tonight.
Oh, no, Jack, not again.
Yes, Mary, and you're going with me.
But, Jack, we saw it last night for the 12th time.
I know, but who can enjoy it under those circumstances?
Why? What happened, Jack?
Oh, I'd rather not talk about it.
Come on, Jackson, tell us about it.
Well, I had a date to take Mary to see the picture. It was early in the evening, and I was in my hotel getting ready to go out. In fact, at the moment, I was taking a bath, you know. Oh, boy, there's nothing like a good hot bath. Showers are all right, but if you want to relax, soak in a tub. Just look at my feet. How'd they get so dirty? I better scrub them. I wonder what it could be. It doesn't seem to... Oh, darn it, I forgot to take my socks off. Oh, well, you can't think of everything.
Say, boss, I just finished ironing your shirts and your shorts.
Good. Gee, this water's nice and warm.
Do you want me to get you some socks, or will you wear the ones you have on?
Don't be silly. What are you laughing at?
You with that bathing cap on, you look like Charlie's Aunt at the seaside. What do you wear that thing for, boss?
Well, you don't think I want to get my hair wet, do you?
No, and you won't unless you splash some water into the top bureau drawer.
Rochester, stop with that. Now pick up the washcloth and scrub my back.
Okay.
Ah, that feels good. Keep it up. Say, Rochester, sitting in this water reminds me. Did I ever tell you about the time I was in the Navy and they gave me a medal because I was...
Thousands of times, boss, thousands of times.
Oh.
But you tell it different every time, so go ahead.
No, I'll think up a new... never mind. If you're not interested in hearing about me when I was a sailor, it's okay.
I'm sorry, boss.
What a sailor I was. I joined the Navy, and it was promotion after promotion. In no time, I was a rear admiral, commanding the ship, sailing the 7 seas. And I remember one time... Rochester, stop rippling the water. It's making me seasick. Now, where was I?
You were a seasick rear admiral.
Never mind. Now get busy and finish washing my back.
Okay. You and me, we sweat and strain, working all day and racked with pain.
Rochester.
Tote that brush, lift that soap. Sometimes I wish I was with Bob Hope.
No, every week you want to be with somebody else. Last week you wanted to be with Fibber McGee.
Love that man.
Oh, you like everybody. Now stand back while I... There's the door. You see who it is, and I'll dress in here.
Yes, sir. Do you want me to get your girdle, boss?
Girdle? Rochester, I've asked you not to call it that.
Oh, yes. You want me to get your foundation garment, boss?
No, I won't need it. I'm going to wear my baggy tweeds. Now go. Hurry up and see who's at the door.
Yes, sir. Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. Come in.
Well, thank you, Rochester. Where's Mr. Benny?
He'll be out in a minute. He's getting dressed.
Oh. Say, Rochester, you're glad we're in New York, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever I can, I go up to Harlem. You know, Miss Livingston, last week I met a girl up there that's the most beautiful thing you've ever saw.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. She looks like Lena Horne accentuating the positive.
Well, she really must be pretty. Does she work up there?
Yeah, she works in a nightclub. She's a cigarette girl.
The cigarette girl?
Yeah, and she means as much to me as LSMFT.
Oh, Rochester.
She came to my table, smiled at me, and I bought every package of Lucky Strike she had.
You did?
Yeah, then I took an option on next year's crop.
Rochester, I've never heard you talk this way about a girl. Do you think you'll marry her?
Well, that'll be discussed with the next meeting of the Big Three.
The Big Three?
Yeah, she, me, and her husband.
Oh, well, if that's the way it is, I don't think that you'll ever have
Hello, Mary. I'll be ready as soon as I get my hat and coat. Here we are.
Where you going, boss?
We're going to see my picture, Hollywood Canteen.
But, boss, you were there this afternoon.
I don't care. I want to see how I look at night. Come on, Mary, let's go.
62 stars, and he calls it his picture.
All right. Come on. Yeah, Mary, look at that line of people waiting to buy tickets to the box office. And gosh, they're all sailors.
Jack, they're not waiting to buy tickets. That's the overflow of the St. Albans pay line.
Oh. Well, here's the theater line. Let's get on the end of it.
Okay.
Pardon me, mister.
Stop your shoving.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get on the ticket line.
Okay.
Say, mister, have you read what the movie critics said about this picture?
Nope.
Well, they said, quote, Hollywood Canteen, jammed with a star-studded cast, is one of Hollywood's finest pictures. Among the many entertaining performers are Betty Davis, Eddie Cantor, Barbara Stanwyck, Jack Carson, Jane Wyman, and Jack Benny, who personally contributes one of the most hilarious bits in the picture by his violin...
Shut up!
What?
I don't care what the reviews say. I'm just going in here to get out of the cold.
How do you like that fresh guy, Mary? He can't even be sociable. I only try to tell him what the critics said.
Well, don't take it to heart, Jack, and close your scrapbook.
Okay. Oh, Mary, look, isn't that cute? That little boy's trying to buy a ticket. He can hardly reach the box office window. Oh, Sonny. I'll help you, Sonny.
Jack, stop calling him Sonny. That's Mayor LaGuardia.
Oh, darn it. I always make that mistake.
How many, please?
Huh? Oh, yes, miss. Were there 2 passes left here for me? I'm the star of this picture.
Well, I'll see. I'm sorry, but there are no passes for you, Miss Davis.
What? Wait a minute. I'm not Betty Davis. I'm Jack Benny. That's who I am, Jack Benny.
Jack, she believes you. Stop opening your scrapbook.
All right.
come on, Jack. Be a sport and buy 2 tickets.
All right. Here you are, miss. 2 tickets, please.
Yes, sir. Here's your tickets and here's your change.
Wait a minute, sister. Wait a minute. You charge me evening prices instead of matinee prices.
But, Mr. Benny, our prices change at 5 o'clock, and it's 7 o'clock now.
So what? I come from California, and it's only 4 o'clock out there. And another thing.
Jack, look who's coming down the street. It's Fred Allen in Portland. Gosh, I haven't seen Porty in a long time.
Well, I'm not going to stand here and see Fred Allen. Come on, let's go inside.
Watch out, Portland. The sidewalks are pretty slippery.
Don't worry, Mr. Allen. I've got hold of your arm. Gosh, look what's playing at this theater.
Well, what do you know? Benny's Picture. They waited till they put the lights out on Broadway, and then they sneaked it into town.
And say it, Mr. Allen.
Now, Portland, we're not on the radio now, so stop calling me Mr. Allen. We've been eased out of more hotels that way. And anyway, who wants to see Benny's Picture? I've seen more entertaining pictures tattooed on a sailor's arm.
Oh, Fred, you're off the air now. Why do you keep on hating Jack?
It's because he's so jealous. Now, you won't believe this, Portland, but when other entertainers become famous, Benny instantly tries to steal their stuff.
Really?
Of course. You remember when Fritz Chrysler became... I thought there was no R in there. When Fritz... it's another month, I thought it was... When Fritz Chrysler... When Fritz Chrysler became famous, I had it mixed up with an old oyster opener I used. When Fritz Chrysler became famous, when Chrysler became famous, Benny took up the violin. When Sinatra became popular, Benny took a course in malnutrition. And do you remember last year when Benny had pneumonia?
Yes.
He caught it trying to imitate Gypsy Rose Lee. Benny's chest is so narrow, pneumonia had to set in sideways.
Well, Fred, if Jack tries to remain popular, then at least you've got to admit that he uses his head.
Well, of course he uses his head. He's got to have something to separate his neck from his toupee.
Benny does with his old toupee.
Oh, who knows? Maybe he gives them to Gravel Gertie.
Oh, Fred, you're always picking on Jack. If it isn't his hair, you call him a tightwad.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't start that rumor. Even the tightwads called Benny a tightwad. Why, I remember one summer when Jack was out on a dude ranch, he kept his money in a wildcat's mouth. Frank Buck had to go with him if he wanted to spend anything. Anyway, Portland, to show you I'm a sport, I'll take you in to see Benny's Picture. Here's the box office. Oh, Miss.
Yes, sir. How many, please?
Forgive me for interrupting your nap, Miss, but I'd like 2 tickets.
Yes, sir. That's $2.40.
$1.20 a ticket to see Jack Benny's Picture?
But there are 62 stars in the picture, sir.
Oh, 60. That makes Benny cost me 2 cents. Brother, inflation is sure here. Come on.
The picture's pretty good so far, Jack.
Uh-huh.
You come on near the end of the picture, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Jack, put out that flashlight and stop reading your scrapbook.
Okay, but look at the review I got in the St. Joe Gazette. Ah, they love me in St. Joe.
Jack, be quiet. The people who just sat down behind us want to see the picture. And stop bobbing around.
Mary, if they don't like the...
Pardon me, mister.
What do you want, Bud?
It's kind of hard for me to see the picture. Will you please do me a favor and remove your head?
wise guy. Who do you think you're talking to?
Jackie, boy, you're losing your temper.
Oh, it's you, Alan.
Why, Jack, you seem surprised to see me.
I am surprised. I thought that after you saw your shadow on Friday, you crawled back into your hole.
You know, Jack, if I didn't have such great respect for old age, I'd punch you right in the nose.
Attaboy, hit him, Fred.
Listen, Al, if you start anything with me, I'll slug you right back.
Attaboy, hit him, Fred.
Mary, you're on my side.
Oh, Jack, look. This is the part of the picture you're in.
Quiet. Everybody shut up. This is the part I came here to see. Madam, will you please make that baby keep quiet? I can't hear the picture.
Why don't you keep quiet yourself? I can't hear my baby.
What?
Attaboy, hit him with the baby, lady.
Madam, you have no right to bring a baby to the theater.
Imagine a man complaining because an itsy-bitsy baby cries. Just because it's cold and hungry.
It's all your fault, Alan. I'm sitting here minding my own business and going to see. When you had to stop the picture, the last thing I do, I'm going to see her. I don't care what yourself. You got it. Next time you get in my way, I'm going to haul off and give you that thing. Well, I don't care. I'm here to see the picture. Wait a minute. I came here to see my picture. How do you like that? The lights are on and the picture is over. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Oh, let's stay and see the newsreel.
I'm not in the newsreel. Now, let's get out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, the recently revised program by the OPA for food rationing is again in the spotlight. We all know why rationing is necessary. Simply to give each of us a fair share of the items that are short. The needs of our armed forces are steadily growing, and right now more than ever, they must have the things our country can supply. Now here's how you and I can support rationing. Don't buy ration goods without paying ration points in full. Refuse to pay more than ceiling prices. Destroy canceled ration stamps. Don't give them to anybody. Whenever possible, buy low point or no point foods. Thank you very much.
In just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, Effie Boone.
Sold American.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
Sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Thanks very much, fellows, for inviting us here to the St. Albans Naval Hospital. We enjoy doing our program for you. And next Sunday night, folks, we'll be broadcasting from the Glenview Naval Air Station, Glenview, Illinois. And 2 weeks from today, we'll be in good old St. Joe.
Ah, St. Joe. They love me there.
It's not you, it's me. Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Of course.
That's it. Right you are.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Sold American.
Independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
From the historic city of St. Joseph, Missouri, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, today Jack Benny is in St. Joe. Perhaps some of you may have forgotten the story behind this great event, so I'd like to take you back about 3 years to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills. Jack was comfortably sitting in his big easy chair reading his scrapbook, while Rochester was straightening up the house and singing a popular song of the day.
My mama done told me when I was in knee pants, my mama done told me, son, a woman will sweet talk and give you the big eye, but when the sweet talking's done, a woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who leads you to sing the blues in the night. From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe.
St. Joe, they love me there.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's how it all started. And now, 3 years later, here he is in person. St. Joe's favorite adopted son, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, folks, I want to tell you this is the greatest reception I ever got in my life. Okay, I'm so proud my chest is almost out to my underwear. Yes, sir.
I don't blame you, Jack. Here we are during our program in the largest auditorium in town. They've even given you their hometown band for the broadcast.
That's right, Don. Is it any wonder that I'm so happy to be here in good old St. Joe? Where were we, Don, before we were
just saying how happy you are to be here, Jack.
Oh, yes. What a welcome I got when I arrived. You should have been with me, Don. The train pulled into a siding, they slid open the door, and we all ran down the ramp. How happy we were.
Jack, did you say you ran down a ramp?
Yes. How happy we were.
Wait a minute, Jack. Who ran down the ramp? You and who else?
Me and the cows. How happy we were.
Jack, do you mean to say you arrived here on a cattle train?
Cattle train?
Certainly. When you saw all those cows, what'd you think it was?
Well, I didn't exactly know, but I did feel they were overdoing that share the ride business. Boy, were we crowded.
But, Jack, I can't understand you're making the mistake of getting on a cattle train. Didn't anybody stop you?
Yes, some fresh cowboy. He opened my shirt, stamped grade A on my chest, and herded me in. And with those sharp sticks. You know? But it doesn't matter how I got here as long as I'm in good old St. Joe. Now, wait a minute.
For heaven's sake, fellas, you don't have to play that tune every time I say good. Look, I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Now, look, fellas, I know you're glad to see me, but you don't have to blow your brains out. After all, we're trying to do...
Hello, Jack. Hi, everybody.
Hello, Mary. How are you? Say, Mary, they love you here, too. Isn't that nice?
It sure is, Jack. But I've never seen a town go all out for anyone like this town has gone for you.
Ah, it sure is exciting, Mary. Did you see those big banners all over town that say, Welcome, Jack Benny? 3 cheers for Jack Benny. And we love you, Jack Benny. Did you see them?
See them? I was with you in Chicago when you had them painted.
Mary, you're just making that up. You know very well they love me here. What about that parade that was given in my honor?
Jack, was that parade in your honor?
Certainly it was.
Then you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Selling hot dogs.
Mary.
And you got mustard all over the chief of police.
Well, if Chief Swepson didn't mind, why should you? Anyway, you know, you...
Don, what are you laughing at?
Oh, just thinking about Jack. He came into town on a cattle train.
Jack, you didn't.
Well, it was all a mistake by the time I found out we were here already, you know.
Oh, for goodness sake, Jack, do you mean to say you rode in a cattle car without even knowing it?
Mary, when I ride on a train, I don't look around to see who's sitting next to me. However, I did get suspicious when I rang for the porter and he came in on all 4s.
You mean it was a cow?
I don't know, but I asked for milk and never got such quick service in all my life.
You mean you got it?
Right in the eye, sister. Right in the eye. Oh. Mary, you're making fun of me.
No, Jack, I think you're awfully cute. Anyone could have made that mistake.
Certainly.
Well, all right, Jack. I'm convinced that it was all a mistake. But if you'd stayed with me, you wouldn't have had to ride on a cattle train.
Don, if I'm going to ride with a load of beef, what's the difference what train it's on? And I wish Larry would come in so we would stop this silly talk.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Thank you. Hello, Larry. How are you? Well, listen to that reception, kid. Isn't that a wonderful audience out there?
Oh, it certainly is, Mr. Benny.
And you know what, Larry? Everybody that came in here to see this show had to give a pint of blood.
Well, did it help you get over your cold?
They didn't give it to me. They gave it to the Red Cross.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Benny.
That's all right, kid. Anybody could have made that mistake.
Like coming here on a cattle train.
Certainly, yeah.
Say, Larry, have you been having any fun here in town?
Oh, I sure have, Miss Livingston. I've been seeing all the sights, and this afternoon I even visited Jesse James' house.
You did?
Yes, but Mr. James wasn't home, so I left.
Look, kid, Jesse James has been dead for over 60 years.
He has? Then why are they charging a quarter to go into his house?
Because he still has an FHA loan on it. Go ahead and sing your song, Larry. I'll take you to Lover's Lane afterwards. And sing especially nice in appreciation of the way they love me here in good old St. Joe. Wait a minute. Now, wait, for heaven's sake. For heaven's sake, I forgot about them. Sing, kid. They drive me nuts. No kidding. I've never seen anything.
I love you. I love you. I love you. Sweetheart of all my dreams. I love you. I can't live without so you say. You know that I'll always love you this way. I love you, I love you, I love you. You are my sweetheart in dreams, it seems. Sweetheart of all my dreams.
Yes, sirree. Well. No, can't do any encores. Can't do any. It was Larry Stevens singing "Sweetheart of All My Dreams," and very good too. They love you here, kid.
Mr. Benny's right, Larry. St. Joe loves everybody.
Oh, they sure do, Miss Livingston. In fact, last week the St. Joseph News Press printed a big picture of Fred Allen on the front page and told about how funny he was when he played at the Crystal Theater.
Fred
Jack,
Allen.
I didn't know Fred ever played St. Joe.
Yes, he did, Mary. Allen was playing the Crystal Theater, and at the same time, the bags under his eyes were making a personal appearance at the Orpheum. What an act he had. That was the first time the stockyards ever complained. No kidding. You know, and another thing.
Hiya, folks. I think you know me, but this is Missouri, so come on, show me. Yeah. This is Missouri. Oh, Jackson, listen to that applause. That's what I like about the South.
Well, that was a cute entrance, Phil, and by the way, I've got a little compliment for you. Everybody liked you on the Fitch bandwagon last week.
Well, thanks. And you know, Jackson, them Fitch people were awfully nice to us. You know, after the broadcast, they gave every one of my musicians a case of shampoo for a present.
Well, that was darn nice of them. A whole case?
Yes, and my guitar player says it's delicious when you cut it a little with ginger ale.
Phil, you mean to say that Frankie drank the shampoo?
Frankie'll drink anything. He's the only musician I know who strums his guitar with a corkscrew.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Phil, I haven't seen much of you since we hit town. What have you been doing with yourself?
Well, Jackson, I've been on the other side of the river. I was over in Elwood, Kansas.
Well, what were you doing in Kansas? That's a dry state.
I know. I wanted to see how the other half lives.
Oh, I see. Well, Phil, how are you enjoying yourself here in St. Joe?
It's a great town, Jackson. Great. You know, this is a very historical place. You know, this is the home of Jesse Jones here.
That's Jesse James. Jesse Jones. My goodness.
Say, Jack, didn't they use a lot of local scenery in that movie they made about Jesse James?
Yes, Don, I remember that picture very well. They wanted me to play the part of Jesse, and then, strictly through politics, of course, they took Tyrone Power instead, you know?
Well, why didn't they take you, Jackson?
Because every time they shot a gun, his toupee blew off.
Mary, that wasn't a toupee. That was my mask that blew off.
Since when does a mask have bobby's pins?
Bobby's pins. Bobby's pins. Mary, that's bobby pins. It's not Bobby's pins. They don't belong to Bobby. You know what I mean? Very funny, huh?
You know, Mr. Benny, for an outlaw, Jesse James was a very romantic figure, wasn't he?
What'd you say, Larry?
I said for an outlaw, Jesse James was a very romantic figure, wasn't he?
You're right, kid. Jesse James, I can just see him now, holding a crowd at bay, a look of defiance on his face, and in each hand, a smoking pistol.
That's right, partner, and they were smoking Lucky Strikes.
Oh, for heaven's sake, what has Jesse James got to do with Lucky Strikes?
Well, he was free and easy on the draw, too, wasn't he, Sheriff?
Look, I'm trying to tell Larry some historical facts about Jesse James. You see, kid, he always carried 2 guns, and everybody knew that Jesse James meant business.
Yes, and everybody knows that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
When you say that, smile, partner.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
That's better. Now, getting back to the...
Say, Mr. Benny, did Jesse James really live here?
Yes, Larry, you saw his house. He lived right here in St. Joe.
Gosh, did they love him, too?
Well, I don't remember, kid, you see. Anyway, at first, he led a very normal, peaceful life.
Uh-huh.
But then he got mad and started on a rampage. And do you know why he got mad?
Because Kansas was a dry state.
Look, Phil. Phil, I'm trying to tell Larry the story of the... Oh, my goodness. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm Phil Welch, the mayor of this city.
Well... Well, it certainly is a pleasure to meet the mayor of good old St. Joe. All right, that's enough. Well, I'm pleased to meet you, Mayor Welch. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you.
Well, I recognized you immediately. I saw you when you played here in vaudeville, and I thought you had a very funny act.
You did? Well.
In fact, I laughed so hard I almost choked on my lollipop.
Well, that's very good, Mayor. Very good, huh?
Thanks, Jack. But I really came here on behalf of the city to make you an honorary president of the Chamber of Commerce.
Well, this is indeed an honor. I've never been so thrilled.
Here's your membership card, Mr. Benny.
Say, just look at this. Jack Benny, honorary president of the St. Joseph Chamber of Commerce.
And your membership fee is $1 a year.
Oh. $1 a year?
Yes.
But look, I'm only going to be here a week. How much will that be? In fact, I'm actually going to be here only 4 days, but why quibble, you know?
Well, Mr. Benny, we never figured it in weeks.
Oh, well, of course, Mayor Welch, I don't live in St. Joe. What's your rock-bottom price for non-residents, huh?
Mr. Benny, $1 is absolutely the lowest dues we've ever collected from any president of the Chamber of Commerce.
Well, I like to be sporting about those things, you know.
Good.
Well, here's 50 cents. Make me vice president.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
And thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I'm glad you dropped around.
Thank you, and good night, Jack.
Good night. Say, Mary, wasn't it nice of the mayor to give me this card, and it was worth 50 cents? Look what it says on it. The holder of this card is entitled to 1 ride on the Pony Express. What are you laughing at?
Half-buck penny rides again.
Don't be so smart. I'm vice president now of the Chamber of Commerce.
Well, if you'd given the whole $1, you could have been president.
Well,
he'd rather be tight than president.
Now, cut that out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in my official capacity as vice president of the Chamber of Commerce of St. Joe, it is my honor to bring you one of our native daughters, a young lady who happens to be visiting here in our hometown, a very famous movie star, Miss Jane Wyman.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Jack. It's really an honor being introduced by a 4-bit vice president.
You're welcome, Janie. And say, I was right when I said you were born here in St. Joe, wasn't I?
Oh, yes, Jack, 28 years ago. And just think, when I was born, you were just a little 7-year-old kid running around Waukegan.
Oh, Janie, don't make me younger than I really am. I was 8 at the time.
His father was 9.
Oh, quiet. I merely asked Janie if she were born in St. Joe.
Yes, Jack, and there's something I ought to tell you. The people here don't like their city to be called St. Joe.
They don't?
No, you see, it's like San Francisco. They don't like to be called Frisco, and the people here like their city to be called St. Joseph.
Oh, now, Janie.
St. Joseph. But, Janie, that would be silly.
Silly? Why?
Well, how would this sound? From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joseph, wherever the four winds blow, Seth. See what I mean?
No, Seth.
No, Seth?
If this keeps up, I think I'll go, Sif.
You stay here. Anyway, Jenny, it's nice that you're with us in your hometown. You know that everybody in this audience had to give a pint of blood to see this show.
Well, you've raised your prices, haven't you?
They didn't give it to me! I mean, why does everybody think that? In the first place, there isn't a man living who can take 4,000 pints.
Wait a minute, Jackson. Frankie and I...
I'm not talking about that. Say, Janie, how about you and I going out for a good time after the broadcast? You know, we had fun the last time we went out together, didn't we?
Oh, yes, Jack. But, well, I don't know how to say this, but to have a good time, you've got to spend some... Well, for instance, last time we were out, remember what happened with the jukebox?
Nothing happened. I put my nickel into that jukebox like everybody else did.
Yes, but, Jack, wasn't that a little corny standing on the table yelling, "This music comes to you through the courtesy of Jack Benny"?
Janie.
Star of stage, screen, radio, and the biggest hot dog in St. Joe for a dime.
Well, I just did that for a gag, that was all.
Oh, say, Jack, I just happened to think of something. Weren't you and Miss Wyman in that picture, Hollywood Canteen?
Yes, Don, but we didn't work together. You know, Janie, I have a little confession to make. When they started the picture, I wanted to do a love scene with you. So I spoke to the director.
Well, I have a little confession to make, too. I spoke to him first.
Osa. Huh?
You know, Jack, I appeared in my last two pictures with Jack Carson. And gosh, he's wonderful.
Jack Carson.
Mm-hmm.
He is, huh?
Oh, yes. He's so big and strong.
Well, being big and strong isn't everything.
But, Jack, he's so handsome.
So what? Beauty's only skin deep. You know.
And he's so young.
Well, I know lots of people who prefer the more mature type.
But Jack Carson is so funny.
Janie, don't fence me out. And if you want to know something, in my new picture, my leading lady is Alexis Smith. Gosh, she's so tall and stately. You know?
Yes, I know, Jack. And I heard about your accident when you were doing your love scene with Alexis.
Accident? What happened, Jack?
He fell off his box while he was kissing her.
I didn't fall. She pushed me. Anyway, Janie, I'll bet you and I will be in a picture someday because I'm going to... Oh, there's the phone. Excuse me, Janie. And don't forget, after the show, we'll all go out together. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. Where are you calling from? My hotel room?
Well, I'm in the hotel, but I'm not in your room. I'm outside in the hall.
Well, what are you doing out in the hall?
You know that suit you wore on the cattle train?
Yes?
Well, I'm waiting for the dry cleaner to come and drag it out of the room.
But, Rochester, I thought he was going to be there this morning to pick it up.
Oh, he was, boss, and it's the first time a dry cleaner ever called for a suit and didn't have to say, "Where is it?"
Oh, then he picked up my suit?
No, he went back to get a long hook.
A long hook. Rochester, does my suit smell that bad?
Smell bad? I opened the window and it set spring back 3 months.
Rochester, my suit isn't as bad as that. If the cleaner doesn't come back, you brush it up yourself.
Okay. And say, boss, you know that big banner outside the hotel with your picture on it?
Yes?
Well, somebody came along with a shotgun and gave you a bad case of measles.
What, you mean they shot holes in my face?
Yeah, you got the only face in town that can sift flour.
Rochester, I traveled 4,000 miles to get to St. Joe, and shooting or no shooting, it's your job to keep those banners up there.
Oh, boss, if they want to love you, let them, but let's not force it on ourselves.
I'm not forcing myself on them. They invited me to come here of their own free will.
I knew free was in there someplace.
Look, Rochester, I want you...
Hold it a minute, boss. The cleaner just came back, and he's fishing for your suit with that long hook.
That's good.
So now I guess everything will... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
The suit grabbed the hook, picked up the cleaner, and is running down the hall with him.
What?
Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?
It certainly does. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Doggone it. If I find pumps in my hamburger, I'll know where my suit went. Play, Phil. Go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, as the casualty lists pour in from the European war fronts, we at home are putting behind us all thoughts of an easy victory. Then comes the struggle in the Pacific, and our top military authorities say it will require another 1.5 to 2 years to lick Japan after we beat Germany. So to you and me, all this means only one thing: all-out support of our fighting men. In other words, stay on that wartime job until released. Keep buying more and more war bonds and hold on to them. Keep supporting all home front activities and observing all wartime regulations. And with it all, write encouraging letters to him over there, so he'll know a united nation stands behind him. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, L.A. Speed Riggs.
Smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real, deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
And
Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45, sold American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Make no mistake, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Well, folks, our pleasant visit in St. Joe is just about over, and we've certainly enjoyed every minute of it. And I want to thank all you wonderful people here for giving us such a swell reception. I'm sorry I haven't time to mention the names of all those who have been so nice to us. But you see, St. Joe has a population of 75,711. So you know what I mean. Next week, we'll be in Colorado. Wednesday night at the Fort Logan Hospital. Thursday, Peterson Field at Colorado Springs. And Friday night, we'll see all you boys at Lowry Field. And next Sunday, we'll be broadcasting for military personnel at FITZSIMMONS General Hospital in Denver. We'll see you then. Good night, everybody.
My mama done told me when I was in knee pants. My mama done told me, son.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
At 45, sold American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Today,
Tomorrow.
and always. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So for real deep down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Broadcasting for the military personnel at FITZSIMMONS Hospital in Denver, Colorado. The Lucky Strike program starring Don Wilson. With Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Jack Benny. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce a man whose voice is familiar to millions. A man whose personality and charm has captivated the listening audience of America. A man whose good humor and contagious laughter has brought sunshine and happiness into homes from coast to coast. The star of the Lucky Strike program, Don Wilson.
Thank you, and hello again. This is Don Wilson talking. And, Jack, I want to thank you very much for introducing me as the star.
You're welcome, you're welcome. It's the last time I'll ever play gin rummy with you. and such silly stakes.
Well, it's your own fault. You won't play for money.
All right, I lost and I had to introduce you. But, Don, why are you so anxious to be the star of the show tonight?
Well, Jack, it's a matter of pride. You see, we're broadcasting from Denver, Colorado, and Denver happens to be my hometown.
Oh, well, Don, you should have told me. Come on, fellas, let's give him another hand. Well, so you were born right here in Denver, eh, Don?
That's right, Jack.
Well, you've gone a long way since then. I bet your folks are very proud of you being a big radio announcer.
Well, frankly, Jack, they're just a little disappointed.
Disappointed?
Yes. When I was born, my father thought I was going to be a jockey.
Oh, for heaven. Don, a jockey only weighs about 97 pounds.
Well, that's what I weighed when I was born.
Yes, I should have known. I'll bet your bassinet was the only one equipped with a block and tackle. What a baby. The block and tackle must have come in handy for talcum powder operations. Hey, Don?
Jack, you can kid me all you want to, but I was the cutest baby you ever saw.
I can imagine.
Yes, sir. Say, here's a picture of me when I was 8 months old.
Let's see that, Don. Well, I'll be darned. That is cute. There you are, riding on your father's back.
No, Jack. No, that's my father riding on my back.
Oh, yeah. I got mixed up because his feet were dangling there, you know. Anyway, Don, it must make you very happy to be back in your own hometown. And to show you
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Oh, hello, Mary. Yes, sir. Well, Mary, I've never seen you looking so sweet. And that two-piece outfit you're wearing, it's terrific.
Well, thanks, Jack. I'm glad you like it. You know, the skirt is made of nylon from a parachute.
The skirt? Made out of nylon from a parachute?
Yes.
What about the jumper?
Oh, he got away.
I didn't mean that. Anyway, that's a cute idea, making a skirt. No, really, it's cute, making a skirt out of an old parachute. It looks so... Say, Mary, what's that string hanging down the side?
That's a ripcord, and don't you dare touch it.
Well, anyway, you look nice. Say, Mary, do you know what I just found out? Denver is Don's hometown.
That's right, Mary. I was born here.
I know it, Don, and I even wrote a poem in your honor.
Oh, you did, Mary? Well, that was very nice of you.
It certainly was. Let's hear it, Mary.
Okay. To you, Don Wilson, our announcer. We love you all. Yes, every pound, sir.
Well,
from the front or from the back. So round, so firm, so fully packed.
Hey, that's cute, you know.
To celebrate this great event, we'll have a party in a tent. You'll get a cake with all the trimmings from the boys here at FITZSIMMONS.
Good, I'm hungry. You know?
So congratulations to you, kiddo, for being born in Colorado.
Colorado? That don't blend.
It's too late now. This is the end. Applause.
Mary, that was really clever. And, Don, I don't want to make you feel bad in your hometown, but they think a lot of me here, too. In fact, Denver took a little hint from St. Joe.
What do you mean, Jack?
What do I mean? I'm talking about my welcome to Denver. Didn't you notice anything when we drove through the streets from the station to the hotel?
Well, all I noticed was that it was snowing.
Snowing? Well, how do you like that? The Chamber of Commerce told me it was confetti. Why do I fall for those things? I had to fill up my pockets with it yet. But confetti or no confetti, I like Denver. Yes, I remember playing the Orpheum Theater 20 years ago. I played here 1 week, and when I had to leave, there were tears in my eyes. I wish the police department would stop using that stuff. Yeah, 20 years ago.
Jack, what are you talking about?
Oh, nothing, Mary. I was just reminiscing, that's all. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
My name is Mervyn Van Dyke, and I'm from St. Joe, Missouri.
Well, I was in St. Joe last week.
Yes, that's why I'm here. The people of that fair city have voted to place a statue of you in our public park.
A statue of me? Well, gee, this is an honor. Where do I have to go to pose for this statue?
Oh, you don't have to go anyplace. I'm the sculptor, and I'm going to make it right here.
But look, I'm on the air now. You just can't make a statue of me.
Oh, yes, I can. Hey, boys, bring in that clump of clay.
Look, Mr. Van Dyke, why can't we do this
One side, Mr. Benny. Okay, boys, lay it right there.
Look, Mr. Van Dyke, you can't leave that clump of clay here. Now, why can't we...
Now, Mr. Benny, I'm ready to start. If you'll just hold still, I'll take one look at you and one look at this clump of... Say, this isn't going to need much changing after all.
Now, Mr. Van Dyke, please.
Now, hold still. Don't move. This'll only take a few weeks.
Now, wait a minute. Let me look at that. Look, Mr. Van Dyke, you mean to say you're going to make a statue of me out of this...
Stop fingering my clay.
I wasn't fingering it. Now, if you'll wait till my show is over, I'll be only too happy.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Larry. Hello.
Say, Mr. Benny, what's that man doing over there?
Oh, he's making a statue of me.
A statue of you? Just like George Washington and Abraham Lincoln?
Yes, sir.
Well, gee, Mr. Benny, what did you do?
He found a way to go from FITZSIMMONS to Denver in 12 minutes.
Mary.
And that includes a short stopover at the Yucca Club.
Mary.
And if you stop there, who wants to go to Denver anyway?
Mary, that's enough. Now, Larry, the boys here are anxious to hear you sing a song, so let's have it.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Wait a minute, Larry. What is it now, Mr. Van Dyke?
I'm starting on your head first. Would you mind combing your hair?
My hair is combed.
Well, then, for heaven's sakes, muss it up. I can't stand it that way.
Look, I've worn it this way for 36 years. And I'm not going to change now. Larry, go ahead and sing, will you?
Yes, sir.
If that statue doesn't have muscles on it, there's going to be trouble. That's all.
It's the end of a story, the same old story, all the stars in their glory. No, we must part, though I have to surrender your kisses so tender that used to enchant me. Won't you grant me only this? you tonight. Let me tell you how much I adore all your charms. Though you leave me tomorrow, for this night we'll borrow a love song. Let me love you tonight. Let me thrill to the touch of your sheltering arms. Till the scent of the roses caresses and closes your eyes. Let me kiss you tonight while the stars in the sky give a heavenly light. So when love is an ember, my heart will remember your sighs. Live a lifetime of love in a moment, holding me tight. Then forget me, darling, only let me love you
Tonight, sung by Larry Stevens. Very good, kid. By the way, Larry, have you seen any of the sights around Denver? You know, Buffalo Bill's Tomb or Pike's Peak?
Oh, yes, I was up on Pike's Peak yesterday.
You were?
Yeah, and you know something, Mr. Benny? When I got up on the top, I could hardly get my breath.
Well, certainly. So you see, kid, that's on account of the high altitude.
It is? Golly, I thought it was because I ran all the way up.
Well, that's logical.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Aren't you finished with that statue yet?
Not quite. I'm starting to chisel out your legs now. Would you mind squatting down a little and holding your legs apart?
But that's such a ridiculous pose.
When you're alone, yes. But I'm cutting it this way so if we ever find an empty horse, we can slide him under you.
Now, look. Now, wait a minute. In the first place, you're making the legs out of proportion. Look right here. My knees aren't...
Stop fingering my clay!
Okay. I'm sorry. I'll let you stop.
Hiya, girls and boys. Get ready to leap with joy because here comes Mrs. Harris's curly-headed boy. Yeah. And I'm a blonde, too. Natural, I'll have you know. Say, Jackson, who's that guy standing over there in the white coat and the beret?
Oh, he came here from St. Joe. He's a sculptor.
A sculptor? What's he doing? Giving you sculpt treatments? Oh, Harris, how this mountain air has sharpened your wit.
Mountain air?
Why, certainly, Jack. You know, Denver's one of the highest cities in the world.
That's right, Jackson. The minute we got here, my nose started bleeding.
My nose bled a little, too.
Gee, mine did, too.
What a bunch of sissies. Nothing happened to my nose when I got here.
Yeah, I know, but one drop of your blood forced itself to the surface, turned around and saw it wasn't being followed, sang 2 courses of I Walk Alone, and crawled back in.
Oh, stop with those gags.
I was only kidding you, Jackson. You know, I've learned a lot on this trip. You know, traveling sure is educational.
Yeah, I can imagine how much it must have helped you.
Well, it has. Now, for instance, today I seen the Colorado River, and gee, Jackson, it's interesting. You know, it flows along and it comes to a big bunch of dams, and after that it flows into a big reservoir. And, confidentially, Jackson, you want to know something?
What?
People drink that stuff.
Well, Phil, this may amaze you, but do you know that there are millions of people in this country who drink nothing but water?
How do you like that? And they don't even advertise the stuff.
Look, Phil.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Now what?
Would you loan me your handkerchief? Your statue's nose is bleeding.
Now cut that out. Everybody has to be a comedian here.
Say, Phil, did you know there used to be a famous restaurant here in Denver called the Silver Dollar?
There was?
Uh-huh. In fact, it became famous because the entire floor was inlaid with silver dollars. And the walls were... Jack, come back here. That was years ago.
and give me back my hammer and chisel.
Here, I only wanted to scratch my back with it, that's all.
Say, Letty, how come you know so much about Denver?
Oh, Don told me. You know, he was born here.
Wilson, born? I thought his folks won him in a laundry raffle.
Phil, don't be so smart, will you?
Well, you guys can kid all you want to, but I was a pretty cute baby, and I was smart, too. Why, when I started talking, I was only 5 months old.
You were talking at 5 months?
Certainly. I used to look up in my mother's eyes and say, Dad, 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 Dad.
Dad, 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 Dad. What were you saying?
L. West, M.F. Tweed.
L.S. M.F. Tweed? And your mother knew what that meant?
Yes. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Lucky?
Yes. So wound and so firm and so free and easy on the door.
Well, Don, I'm sure that I and my sponsor agree that you were a very smart baby, and take your finger out of your mouth, will you? Now, Phil, let's have a band number before...
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Mr. Van Dyke, stop interrupting my program. You can do my statue later.
But I just finished one leg down to your foot. Would you mind slipping off one of your shoes and socks so I can take a look at your toes?
Mr. Van Dyke, I told you, I'm not going...
he's making your statue, so do what he says.
Oh, all right. There. Look at my toes.
5, just like everybody else.
Well, what do you expect to find, a bunch of bananas? Now, look at that silly statue. Look right here.
Stop fingering my clay.
I was just trying to give myself a dimple.
Well, you haven't got a dimple there.
Phil, play a band number with you. Maybe you'll scare this guy away.
Okay, Jack.
He drives me nuts anyway. Time played by Phil Harrison and his orchestra, with an occasional hiccup by Frankie, his guitar player. Now, as a special treat for the boys here at Fitzsimmons, and for Governor Vivian of Colorado, who's with us, I will play a violin solo.
Oh, no, Jackson. No, Jackson, no! Lock me in a room with Spike Jones, but not that.
Phil, please.
Leave him alone, Phil. Say, Jack, why don't you play that new tune for the boys, the one you rehearsed this morning? Didn't sound bad at all.
No, Mary, I better play the one.
Hey, Livy, you mean Jackson learned how to play a new tune?
Yeah, he learned it this morning.
This morning? I didn't hear him.
I know, Don. It was before the regular rehearsal. I went over to the Brown Palace Hotel to pick Jack up. In fact, I got there before Jack was still asleep.
Say, it's almost time for rehearsal. I better go in and wake up the boss. But then he's been doing so many shows, he needs a little rest. Oh, there's the phone. Hello? Mr. Benny's room, star of stage, screen, and radio, but will work for anything that jingles, folds, or has a trade-in value. Who's calling? The manager? I know this hotel has laundry service. I know the rates are reasonable. I know this is a classy hotel. Okay, I'll tell him. Doggone, Mr. Bennett's just got to stop hanging his underwear out the window. I don't mind it in the summer, but that long underwear. Uh-oh, look what time it is. I better wake him up. My, just look at him laying there, so nice and peaceful.
Oh, Hetty. Kiss me, Hetty. Come here, Paulette. Let me put my arms around you. You too, Lana. Kiss me.
What a man. He lives like a lamb and dreams like a wolf.
Don't go, Hetty. Come here, Dorothy. No, it's not that I don't love you, Lana. But, you know...
Boss, wake up. You're getting yourself involved.
Huh? What? Oh, it's you, Rochester.
Yeah, you better get dressed. You'll be late for rehearsal.
Oh, yeah, we got a show to do at FITZSIMMONS Hospital.
That's right, boss. I better call downstairs and order your breakfast.
Okay.
Operator, get me room service, please. Room service? This is Mr. Benny's room. Send up some grapefruit juice, small glass. Pot of coffee, small pot. A bowl of cereal, small bowl. And make out the check while you're in that small mood.
Say, Rochester, were there any messages for me while I was asleep?
Yes, boss. The manager of the hotel where you stayed in St. Joe called.
Uh-huh.
So I told him it was a mistake and you didn't take it away intentionally.
Good.
I told him after you put those quarters in the radio, you thought you owned it.
Oh, well, we'll send it back anyway. Come in. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. You better hurry up. Everybody's waiting to rehearse.
I'll be down in a few minutes. Say, Mary, I was just thinking about the broadcast we're going to do at FITZSIMMONS Hospital. You know, I'd like to do something different for the boys this week. I think I'll play a violin solo.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, you're not going to take that fiddle with you.
Certainly I'm going to take it. Say, I wonder if I need a new violin.
You don't even need the one you got.
Never mind and hand it to me. You know, I think I'll learn that new song that's out. Accentuate the positive. Now, let's see. How does that go, Mary? Huh?
You gotta accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I got it now. Wait a minute. Let me just try it. Just one. No. Wait a minute. I'll get it. Don't worry. I don't know what's the matter with this, eh?
Wait a minute, boss. Wait a minute. Let me show you how it goes. Listen to this.
Okay.
You got to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative. Latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In-Between. You got to spread joy up to the maximum.
I'm getting it, Rod.
Blue down to the minimum and half age. Or pandemonium, liable to walk upon the scene. To illustrate my last remark, Jonah in the well, Noah in the ark. What did they do just when everything looks so dark? Man, they said you've got to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, and latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr.
I got it, Ross. I'm coming.
Attaboy, Jackson.
Hold on. Man, they said you've got to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, and latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In-Between. Oh, no! Don't mess with Mr. In-Between!
That's it, Rock. I'll play that for the boys. Come on, Mary. Let's go over to FITZSIMMONS. Come on. And now, I'd like to have a word with you women of America regarding the new WAC hospital units. Our wounded men are returning from overseas at the rate of 30,000 a month. That's 1,000 every day. And at this very moment, every Army nurse must handle 26 hospital beds. This is twice as many beds as one nurse can take care of efficiently. That's why at least 8,000 more WACs are needed immediately for hospital units. Now, I strongly urge you eligible women to join the Women's Army Corps now and be trained to assist our overburdened doctors and nurses. Apply at the nearest U.S. Army recruiting office or write the Adjutant General, Munitions Building, Washington, D.C. Thank you very much.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here are my good friends, F.E. Boone and Kenneth Delmar.
Sold American.
Listen to the words of an expert, a tobacco expert with 21 years' experience. Here is what Mr. Fred L. Evans, an independent tobacco buyer of Danville, Virginia, said.
I know the kind of tobacco Lucky Strike buys. Naturally, then, when it comes to choosing a cigarette for myself, I go by what I see at the auctions. So I've been smoking Lucky's for 15 years.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette, and Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45, sold American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
43, sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for the makers of Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
For real deep down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Well, folks, this winds up our broadcast at FITZSIMMONS Hospital in Denver, and I'm sure glad the boys invited us out here. We'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Tomorrow night, we'll be seeing you fellas stationed at Camp Carson and Peterson Field in Colorado Springs. So until then...
Say, Mr. Benny.
Now what?
I'm almost through with your statue. Do you have a hole in the top of your head?
A hole in the top of my head? Why?
Well, if you have, I can make this into a fountain.
Oh, go away. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
You said it.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 45, sold American.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the tobacco auctions can see Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after a tour of military camps in Colorado, Missouri, Illinois, and New York, Jack Benny is back again in his little old home in little old Beverly Hills.
Ah, California, the land of enchantment, where the fragrance of orange blossoms permeates the air, the land of eternal sunshine. This must be last year's travel folder. Well, anyway, it's nice to be home after 8 weeks. Now, Rochester, where are you?
I'm out here in the kitchen unpacking your last trunk.
I'm packing my trunk in the kitchen. Isn't that a roundabout way of doing it?
No, boss. I already put your suits back in the closet, your shirts back in the dresser, and now I'm putting the sandwiches back in the icebox.
Oh, well, good. They'll come in handy on our next trip, I think.
You know, it's bad enough to take a few sandwiches in a valise, but, boss, a trunk full.
Rochester, there's nothing like playing safe when you're on a train.
I know, but when everybody else wanted to eat, they went to the diner. We had to go to the baggage car.
Oh, stop complaining.
And it was so dark in there.
Dark?
Yeah, remember how you got mad when I thought your fingers were asparagus tips?
Mad? What for? You didn't bite my fingers.
No, fortunately, you stopped me just as I was dipping them in the mayonnaise.
Never mind. Anyway, I only packed enough food to last us for the trip. How many sandwiches have we got left?
1 ham, 1 cheese, and 385 peanut butter.
385 peanut butter?
Yeah, they didn't sell so good, did they?
Rochester, I wasn't selling sandwiches. There were a lot of people who couldn't get into the diner, so I gave them those sandwiches absolutely free.
The sandwiches, yeah, but then you made me sing and charge them entertainment.
I only charged those that got up to dance. Now, I don't want to hear any more about this. Oh, darn it, there's that sculptor from St. Joe. Still working on my statue. I wish he'd hurry up and finish it.
Say, boss, I was just watching him make that statue, and he's got you standing there with your hand in your vest like Napoleon.
Well, what's wrong with that?
He's got your other 2 hands in your pocket.
3 hands? That's ridiculous. How many legs did he give me?
I don't know, but if the racetracks were open, I'd bet on you.
Well, he's the silliest guy I ever... There's the door. Maybe if I sent St. Joe a picture of me, they'd call that guy off. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What's the matter? Something wrong?
Oh, you know that sculptor from St. Joe followed me to Denver?
Yeah.
Well, he followed me here, too, and he insists on finishing that statue.
Well, what are you complaining about? I think it's a wonderful tribute. They got a statue of Jesse James there, too.
Oh, fine. Comparing me to Jesse James. I never robbed a train in my life.
No, but you put a dining car out of business.
Rochester, go back in the kitchen.
Say, Jack, I got your message. What do you want to see me about?
I'll tell you when the rest of the gang get here. Why'd you come over so early, Mary?
Well, I got a letter from Mom, and I wanted to read it to you.
Oh, a letter from your mother? Well, what does the Lauren Bacall of Plainfield have to say?
Here it is.
Funny letter, Mary?
Oh, very funny. Plainfield, New Jersey, February 30th.
February 30th? Mary, February only has 28 days.
I know, but Mama doesn't think it's fair.
Oh, well, go ahead, read it.
My dear daughter, Mary, it certainly was exciting when you and Jack spent those few days with us on your trip east. It's too bad you had to dress in such a hurry that morning to catch the train.
We barely made it.
I didn't realize how much you had rushed until after you were gone. But don't worry, as I just mailed your toothbrush and Jack's hair. The one with the handle is the toothbrush.
No wonder I caught cold in Chicago.
Mary, darling, I must tell you the wonderful time we had in Jersey City last Saturday. Your father's doctor invited our whole family to attend his medical convention, and it was very exciting. The doctors held a beauty contest, and your sister Babe was voted Miss, it shouldn't happen to, of 1945.
I knew Babe could do it. I knew.
Your brother Hillard has been reclassified, and it looks like it won't be long now because the draft board has a new system. They take a phone book, pick a number, call it, and if you answer, you're in.
Well, the telephone is faster now.
Now I can understand those posters that say Uncle Sam needs you. He's not pointing. He's getting ready to dial.
Hey, your mother's not kidding. You know?
Your cousin Bobby is now a corporal, is already overseas. He's the one who took his basic training at Montgomery Ward.
Hey, your mother's funny, you know.
And now, in closing, Mary, I have some neighborhood gossip that will really surprise you. Guess who murdered his wife this morning? No other news, love, Mama.
Goody Ace will love that. Well, that's a fine way to end a... Come in. Oh, hello, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny. I came as soon as I got your message.
Well, I'll talk to you about it when the rest of the gang gets here.
Okay. Oh, hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Larry. You glad to be home?
Oh, I sure am. And to celebrate my homecoming, all my friends chipped in and threw a big party for me.
How was it?
Well, I don't know. I couldn't afford to go.
Well, that's a shame. Say, Larry, did Mr. Harris send you the arrangement for your song for Sunday?
Yeah, and I think it's pretty good. Would you like to hear it?
Sure, kid. Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's hear this. That song sounded very good, kid.
It certainly did, Larry.
Thanks, Miss Livingston.
Oh, Mr. Benny, here's a note I just found. It was left by Mr. Wimbish, the man you rented your house to when you went away.
Well, I'll be darned. I forgot all about Mr. Wimbish. Let me see that. Dear Mr. Benny, if you remember the Mr. Wimbish you rented your house to, that's me. However, I lived in your house just 1 week, and something very urgent happened. I had to go somewhere, and since they asked me in such a nice way, I couldn't refuse. Sincerely yours, Private Wimbish. P.S. Profit by my experience. If the phone rings, don't answer it. Mary, your mother must have been right about all. Come in. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. I got your call. What's up?
I'll tell you when Don gets here.
Hello, Livy.
Hello, Phil. Isn't it great to be home again?
Yeah, this is what I kept dreaming about during all those cold weeks back east.
Yep, getting back to good old California.
Yeah, man, this is the only place for me.
You said it, Phil. Come on in the other room.
Okay, where shall I put my umbrella?
Right over there by Mary's boots. Say, Phil, you look a little tired.
Yeah, I am. All day long I've been helping Frankie, my guitar player, look for a place to live.
Did he find one?
No, Jackson, and the poor guy's practically an orphan now that they're closing the bars at midnight.
Oh, yeah.
If he hadn't have been locked in twice, he wouldn't have gotten any sleep at all.
Phil, look, I'm getting sick. All you do is worry about Frankie, your guitar player. That's all I hear. You know, it wouldn't hurt you if you settled down yourself and got a little more sensible there.
What are you talking about, Jackson? I am sensible. Remember in Chicago when we met the fellow who draws the Dick Tracy cartoon?
Yeah?
Well, he said I was a very level-headed guy.
He didn't say you were level-headed. He said you reminded him of Flat Top. You level-headed.
Oh, stop picking on me. Every time I open my mouth, you jump right down my throat.
I'm not jumping down your throat. I'm just trying to give you a little advice, that's all.
Well, I don't need any advice from you, Mr. Anthony. I can take care of myself.
Mr. Anthony, I demand a little more respect from you, Phil. Remember, I'm the boss.
The boss, huh?
Oh, yeah?
Jack, that was a door buzzer.
Then why is Phil wiping off his chin? Is that the door? Come in.
Oh, hello, everybody.
Hello, Don. It's great to be home again, isn't it?
It sure is. Say, Jack, I got your message. What do you want to see me about?
I'll tell you as soon as Don gets here.
I am Don.
I mean Wilson.
I'm Wilson.
I'm mixed up.
I'm the door buzzer. Please forgive me.
Oh, shut up. Now, look, kids. The reason I asked you all to come over is because there's something important I want to talk to you about. Your expense accounts for the trip.
Fasten your safety belts, fellas. It's going to be a rough ride.
You're darn right it is. But looking over the expense accounts all of you turned in, you must think money grows on trees.
Yeah, Jackson, and you got enough to keep you in the shade for the rest of your life.
All right, Phil, since you're such a wise guy, we'll start with you. What's this item for $10 marked valet service?
I had some suits pressed at the hotel.
I press my own suits. Now, Wilson, look at your account. What's this charge for $7 marked laundry?
Well, it's just what it is. I paid $7 to have some laundry done.
With all that free soap and water in the hotel. You know, I wash my own clothes. Now, Mary, what's this charge on your account? $15 NG.
A new girdle. Let's see you wiggle out of that one.
All right. And Larry.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Look at this account you turned in. $3 for your hotel room. Now, isn't that kind of expensive?
Well, I thought so, too, but that's what you charged me for sharing your bed with you.
Oh, yes, kid, I forgot. And, Wilson, what are these other entries on your account here?
Oh, those are for lunch. Sunday, Monday, Friday, and Thursday.
Lunch, Sunday, Monday, Friday, and Thursday?
Yes, I just abbreviated it to LSMFT.
Oh.
And you know, Jack, I found out the most amazing thing.
What is it, Don?
LSMFT spelled backwards is TFMSL.
Well, isn't that astounding? What does it spell sideways, Don?
I don't know about sideways, but always it's Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
That's very clever, Don. Now, getting back to your expense accounts, I want you kids to be more careful in the future, but I'll pay you off now. Wait here, I'll go into my vault and get the money. Please turn your backs. Thanks.
Who goes there, friend or foe?
Friend.
What's the password?
Password? Oh, yeah. A fool and his money are soon parted.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
That's right. How have you been, Ed?
Quite well, sir.
Me, too. Sure good to get back home, huh?
Oh, have you been away?
Yes. Yes, for 8 weeks. I went to New York.
Oh, must be nice there now.
No, Ed. It's winter.
Oh. Well, it's hard to tell in here.
Yes, I imagine it is. Take out your gun, Ed. I'm going to open the safe.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. The combination is right to 45. Left to 160. Back to 15. Then left to 110. There. I need a louder burglar alarm. Well, let's see. This ought to be enough money. Well, so long, Ed.
Bye, Mr. Benny.
Say, Ed, I've been thinking you must be kind of lonesome down here.
No, I don't mind it.
Well, nevertheless, I'm going to get you a radio.
A radio? What's that?
Well, it's a new thing that people enjoy. You know?
Well, send one down. If I like it, I'll eat it.
No, Ed, it's nothing to eat, you know. Well, so long.
So long, Mr. Benny.
Well, here you are, kids. I've got the money.
Don't hold it so tight.
Look how white his knuckles are.
But just be glad you're getting it, that's all.
Oh, say, Jack, while you were in the vault playing Monte Cristo, my maid, Pauline, called up.
Yeah?
She said they delivered my luggage from the station, but my brown grip is missing.
Your brown grip?
Yes, and I've got to have it. All my lingerie's in that bag.
Well, gee, you better call up the station, try and find it.
No, I've got my car outside. I better drive down. Will you come with me?
Okay, make yourselves at home, fellas. I'll see you later.
Come on, Jack.
Just a minute. It's locked. Come on, let's go. Don't drive so fast, Mary. Take it easy. It's awfully windy with the top down. Let's stop and put it up.
But, Jack, fresh air is good for you. What if it does blow your hair around a little?
Listen, sister, it blows yours around. It blows mine off.
Oh. Why didn't you get rid of it? The way the wind keeps lifting it up, you look like you're reading a mystery story.
Okay. I'll put it in the glove compartment. Ooh, it's chilly.
Leave it off. You'll get used to it. Anyway, here's the station.
Yeah, there's a parking place right in front.
I see it. There. Let's go in.
Gosh, look at that mob in there. Gee, railroad stations are always so crowded. Now, let's see. Where's the...
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Come on, Mary. Let's go over to the baggage room and find out about...
Well, Bill. Bill, you old scoundrel, I haven't seen you since the Kansas City Convention 5 years ago.
Look, there must be some...
What a brawl that was. Remember Dolores, the hat-check girl? She's still looking for you.
Now, wait a minute. See, you've made a mistake.
Holy smoke, Bill. How you've aged in 5 years.
Huh?
I told you in Kansas City that the kind of life you were leading would kill you.
Now, wait a minute. Look, and I'm not...
Now, Bill, I'm not scolding you. It's your life to live as you please. But it's beginning to tell on you.
Look,
why, you've even lost your hair.
He didn't lose it. It's in the glove compartment.
Mary.
Well, Bill, this must be your little one. My, she's grown since I saw her last. You know, young lady, I've known your father ever since...
I'm not her father!
You're not her... Oh... I get it. Still the same old Bill. Well, don't worry, Bill, don't worry. If I see your missus, I won't say a word.
Look, I'm trying to tell you...
By the way, you still with the Catch-All Garbage Can Company?
Catch-all garbage? Look, if you'll just listen for a minute... Look, fella...
I'll never forget the time you sold the city of Syracuse 2,000 garbage cans. And the first time they were used, the bottoms fell out of every one. What a stink that caused.
Look, mister, I'm trying to tell you that
I've got to run, Bill. I've got to run. I'm taking the train to San Diego.
Look,
Hey, San Diego. Remember that night, Bill? Well, so long, Bill. I'll see you in Boston in 48.
What a silly guy. I wonder who he thought I was.
Bill.
Oh, yes. Come on, Mary. There's the baggage room there.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Look, Mary, I'll tell them it's my suitcase. You know how they push women around.
Oh, you better let me handle it, Jack.
No, I'll show you how to get things done in a hurry.
Well, okay, but I think you're wrong.
Oh, say, mister.
Yes?
Yesterday when I got off the train, I missed a suitcase.
Well, now that's a switch. Just this morning, a man got off a suitcase and missed a train.
Look, never mind the jokes. Look, the bag I'm looking for is brown alligator with a double handle.
Just a moment. I'll look for it.
Okay.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. My husband is out to lunch.
Now, Mary... Now, Mary, don't worry about your grip. I'll get it for you.
This is the only alligator bag I found. It has the initials ML on it.
That's me, Mervyn Larson. Here, I'll take it.
Ah, not so fast, Mervyn. First, you've got to identify the contents. Now, let's see. There, it's open. Now I'll go through the... Say, this can't be your bag.
Oh, yes, it is.
Really, Mervyn? You have such a deep voice.
Now, wait a minute.
Just look at this. 3 pairs of panties, 4 pairs of stockings, 2 nightgowns.
Now, look, smart guy, close that bag.
My Bill, you old rascal, up to your old tricks.
Look, will you please go away?
Good old Bill.
Hey, wait a minute. Bill, you said your name was Mervyn.
My name isn't Bill, is it, Mary?
No, it's Jack.
There.
Jack, what happened to Mervyn?
That's my name.
Then this bag is yours.
It is not. It's my bag.
Well, who are you and what's your name?
Her name is Bag, and she wants her married. I I mean, her name is Mary, and she wants her back.
Then, for heaven's sakes, what's your name?
My name is Bill.
Good old Bill.
Look, go away, will you?
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim.
Well, I'm back from lunch, honey. Azusa and Cucamonga.
Oh, nuts. Come on, Mary, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past 3 years, I have seen the Red Cross in action, both here and overseas. While we were on this last trip to New York and back, my gang and I visited many hospitals. And, folks, if you could have seen what we saw, you'd give to the Red Cross so fast, their need for $200 million would be covered in no time. They're doing a job so big that they can only keep it up with our help. When we realize that the Red Cross now operates 727 clubs overseas, serves an average of 2 million meals a month, provides music, books, magazines, newspapers, and recreation to our men, that's something to be proud of. And how about the way they've been getting those packages into prison camps? All I can add, folks, is this. Let's do it now. Let's jar loose all the spare money we can and give it to the Red Cross. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's my good friend L.A. Speed Riggs.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45, sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
You said it. Why, sure.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Well, Mary, we finally got the right bag, so you have nothing to worry about, you know.
I knew you could do it, Mervyn.
You can stop with that Mervyn now. Wait a minute, Mary. Didn't you drive past the house?
I don't think so.
Well, where are we?
Just a second. I'll put up the periscope and see.
I told you we should have had the top up. Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Right you are.
Yes, sir.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
For your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke Lucky Strike. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
At 45, sold American.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Let's go out to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills. At the moment, Rochester is alone in the kitchen preparing breakfast.
Look at that table. Sure does look appetizing. A large glass of orange juice, a bowl of cornflakes and cream, 2 fried eggs, sunny side up, a thick slice of ham, a piping hot cup of coffee, and 3 honey-covered English muffins. Well, now I better make some tea and toast for Mr. Benny's breakfast. I think I'll give him a treat today. I'll scrape the toast. No, he likes to do it himself. That's the only exercise he gets. Uh-oh, here comes the boss now.
Good morning, Rochester. Now, let's see. What have we got for... Oh, orange juice, cornflakes, ham and eggs. Rochester, what'd you make such a big breakfast for? You know I'm on a diet.
Doggone, that's right.
Now, we can't let all this food go to waste. You made it, and you'll have to eat it yourself.
Oh, boss, don't be so mean to me.
Mean? Well, I've been on a diet a whole month, and every morning I come down and find the same big breakfast. Now, how can you make such a mistake?
Well...
And what's that strawberry shortcake on top of the oven?
That's the dessert for the mistake I'm going to make for dinner.
What? What did you say, Rochester?
Disregard it, boss. Disregard it.
Well, just don't let it happen again. I'll have this tea and toast. Look how burnt the toast is. It's like charcoal. Give me a knife. I'll scrape it.
Yes, sir.
Ooh, the toast is hot. You hold it, Rochester. Here.
I got it. Scrape away. Take it easy, boss. You're down to me.
Oh. Well, never mind. I'll have one of those English muffins. Say, that looks good. It's got honey all over it, and look at that raisin on top.
That's a bee. He's still working on it.
Oh, yeah. Go away, bee. Go away. Go away. Well, how do you like those California bees? They open the windows themselves. Rochester, I'll have my tea now. Never mind. You answer the door. I'll get the tea myself.
Yes, sir. Oh, hello, Mr. Harris.
Hello, Rochester. It's Mr. Benny. Oh, I'm sorry, Rochester. I didn't know.
Didn't know what?
Well, that black band you're wearing around your sleeve.
Oh, this. Mr. Benny makes me wear it every time he loses the Academy Award.
Well, why does Mr. Benny take it so hard? A lot of actors lose it.
I know, but he's been losing it since 1902.
Rochester, what's keeping... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. So you lost the Academy Award again, huh?
Yeah, Crosby won it. And you know, Phil, it's going to be hard to hate him. He's such a nice guy. Maybe I can hate one of his kids. But I'll tell you one thing, Phil. I didn't mind losing the award this year, but I certainly think I should have won it when I made that picture, George Washington Slept Here.
George Washington slept here? You didn't even come close that year, did you, Jackson?
Close? Washington got more votes than he did.
Rochester.
The bed came in second.
Never mind. And bring Mr. Harris some coffee.
Okay.
Phil, what brings you over here so early?
Well, Jackson, I got great news for you. You know how you and Mary have always been picking on me for running around and wasting my time?
Yeah?
Well, starting today, I'm going to settle down and be a dignified businessman.
Well, congratulations, Phil. What did you do?
I bought a saloon.
What?
Well, you know, a nightclub.
Oh, a nightclub. That's different.
Yeah, me and Frankie, my guitar player, running it, and things are going great, Jackson. Last night, our bartender was so busy mixing them drinks, he didn't have time to sit down.
No kidding.
Yeah, and tonight ought to be even better. We're going to let the customers in.
Oh, I see. So you and Frankie bought a nightclub, eh? What are you going to call the place?
Well, I ain't got a name for it yet, but, well, I got a slogan.
A slogan?
Yeah, you know, like Duffy's Tavern. Now, their slogan is, where the elite come to eat.
Uh-huh.
Mine's going to be where the swine come to dine.
Phil, are you crazy? You going to call your customers swine?
When you got to close at 12, Jackson, it don't make no difference what you call them.
Well, take my advice, Phil. You got a great opportunity to be a businessman. If you want to be successful, run your nightclub in a real high-class way.
Don't you worry, Jackson. I'll handle the joint right.
Here's your coffee, Mr. Harris.
Thanks, Rog. Hey, what's that noise, Jackson?
Oh, that's the sculptor working upstairs. I wish he'd finish that statue of me and go back to St. Joe. How's the coffee, Phil?
Swell, Jackson. Hey, let's turn on the radio and see what's going on, huh?
Okay.
That was Spike Jones playing Let Me Love You Tonight. And now, folks, a message on behalf of my sponsors, the Bleeding Heart Finance Company. Friends, do you need money? Could you use a little extra cash? Do you want a loan of $10, $50, or $100? You do?
Get something else, Phil, will you?
It seems like ages since I've heard his voice. I wonder if it'll be the same when I hear it again. I can't stand this waiting, this suspense. I can almost hear him now. Oh, I hope he hasn't changed. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't. 10 more seconds and I'll know. 5 seconds. 2 seconds. There it is. 4 o'clock.
Grew and watch time. Tick-tock.
Say, she was wonderful. What a part for Ingrid. You get another station, Phil, will you?
Have you been hit by an automobile lately? Do you feel run down? Are you getting fat? Are you beginning to launch a paunch? Are the spaces between your teeth suffering from middle age spread? If you have these or any other ailments, why not try sympathy soothing? Remember, folks, sympathy spelled backwards is yatapamus. Y-H-T-A-P-M-Y-S.
Yip, yip, yatapamus, yip, yip, yatapamus, yip, yip, yatapamus, ride your blues away.
Yes, folks, sympathy soothing syrup is good for people over 35 and wonderful for people under 35. And to you people who are exactly 35, may I say happy birthday?
That's sweet. I missed it by 1 year.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our special guest, the singing star of the Lucky Strike program, Larry Stevens.
Hey, that's right, Phil. Larry Stevens told me he was going to be on that show.
Yeah, let's give the kid a listen. Huh?
Okay. I wonder how much they pay for guest shots on the Yatapamus program.
Don't you know I care? Or don't you care to know? If you know I care, how can you hurt me so? Darling, you are part my heart a break. I can't figure out what love's all about and where I fit into your scheme. Am I wasting time? Please tell me, 'cause I'm down to my last dream. Won't you please be fair? Love me or let me go. Don't you know I care? Or don't you care to know?
Thank you very much, Larry Stevens. And next week, ladies and gentlemen, our guest star will be that eminent songwriter, Maxwell Langley, who will play his own composition, the current song hit entitled, Raise the Awning, Mother, Daddy's Leading a Shady Life.
Hey, that's a good song, Phil. I must learn it on the violin. Raise the awning, Mother, 'cause Daddy's leading a shady line. No, it's third on the hit parade. There's somebody at the door. Shut off the radio, Phil. Come in! Who is it?
It's me, Jack.
Oh, hello, Don. Come on in. Hiya, Don.
Oh, hello, Jack. Hi, Phil.
Hello, Donzie. What are you doing around this way, Don?
Well, you know I'm getting a little heavy, Jack, so every morning I go for a 5-mile horseback ride.
Oh.
I was out this way, so I thought I'd just drop in.
Good, good. Where's your horse?
Oh, he's lying down on your front lawn.
Well, the rest will do him good, you know?
Say, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
I just got into the sculptor's room, and he's almost through with your statue.
He is?
Yeah, but you ain't gonna like your expression.
Why, has he got me frowning or smiling?
You can take your choice. He gave you 2 heads.
2 heads?
Yeah, you're holding one of them on your lap.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
You look like you're going bowling.
Well, I'm going right up there and tell that
Wait
guy...
a minute, Jack. I think that's wonderful.
What's so wonderful about 2 heads?
You can smoke 2 Lucky Strikes at the same time.
Well, I'll beat him.
And between those delightful puffs, one mouth can say LSMFT and the other one can answer, why, sure, you bet. That's right. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
All right. But when that sculptor is finished with my statue, it better be the way I want it.
Hey, Jackson, I got to run along now. See you later.
I'm going too, Jack.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. I'll go out with you.
So long, Jackson.
Goodbye, Jack.
So long, fellas. Gee, it's so nice out, I think I'll take a little walk. Oh, Rochester, I'll be back in a little while.
Okay, boss.
This is really a nice day. Yada-dee-da-dum, dum-dum-da-dee, da-dum, bum-dee-da-da-dum. Da-dum-dum-dee-da-da-dee. Well, look who's here. Oh, I haven't seen you in quite a while. Come here. What's the matter? Why are you crying? Oh, that. Don't take it so hard, lassie. I didn't win either. Better luck next year. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. Raise the awning, Mother, for there goes a daddy is leading a shady life. A daddy's leading a shady life. Oh, that's a terrific song. Well, I've walked far enough. Guess I'll turn around and go back. Well, here comes that little girl that's on the Fibber McGee program. Hello, little girl.
Hello. I bet you I know who you are. I bet you.
Poor little thing has a cold.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Mr. Kern.
Yeah, I was just on my way over to your house.
You were?
Yes. You know that interview you gave me last week about how you found Rochester was very interesting. My editor liked it a lot.
Well, I'm glad.
In fact, he liked it so much, he sent me back to get another story.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He wants to know how you found Mary Livingston.
Oh, Mary. Well, Mr. Kearns, this is a rather unusual story. Walk back with me, and I'll tell you all about it.
Okay.
Now, Mary, as I mentioned last week, joined me on the radio about 3 months after I got started. I happened to be in Los Angeles at the time, almost 14 years ago. Yes, I remember that was the day I bought this shirt I'm wearing. They give guarantees, you know. Anyway, it was the latter part of 1932. That's right, 1932. I was downtown, and as I was passing the May Company, I noticed they were running a sale, so I stopped to look in the window. Just a gigolo. Everywhere I go, people know the part I'm playing. Gee, that's a catchy new tune. Dum-dum-da-da-dum, dum-da-dum. Fall is such a nice time of year. Leaves are turning brown and the air is... I wonder if Hoover will be reelected. I think I'll get me one of those high collars. Nah, my neck's too short. When the blue of the night, boo-boo-boo-boo, boo-boo-boo, boo-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo. That new singer has a nice style, but he can't last. Hey, look at those shirts in the window. Silk ones with stripes. $4.98 marked down to $1.99. I think I'll go in and let him try to sell me one. Let's see. I wonder where the... Oh, pardon me, sir. Can you tell me where the shirt counter is?
Shirt counter? What are you asking me? Do I look like maybe a floor walking?
Floor walker? Well, I thought you were. You see, you're not wearing a hat.
In this depression, who could afford a hat?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, maybe I can help you get a job. What do you do?
Well, I do different things. I can be a carpenter.
Huh?
I am also a plumber.
A plumber?
Uh-huh. And I'm also a very good painter.
Oh, you can do a lot of things, can't you?
Yeah, but in this depression, there's nothing to painting, or to plumping, or to carpenting.
That's too bad. Well, thanks just the same, but I've got to find the shirt counter.
Oh, well, say, maybe I could enlighten you.
Never mind. I'll find it myself. Oh. Oh, there it is over there. Boy, look at those sporty shirts. I love those new long pointed collars.
What can I do for you, young man?
I want to buy a shirt. I like the silk one with the stripes.
Yes, sir. Shall I wear it for a few days, or do you want to break it in yourself?
I'll take it now. How much is it?
Well, that'll be $1.99.
$1.99? Okay, here's $2.
Well, I'll have to go upstairs for the change.
Oh, that's all right. I'll wait. Just a gigolo everywhere I go. People know they... Hey, look at that beautiful dame behind the hosiery counter. What a chicken. I think she's looking at me, too. Gone over and try to date her up.
Say, Mary.
What is it, Mabel?
Look at that guy over there. He's staring at you.
Where?
Right over there at the shirt counter. Say, he looks kind of prosperous, don't he?
How can you tell? With those bell-bottom pants, he might be barefoot. Look at him winking at us with both eyes.
And get a load of that straw hat he's wearing with a bright red ribbon around it.
Yeah, and look what it says on it. Oh, you kid.
Hey, Mabel, he's tipping his hat at us. Yeah, he's got the string in his pocket.
Oh, wait a minute. He's coming over here.
Do you want me to take him, Mary?
No, I can handle him.
Just a gigolo. Everywhere I go, people know the part I'm playing.
Look at him. He's walking like Theda Barra.
Yum-dum-dee-da-doom. Yum-dum. Hello, kiddo. Where have you been all my life?
Avoiding it.
Hey, you're good. Just my type. I like my tomatoes with a little spice. Say, baby, what's your name?
Mary.
Mary what? Quite contrary?
Oh, brother, is this guy corny?
What was that?
Look, my name is Mary Livingston. I was born in Plainfield, New Jersey. I know I should be in pictures, but I'm happy here at the May Company. They think I'm a very good salesgirl. Now, what do you want, Jelly Bean?
Wait a minute. Take it easy. You got me wrong, baby.
Oh, stop tipping your hat.
What?
And take your bag of peanuts off the counter.
No, baby. I put those up there on purpose. Help yourself. Go ahead, baby. Help yourself.
Say, you're a pretty sporty guy.
Do you think so?
Yeah. Do you always carry that ukulele?
Oh, this? You ought to hear me out in a canoe.
Say, I'll bet that ukulele set you back plenty.
No, they gave it to me when I bought this suit. Say, Mary, you don't mind my calling you Mary, do you, babe? If I wait around and you get through, can I take you home?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, why not? I got a taxi outside.
Look, I went out with a taxi driver once, and the way
I'm not a taxi driver. Look, baby, don't you know who I am?
No, thrill me.
Well, hang on to the counter, baby, and brace yourself. I'm Jack Benny.
Can I let go of the counter now?
Oh, you're kidding, baby. You know who I am. I'm a big shot. I've been on the radio 3 months.
So what? My alarm clock's been on the radio 3 years, and I got that at Woolworth.
You're a liar. Say, you're plenty fast on the trigger. What are you doing working here in a department store? You should be on the radio.
What did I tell you, Mabel? I knew it was coming.
What?
My mother told me there'd be men like you, but I thought they'd be much younger.
Say, you're terrific. Listen, baby, you got everything it takes. Good looks, a nice speaking voice, and what a personality.
I bet you tell that to all the girls.
No, I don't. What are you laughing at?
The way you're leaning against the counter.
Why?
It's pressing the bulb in your pocket and the water squirting out of that flower in your lapel.
Say, I can't fool you at all, can I? Listen, Mary. Mary, listen. You ought to be on the radio with me. I'll get you places. You'll be a big star.
Say, you're not kidding, are you?
Of course not. Why don't you meet me tonight for dinner, and we'll talk things over.
Okay. You know, there's a nice cafeteria across the street, and we can...
Cafeteria, not when you go out with Benny, baby. I'll take you to the Brown Derby, and afterwards we'll go dancing at the Coconut Grove. When you're out with me, baby, money means nothing. Well, I'll take you
Pardon me, mister. Here's your penny change.
Thank you. Why, baby, I'll take you any place you want to go.
All right, I'll meet you in front of the store at 6 o'clock.
I'll be there. So long.
So long.
Oh, boy, she's going to be great on my radio program. Of course, I don't want to spoil her. I wonder how much they pay her at the May Company. Oh, I'll ask her tonight when we're having dinner at the cafeteria. And that, Mr. Kearns, is how I found Miss Livingston.
Well, that's a very interesting story.
Well, here's my house, Mr. Kearns. Would you like to come in for a cup of coffee?
Well, no, thanks. I've got to run along now. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye. Ya-da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, da-dee, da-dum. Ladies and gentlemen, the recent meeting of the Big Three at Yalta proved that even though the war is far from over, the Allied nations are preparing for peace in time of war, planning the nucleus, perhaps the fundamental framework, of a post-war organization to make certain that war does not come again. Nations are made up of individuals, people like you and me. And we, as individuals, must coordinate our efforts for that post-war peace by supporting all war activities. Now is the time to protect and strengthen our knockout blow by giving freely to the Red Cross, buying and keeping war bonds, giving more blood for plasma, by supporting rationing, writing cheerful V-mail letters to him over there, and sticking to our wartime jobs. There's no difference between individuals and nations. Thank you.
Now, Jack will be back in just a moment. But first, here are my good friends, L.A. Speed Riggs and Kenneth Delmar.
Smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see Lucky Strike by the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45, sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Yes, fine tobacco means a fine cigarette. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Well, folks, this ends another program, and we'll be with you next Sunday night broadcasting from the redistribution station at Santa Barbara. Meanwhile...
Oh, Jack, I'm so sorry I'm late. It's the first time I've ever missed a program.
Yeah, what happened to you?
Well, I took a nap before the broadcast, and my alarm didn't go off.
Well, it's all right, Mary. Don't worry about it.
Well, what'd you do, Jack? What was the show about?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, come on, tell me.
No, you wouldn't be interested. Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Jack Benny program.
Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Hello, Mr. Benny's residence. Star of stage, screen, radio, and eggs dyed or laid as the occasion demands.
Rochester, this is Miss Livingston. I'd like to speak to Mr. Benny, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Livingston. I wouldn't want to disturb the Admiral now.
Rochester, what are you talking about?
Haven't you heard? Mr. Benny's been made an Admiral.
Jack Benny, an admiral?
Are you surprised?
Surprised? Rochester, I knew we were winning, but this is ridiculous.
I know, Miss Livingston, but I saw it in the paper. He got the commission from Governor Griswold of Nebraska.
Gee.
And Mr. Benny is now a full-fledged admiral in the Nebraska Navy.
In the Nebraska... Oh, I get it. He's an imaginary admiral in an imaginary navy.
Yeah, but he's taking it seriously. He made me sew gold stripes on his blue serge suit.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Rochester, how many stripes did he make you sew on?
I don't know, but you could cut the sleeves off at the elbow and he'd still be a full admiral. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
trying out fleet maneuvers. I'd better get him away from that bathtub before he messes up the whole room. Oh, Mr. Benny. Say, boss. Oh, Admiral.
What? Oh, it's you, Rochester. Glad to have you aboard. Batten down the hatch and sit down. What do you want?
Your breakfast is getting cold down on the lower deck.
Well, I can't leave now. I'm about to engage the enemy. Now watch. The enemy fleet is over here.
Boss, don't splash water on that bath mat.
Quiet. Now I swing my carriers around like this and bring my destroyers over to this side and encircle them. There you are, Rochester. Now, if you were the enemy and I had you surrounded like that, what would you do?
I'd pull out the plug and ground every ship you got.
Don't be silly. Being an admiral in the Nebraska Navy is serious business.
Aye, sir.
And anyway, I'm proud of my appointment. In fact, I'm sorry I didn't stay with it when I was in the service 24 years ago. Yes, sir. Military life is a life for me. And those promotions. Now, Rochester, help me take my fleet out of the bathtub and then...
Say, boss, I meant to tell you, Miss Livingston called.
Oh, yes. I better get ready.
Boss, if you're going out, don't you think you ought to take off those medals?
Huh?
Or wear half of them on your right side, you're listening to port.
Oh, yes. Say, I just happened to think of something. I promised to take my girl, Gladys Zabisco, too. I'll pick her up on the way to Miss Livingston. I hope Gladys and Mary are ready when I pick them up. Gladys Zabisco. I've been going with her now for 9 years. Oh, hello there, children.
Hello, mister. Hello.
You know who I am, don't you, children? I'm Jack Denny.
Yes, we know. You tell us every time you see us.
Oh, yes.
You want to know something? Last night, our mother and father were talking about you.
Really?
Yeah, they thought we were asleep.
Well, so long, children.
Bye, Mr. Benny. Hey, sis. What? He looks a lot older than 36, doesn't he?
Did you say something, Sonny?
No, goodbye.
Goodbye. Gee, they're cute kids. But that little boy looks a lot older than 7. Well, hello, Don. Where are you going?
I'm on my way down to the express office, Jack, to pick up a set of encyclopedias.
A set of encyclopedias?
Yeah, and I've just got to tell you, Jack. I sent in 2 questions to a quiz program, and boy, did I stump those experts.
Well, so long, Don.
So long, Jack.
Gee, I like Don Wilson and his sly commercials. The way he tricks me into keeping my job. Really. Phew. I better sing slower. I can't walk that fast. Oh, darn it. I meant to call Larry Stevens before I left the house and find out what he was going to sing on the program this evening. When I talked to Phil, he told me about the arrangement. I remember he said they were going to use a harp and 4 violins. I remember he said that, too. Say, that's going to be kind of nice. You know, with the harp in the background and the violins playing the soft melody. Yep, it ought to be a beautiful number.
Someone was always in my dreams, that someone was always you. I never thought we'd meet someday, but now that my dream came true, I just want the right to love you all of my life. Just the right to take care of you all of my life. I just want the right to be near you, always to be there, sharing every care and strife. Life can be as simple as a nursery rhyme. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all of the time. Long as I may live, I just want the right to give all my life with all my heart, all of my
Yep, I bet that'll be beautiful, that song. Oh,
Mr. Benny.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Mr. Kearns. How's the newspaper business?
Oh, fine, fine.
Funny, I always seem to run into you on the street.
Well, I was just going over to your house to thank you for those stories you gave me.
Oh, you mean how I found Mary Livingston?
Mm-hmm, and how you found Rochester.
Well, I'm glad you liked them.
You know, those first two articles were very successful. And now my editor is interested in knowing how you found Phil Harris.
Phil Harris?
That's right.
Well, okay. Walk along with me, Mr. Kearns, and I'll give you the whole story.
All right.
You see, it was 10 years ago that I first met Phil Harris. I remember the day well because it was Mary's birthday, and I wanted to show her a nice time. So I got all dressed up and went over to her house and let her make dinner for me. And the meal was delicious. I remember we had thick sirloin steaks smothered in onions and stripped with bacon. Yes, sir. That was 10 years ago. Gosh, Mary, this is a terrific meal.
Well, thank you, Jack.
Gee, the steak is so tender and so easy to cut. Gee, it just melts in your mouth.
Jack, put on your glasses. You're eating the butter.
Well, anyway, Mary, it was sweet of you to invite me over to your apartment for dinner. And wait till you see the bottle of champagne I brought you for a birthday present. You know, you've heard of those famous imported champagnes like Vintage Premier and Chateau Calais.
Yes?
Well, this is a new brand, Saban Oop. You know, Mary, I was just thinking. Here it is, 1935. And it's been 3 years since I put you on my radio program.
It's been over 3 years.
Yep. Say, Mary, what would you do if I gave you a little raise?
I'd quit my job at the May Company.
Don't worry, Mary. You just stick with me. In another 2 or 3 years, you won't have to work at the May Company. Except maybe Saturdays. You know? The day will come.
Well, let's not talk about that, Jack. The evening's young, and it's my birthday, so let's do something.
Well, I was going to suggest something.
What?
Well, first, let's go over and sit on the sofa.
Uh-huh.
Then we'll snuggle up close to each other.
Uh-huh.
Then we'll turn the lights down low.
Uh-huh.
Then we'll tell ghost stories. How about it?
Well, Mama warned me about everything but this. we go out somewhere? Let's go to the Coconut Grove.
Well, maybe. Hey, wait a minute, Mary. I've got an idea. There's a nightclub way downtown on North Figueroa Street, and there's a new band playing there. Let's see, what's the name of that band again? Oh, yes, Phil Harris and his syncopated serenaders from the Solid South.
Phil Harris? I've never heard of him.
Well, he's just coming up, and I'd like to go hear him, Mary, because, you know, I need a new orchestra for my program.
All right, let's go.
Okay, now let's see. Where's that nightclub now? Oh, yes, on Figueroa, about 6 miles east of the La Brea Tar Pit. Come on, Mary. Here it is, Mary. This is the place.
Holy smoke, what a nightclub. This is an awful joint.
Well, Mary, you can't tell anything about it from the outside.
Yeah, but look at the name of it, the Ruis Club.
So what?
Ruis spelled backwards is sewer.
All right, what's the difference?
And look, Jack, you have to go down these stairs.
Yeah. Okay, let's go down. Watch your step, Mary. Let's rest. If I go down any farther, I'll get the bends here.
I think we hit bottom, Jack. Here's the door.
Oh, yes. Well, that guy Harris knows all the new tunes, doesn't he?
Yeah, but how can people dance on that bare ground?
They probably sprinkle water on it to make it slippery. And it helps keep the dust down, too, you know. Let's find a table.
Maybe that man will get us one.
Oh, yes. Pardon me, are you a waiter?
Well, what do you think I am with this napkin over my arm? A clothesline?
Oh, I'm sorry, but you're dressed too nice to be working in a joint like this. You know.
Oh, you mean these striped pants and this Prince Albert coat? Well, you see, I wear these clothes on my other job.
Other job?
Yes, I'm an undertaker's assistant.
Oh.
It was my idea to put the candles on the tables. And now would you like me to find a table and lay you out? I mean, seat you?
Yes, please. Come on, Mary.
Ah, here we are. Now, what would you like to eat?
Nothing, thanks. We just came in to hear the band here.
Well, you might as well order something. There's a minimum charge of 35 cents.
35 cents? Well, I'll have a chicken sandwich and a combination salad.
And I'll have a steak sandwich and French fried potatoes.
Anything to drink?
No.
You might as well. You got 15 cents to go.
Oh, well, bring us coffee. Imagine that waiter, an undertaker's assistant.
Jack, look, the show's about to start.
Good. I'm anxious to hear this guy, Phil Harris.
Hiya, folks, and a good evening to each and every one of yous. Now, welcome to our little club. This is your orchestra leader and master of the ceremonies, the one and only Phil Harris. Are you glad to see me? Yes, sir, thank you, and we have a very lovely crowd here tonight.
Hey, Mary, he's got a nice personality, you know.
We'll see.
And speaking of crowd, folks, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the club tonight. The panhandler stopped me and said, "Pardon me, mister, can you let me have $1,000.05 for a cup of coffee?" So I said to him, look, coffee only costs a nickel. What do you want $1,000 for? So he says to me, "It's going to kill you, folks." He says to me, "Well, I got to pay my income tax, don't I?" No, lady, don't explain it to him. If he don't get it, just let him suffer. Let him lay it. Don't wake him up.
Hey, Mary, did you get it?
I got it all over me.
Quiet, this guy's good. He's
and,
good.
Here's another one, folks. This'll embalm you.
Embalm you.
Did somebody call for me?
Quiet.
Get this, folks. A guy walked up to me today and said, "Hey, Harris, where'd you get the black eye?" So I told him it was a birthmark, and he said, "A birthmark?" And I said, "Yeah, I got it in the wrong birth." Oh, yes, folks, it's just natural with me. Just natural. Yes, sir, just comes natural. Now we're rolling. All new stuff here.
Hey,
All
Mary.
new stuff.
Hey, Mary, this guy is terrific. No, really, he'd be great on the radio. He's got something new, something different.
Oh, you say that every time you see a man with hair.
Oh, you just don't know class.
Now, folks, for the high spot of the show, I'm going to sing a song I wrote myself entitled, "That's What I Like About the South."
Hey, I bet this will be good. You know that, Mary?
Won't come with me to Alabama. Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and broiling hammy. That's what I like about the South.
Hey, man,
now
he's
there you
wonderful.
can make no mistakey. Where those nerves are never shaky. Ought to taste a lay of cakey. That's what I like about the South.
I gotta hire
She's
this
got
guy.
baked ribs and candied yams. Those sugar-cured Virginia hams. Way down south in Alabama. And that's what I like about the South. Hot corn bread and black-eyed peas. You can eat as much as you please.
Hey, look at the way he snaps his fingers.
And that's what I like about the South. Ah, don't take one. Have two. They're dark brown and chocolate, too. Suits me, they must suit you, because that's what I like about the South. Good now. Thank you. Yes, sir. Never alone in the club. Well, folks, that concludes our first floor show, but don't go away. There'll be another sensational show in 5 minutes.
Mary, I don't care what you say. That guy Harris would be great on my program. I want to get him over here. Hey, waiter.
Yeah.
Will you please bring the, Will you please bring the orchestra leader over to my table?
I'm sorry. He doesn't come with the 35-cent dinner.
Never mind the wisecracks. Bring him over here.
All right.
I don't know, Mary. This guy Harris has a great personality.
Cigarettes, also cupidos, gardenias, and razor blades.
Imagine razor blade. Oh, miss, give me a pack of cigarettes, please.
Yes, sir. What kind?
Oh, by the way, miss, what's that you've got on your tray there, tied up in pink ribbon?
That's a lock of Mr. Harris's hair, 20 cents.
Well, I don't want it.
You better take it. This is the last one left, and we don't shear them again till the first of the month.
No, thanks just the same. Say, Mary, she's kind of cute.
Oh, you fall for
Wait a minute. Here comes Phil Harris. Now, Mary, I want to make an impression on him, and I want you to help me sign him for my show. Tell him what a good boss I am and how swell it is to work on the radio. And above all, what a wonderful guy I am personally, you know?
Oh, but Jack,
Here he comes, huh?
Hey, I understand one of you characters want to see me.
Why, yes, sit down. This is Miss Livingston.
Hiya, sweets.
And my name is Jack Benny.
Look, Bud, I ain't got much time. What'd you want to see me about?
Well, I wanted to talk to you about a job.
Job?
Yeah.
Well, look, fella, I know things are tough, but I can't use you. I don't want no new help, kid.
No, I don't mean that. You see, I have a radio program, and I'd like you and your band to be on my show.
Well, I don't know. You see,
but he's a wonderful man to work for. He's the nicest boss I ever had. He's just a ginger, peachy boss. So pleasant, so generous.
Mary,
so
you're
kind
overdoing it, and stop licking my hand. Now, Mr. Harris.
Just call me Curly.
Oh.
Till the first of the month.
Oh, yes, the cigarette girl told me. Now, Mr. Harris, radio is a different type of work. You read music, of course.
Huh?
Music, notes, arrangement. What's that on your music rack?
Termites. The joint's lousy with them. Oh, Harris, how could you be so young and bright when it's so dark down here?
You see, Mary, this guy is terrific.
Oh, look, I'm only kidding. I've been studying music since I was a baby. Why, when I was 6 years old, my parents used to take me to the concerts at Carnegie Hall.
A 6-year-old kid interested in Carnegie Hall?
Well, they told me it was a burlesque show.
A burlesque show?
Yeah, how I used to whistle when they took the cover off of the bass fiddle.
Say, Mary, this guy's got a terrific sense of humor. He'll probably be able to write my gags for me.
I'll settle if he can just write.
Now, look, Harris, I want you on my program, so if you'll meet me Sunday morning, we'll...
Wait, excuse me a minute. The second floor show's about to start, and I got to introduce the singer.
Oh, I'll wait till you're through. You know, Mary, I think this fella's...
Hey, Jack, look who's going to sing, the cigarette girl.
Oh, yes. Say, she's cute, you know.
And now, folks, I want to introduce our singer, the sweetest little lady this side of Pismo Beach, Miss Trixie Laverne, who will sing Melancholy Baby.
Well...
Come to me, my melancholy babe. Cuddle up and don't be blue. All your fears are foolish fancies made. Don't you know that I'm in love with you? Every cloud must have a silver.
Can't you hear me calling when the rain and am falling? Why, every day the sun is shining. Why should I be home a-pining?
While my honey dear, while I drive away each tear.
Or else I will be melancholy. Yes, I will be melancholy. Or else I will be melancholy too.
Gosh, Mary, I'm a sucker for sentimental songs. Hey, Harris, come here a minute.
Yeah?
Say, that girl singer you've got isn't bad. That Trixie Laverne.
Well, look, that's just her stage name. Her real name is Gladys Zabisco.
Gladys Zabisco, eh? Say, that's a pretty name, too. You know, I kind of like that, babe.
Oh, come on, Jack. Let's get out of here.
Why, Mary, you're jealous.
Oh, fine.
Hey, Harris, don't forget Sunday.
I'll be there. So long, Jackson.
Did you hear that, Mary? He called me Jackson. No one ever called me that before.
All right,
let's
folks,
go.
here's a brand new number I wrote myself called That's What I Like About the South. Won't you come with me to Alabama? Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and boiling ham. That's what I like about the South.
And that, Mr. Kearns, is how I met Phil Harris.
Well, that really is a story.
And I must say, Mr. Kearns, that Phil has been very fortunate in being associated with a great star like myself. A man who's been on the radio for so many years and who every year almost wins the Academy.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Benny. Here comes my...
Radio Service.